the Emperor.
Man, is there more interesting stuff on the way, or can we start getting some answers out of you?
Anastaria's simple question sounded like a crack of thunder in the surrounding world, snapping everyone out of it. The world exploded. After seeing a dragon with their own eyes, hearing the announcement that they could play on the side of Kartus, and, in general, after a long and hard battle, the players tried to get everything off their chests all at once. The area was shaken by various exclamations like, "Whoa, a dragon? They said they didn't exist, but this small fry knows them. Who the heck is that?" There was such a din that I couldn't hear myself think, let alone try to answer Anastaria. Because of the noise, few heard the quiet clap of the opening of the portal. A little way off, a new herald had appeared in Barleona. The Emperor ascended the throne, and his envoys appeared at the very same moment. With advisors, it was more complicated, since they had to come with a background. But I had a feeling that this matter would be resolved in the course of the day. It's not as if the developers would have launched all of this without the necessary preparations. As I glanced around the raging crowd of players, the herald came up to Tisha, who was gazing into the distance, eyes wide. The girl was still in a state of shock, and unable to come to terms with seeing two of her closest relatives become heads of empires. "Princess," the herald bowed, "please follow me. The Emperor is waiting for you and your young man," the envoy bowed to Slate, "at the palace."
Me? Us?
The intellect imitator inside Tisha did a stellar job in playing a girl who was still in a state of shock and struggling to understand what was going on. Her vacant gaze, wandering over the players, her grip on Slate's hand, as if it was the only thing keeping the headman's daughter in this world. Such an exquisite piece of programming really should have been seen in a theater, instead of wasting away at the edge of the world. "That is correct, Princess." The herald once again bowed his head.
"But I can't come alone. My brothers, they are still in Beatwick, tied up and—"
"Unfortunately," the herald's cheerful expression faded, and his tone became more subdued, "we cannot take them with us. They are being sent to Kartus, where they will continue to serve the Dark Lord. Please, Princess, the Emperor is expecting you."
"What will happen to Beth? And to Mayan? Will they come with me?"
Tisha had to make sure. "I can't say much about Beth, but the fact that the princess has remembered me is a good sign. As soon as I get away from this madhouse, there may be a chance of getting a nice bonus from this member of the imperial family. I wouldn't say no to some extra gold." Instead of responding, the herald pointed to Elizabeth, who clung to her newly regained husband and children. While Mariana hid her face in her father's embrace, Clowder tried to slip out of his mother's strong grip and get a better look at everything. Totally irrepressible, that boy. Another portal appeared next to Beth, out of which stepped a different herald. "High Priestess, you are expected in Anhurs. I'm sorry, but the matter cannot wait."
"Yes, of course. My husband and children—"
"They shall come with you. Please, come this way." The herald pointed to the portal.
"Mayan,"
Beth turned to me,
"when you come to Anhurs, please make sure to come and visit me."
"Thank you, High Priestess. I will definitely drop by." I bowed my head, noting Anastaria's narrowing eyes. Aha! She had no idea that the High Priestess of Eluna in Malabar had been replaced.
"Beth,"
smiled the priestess.
"just call me Beth." I await you in Anhers."
With these words, the woman disappeared into the portal, pulling Mariana and Clowder after her. Theodore, Beth's husband, glanced at the portal and at the herald, and then came over to me.
"I usually pay my own debts, regardless of any position that my wife may hold," he said in a low bass, and handed me a scroll. 2 years of imprisonment have inspired me to write this work. Read it. Perhaps you may find it useful.
Item acquired. A treatise on imprisonment and ways of staying yourself. Number of pages, 240. Upon reading and providing correct answers, 70% to the questionnaire on this treatise, plus 20 intellect, plus 3 agility, plus 3 stamina, plus 3 strength. Duration, unlimited. Theodore shook my hand and entered the portal. Only at that moment did I realize that we were surrounded by a strange silence. It felt like déjà vu. Had Renox dropped in on us again? I looked around and saw that the players had split into 2 groups. The first, the larger one, made up of about 90% of the players that escaped from Beatwick, withdrew a little way off and started to summon their pets for returning to the more populous regions. These players tried not to make too much noise and disturb the second group. The latter consisted of the leaders of all the clans, their deputies and shadow leaders, such as Evelett. They were now observing the conversations of the NPCs with some interest. Anastasia, who stood next to me, was even making a video of the whole thing, a movie camera icon flashing above her head.
"Princess," the first herald once again reminded us of his presence. "It's time. The High Priestess is already in Anhers, and as for Mayan, the Emperor will speak to him in person right after you. He will be taken to the palace a little later."
"All right." Tisha brightened up and turned towards the blacksmith. "Let's go, darling. Father won't dare to keep us apart." When the couple disappeared into the portal, other portals began to open, one after another. Heralds stepped out of each one, walked up to the rescued Beatwick villagers, and took them to the mainland. I don't know how it was for other players, but for each rescued villager I received a 10-point reputation increase with the Malabar Emperor. 135 Beatwick residents turned into 1,350 reputation points. After a few minutes, only players remained by the destroyed Cartus Castle.
"I see that you've found yourself in possession of an interesting scroll."
Just as I thought, Evelett was the first to speak. Anastasia may be a strong-willed girl, but she wouldn't barge in with her uncle present, assuming he really was her uncle. The chain of command had to be respected. Eckler wasn't present among the fighters, so Evelett clearly intended to take the situation in hand.
"I have a rough idea of what that is, so I won't ask you to show me its properties. Read through it carefully before you try answering the questions. It may not be clear from the description, but you'll have only 2 attempts to complete the questionnaire. And now we have to move on to less pleasant things. You probably realize that you've put all the high-level players at a very big disadvantage today. Just think. Some upstart, excuse my bluntness, took it upon himself to do what even Anastasia could not, direct an inter-clan raid. And we're talking about an upstart who is completely unknown, without any kith or kin or any real levels. Can you imagine the storm this will kick up on the forums? The clan's ratings will take a big tumble, and you'll be the only one to blame. This is the tricky situation I would like to discuss with you." "Stop handling this moron with kid gloves. Stick him on the blacklist and rub him out every chance you get," interrupted Plinto. "Plinto, I will settle this matter myself." Evelyn's voice was frosty, putting the sham clan leader back in his place. "Quit shutting me down all the time. Don't do that. Don't say this. I've really had it with you. This jackass has decided that he's better than our clan, sitting on his high horse and showing off how the clans mean nothing to him. Those cursed chess pieces are his handiwork." "Plinto!" Evelyn didn't shout, but his voice was sharp enough to send one for respawn. "I've been putting up with your shenanigans for what seems like ages, but enough is enough. You will stop bringing our clan into disrepute as of now." "You and your clan and your decisions can go to hell," Plinto fired back. "You can take it all and stick it where the sun don't shine. You got me really shaking in my boots. And as for you, you little shit," he said, turning to me, "we'll catch up in person later. You'll regret making that pawn for a long, long time. Our meetings will be frequent, and we'll all end the same way. Like this." Suddenly Plinto dashed towards me, unleashing throwing knives that left a trail of green poison behind them. I only had enough time for a brief chuckle. Plus 350 level mobs were unable to bring me down, but this one unbalanced individual was apparently going to finish the job. "Chill it, handsome," came Anastaria's voice, and a dome surrounded me. A bubble. "Phoenix, attack!" Phoenix's entire raid group reacted immediately. Plinto didn't even have time to get near me before he was slowed, had petrification cast on him, and was sent for respawn a few seconds later. In other words, he was disposed of quickly and professionally. Something else was bugging me now. Earlier, the system, on behalf of the Emperor, informed the players of the ban on PvP fighting. Had the Emperor's previous order been revoked? Strange, I had no memory of any announcements of that sort. "Legion!" there came a shout. "Phoenix has broken the truce! Waste them!" "Phoenix, circle formation!" Anastaria's reaction was instantaneous. "Vlad, Paul, make a portal and bring all our fighters here." "Silence!" I never thought that Evelyn was capable of shouting so loudly. The two groups that were about to dive into battle froze, looking at each other in surprise. The other clans got out of the way and were also murmuring in indignation. Hardly surprising, since they had just been deprived of one heck of a spectacle. "The Dark Legion clan has no claims against the Phoenix clan, and thanks them for subduing Plinto," said Evelyn, quickly diffusing the situation. "There will be no battle now. I will personally throw anyone that attacks any Phoenix player out of the clan, even if they do it in self-defense. Is that clear?" Evelyn confirmed my hunch that the PvP mode was still forbidden. Its shutdown wasn't system-wide, but localized, so both Plinto and a number of Phoenix members were about to be docked some reputation points. Silence descended on the ruins of the castle. The Legion players stared at their leader in incomprehension, and the players of other clans started to whisper amongst themselves, wondering who the heck this was, and why was he suddenly commanding the Dark Legion clan. "Damn it,"
came a grumble from Anastasia as she read the message that appeared in front of her. "Our reputation with the Emperor has gone down."
"Has everyone calmed down? Then let's get back to business."
Evelyn looked over the bewildered players and turned to me.
"As I already said, damage has been done to the reputation of all the clans, so I'll make an official statement. I call upon a herald and request your assistance."
A herald immediately appeared next to Evelyn. "You called me, Evelyn. If your summons lacked a good reason, you shall be punished."
"According to the decision of the clan assembly, I am now the leader of the Dark Legion clan. I ask you to bear witness to this fact,"
Evelyn said, handing the herald a sheet of paper.
"Plinto is being excluded from the clan. We are no longer responsible for his actions."
"Accepted." The air was filled with the ringing voice of the herald. "Henceforth, Evelyn is the head of the Dark Legion clan." "Is that all?"
"No. On behalf of the Dark Legion clan, I declare Shaman Mayan persona non grata. He is now officially added to the blacklist, and all clan members will be informed of the fact. Starting tomorrow, any clan member that has had a chance to attack him but failed to do so will be automatically excluded. Herald, I ask you to verify that this directive is being adhered to."
"Do you agree to the conditions for adding Mayan, who has positive reputation with the Malabar Empire, the Malabar Emperor, Goddess Iluna, priestesses of Goddess Iluna, Prike Mine Guards, and the Krong province, to the blacklist?" The herald's voice now had an icy edge to it. "His reputation with other factions will not be taken into account." Anastasia, Undigit, and other clan leaders were looking from me to Evelyn and back again in surprise. In Evelyn's case, it was on account of his words, but I didn't get the meaning of the surprised look shot in my direction. Nor did I get why the herald listed all the Malabar factions that I had encountered when playing as a shaman, and why he had left others out, such as the Shaman Council and the Dark Lord of Cartus.
"Yes, this is the decision of the clan assembly."
Evelyn handed the herald another paper. The new clan leader didn't simply look pleased, but rather had turned into one big smile, as had the number 2s standing nearby.
"Now we just have to write a name here, and that name is Mayan. The Dark Legion clan is putting him on the official blacklist."
"So be it." The herald took the paper from Evelyn, after which a gong sounded some way off. "Is that all?"
"Yes, thank you, herald."
Judging by Evelyn's expression, what had just taken place was something that he'd waited a very long time for. I seriously didn't get it, but clearly something unusual had just gone down. Some of the players were still wearing expressions that read, "No way did this just happen." "Thank you." I decided to clear the atmosphere, which was beginning to grow a little too charged. Not everyone has the privilege of being put on the official blacklist of the second clan in the Empire. I'm not sure if it was something I said, but the surrounding world exploded for the second time in the past hour. Many of the players were speaking to each other or shouting things, while others stood there with glassy eyes, probably typing up forum messages after hopping back into reality. A minute later the buzz had somewhat died down, and Evelyn smiled once again.
"It seems that you are not too familiar with what being put on the official blacklist actually means. so allow me to enlighten you. Each clan has 2 blacklists, a general one and an official one. The general one contains players who've been making trouble for the clan. For example, Anastaria, Hellfire, and so on. When a player from our clan runs across a player from the general list, they get a message that there is an enemy nearby and they should take heed. It's quite easy to end up on the main list, since any player with the relevant level of authorization can add you. But then there is the second list, the official one, where for each player the clan pays a tax to the Empire and sacrifices its reputation. For example, you will be costing us 5,000 gold a day, as well as daily reputation reduction with all the factions listed by the Herald. The reputation of each clan member that's signed under the list will fall. On the first day it will fall by 1 point, on the second by 2, the third by 4, the fourth by 8, and so on. All this irrespective of whether the player on the blacklist is inside the game or has logged out. The timer is ticking in any case. Thus, in just 3 weeks' time, any reputation, whatever its initial level, will tumble down to hatred. This will be true for all those who signed under it. Putting a player on the official list requires at least 500 signatures, and the paper that I just handed the Herald contains just over 4,000. Now we come to the main point of putting someone on this blacklist. As soon as someone from the clan runs across the player on this official list, they must do all they can to send that player for respawn. They would not be penalized with a PK mark, and would be able to do this even inside a town. Members of other clans or unaffiliated players will receive a message that the Dark Legion clan will pay them 5,000 gold for killing you. The heralds are responsible for ensuring that clan members comply with the compulsory attack policy. They will also count the number of times you're killed by other players. Even the safe zones are ineffective against the official list. This blacklist is very popular with those who wish to punish some particular person. It is expensive, of course, but sometimes it's worth it. There are around 40,000 players in my clan, with an average level of 137. You have a day to run and hide. In the following 2 weeks, our people will be looking for you very thoroughly. As soon as the reputation of each person that's signed under the list gets reduced to hatred, you will be removed from the blacklist automatically, if I do not do so earlier. But that's never going to happen. Evelyn looked like the cat that got the cream. That's all from me.
Evelyn, what are you up to? Came Anastaria's subdued whisper. So that's that. She was no longer interested in Mayan the dragon. She had to get to the bottom of whatever plot the leader of number 2s had concocted.
You'll find out soon enough, my dear.
Evelyn gave another radiant smile.
Mayan, you're really quite a find. You've gained positive reputation with so few Malabar factions, and all of them exactly the ones I was after.
Mayan, the Emperor wishes to speak with you. With all this talk, I hadn't even noticed that a herald had appeared next to me.
Yes, of course, I mumbled,
but before I could step into the portal, I was stopped by a gentle touch from Merida. Everyone seemed to have completely forgotten about her. "Wait." Merida bit her lip, as if trying to come to a hard but necessary decision. She finally breathed out, leant over to me, and quickly blurted out, "I want to tell you why I came to Beatwick. It doesn't matter what you'll think of me, but you ought to know the truth. My name is Marina. Yes, that very same," she said when she saw my reaction. "I'm marking a spot on the map. Let's meet up when there's a chance. Please come. There is a lot I must tell you." A message flashed before my eyes. A location somewhere near Anhurst had been marked on my map. "If you don't turn up, I'll understand. But give me a chance to explain. Please." Marina let go of my hand and stepped aside. It was just as well that I was already pumped full of emotions by this point, so I took the news that I was looking at the cause of my 8-year prison sentence calmly enough.
"A day, man. You have a day," repeated Evelyn. "Then the hunt will begin."
It came out rather overplayed and over the top, like a villain in an old film giving his final speech. I don't know why, but it made me smile. Bearing in mind that all of this was being recorded on video and would be uploaded for public viewing, I knew the Dark Legion clan would be looking forward to some dark times. A bit of a tautology there. Putting a low-level player on an official blacklist just for successfully directing an inter-clan raid looked stupid, and cast the clan in an extremely unfavorable light. But Evelyn didn't look like a stupid man, and he had probably thought this through in advance.
"Please wait here."
As soon as I stepped out of the portal, the herald gave me a few minutes to look around and enjoy the view of the palace after its rearrangement by Garanika. Even in this sorry state, the Malabar Emperor's residence was magnificent. The stones, the dust, the pock-marked walls and broken statues scattered around the territory. All this destruction only underlined the excellence of the spectacle. You got the feeling that it took several teams of designers to achieve the proper ruined palace look.
"I even somewhat regret that I didn't see all this splendor in its better days,"
came the words of the former Beatwick headman, the ex-master of the Empire of Cardus, and the current Emperor of Malabar, as he walked up to me.
"You have to give it to the previous emperor. He had taste. Come, it's time to reward our hero."
I don't know what it was, the destroyed palace or the moon being in Aquarius, but as I walked behind the Emperor, I totally failed to experience any excitement over the anticipated bonuses. I had a feeling that my inner zoo was completely disheartened and succumbed to apathy. The hoarding hamster was an especially sorry sight. Under normal circumstances, he should have been flying after the Emperor, trying to get his paws on all possible bonuses and stuffing them in his pockets. Far from it. He was sitting and gazing sadly at the downcast greed toad, barely holding back his tears. I opened my quest log and scanned through its contents to stave off the infectious melancholy. Night Terror of the Village. Rare. Completed. Reward, plus 400 reputation with the Krong province, plus 500 experience, plus 80 silver coins, a rare item from Headman's stores. Search for the Dark Coordinator. Unique. Completed. Reward, plus 4,000 reputation with the Malabar Empire, plus 4,000 experience, plus 10,000 gold coins, a scaling item from the Emperor's stores. The Last Hope, Step 3, rare. Time until the wolves respawn, 2 months, 21 days. The Eye of the Dark Widow. The quest will become available at level 100, legendary. The Way of the Shaman, Step 3, completion of the trial to become a great shaman, class-based. Restoration of Justice, class-based, unique. I was about to remove the wolf quest, but something within me objected. You don't just ditch quest chains. It's not like I have to feed it, or as if there's a limit on the number of quests. At the same time, it would be very interesting to see what crazy things the developers cooked up with this quest chain. Pulling out those arrows was something else. Just remembering it made me shudder. In all likelihood, it comes with a pleasant reward at the end, even if it's a low-level one. A happy squeak of the hamster, who caught a whiff of a bonus, was barely audible. My brain gears seemed totally out of whack. Restoration of Justice is a good quest, but to complete it I would have to hike all the way to Sarist Province, where my reputation is at hatred, thanks to its governor. I wondered if my reputation with the governor could be higher than with that of the province itself. Would they kick me out straight away, or would I actually have a chance to speak to Pronto? I guess I'll find out when I get there. It will still be a while until I'm able to do the Eye of the Dark Widow quest. 2 quests are completed, so it looks like I have nothing left aside from the Path of the Shaman and Restoration of Justice. According to the timer, the trial for becoming the Great Shaman was still 2 months away. Even that made me a bit sad. In Beatwick, I started to feel like a protagonist in global game events, but as soon as it was all over, I immediately turned back into a standard ordinary player, of which there's a multitude in Barleona. Once again, I became one of the many. Other than access to the palaces, there are no benefits, aside from the positive regard of the Emperor and the Dark Lord. With my level of reputation, I could only walk around the palace, watch it being restored and regain its former brilliance, and watch covetously as Anastaria and Hellfire receive unique and rewarding quests. There was little doubt that the entire Phoenix leadership had gained esteem with the Emperor. The Emperor took me to a small room lit by a couple of torches. Aside from a hint of daylight from a narrow window, the place was submerged in gloom. A small wooden table on curved legs was the only object that interrupted the surrounding emptiness. I would never have thought that such rooms could exist in the palace.
From what I've come to know of you, you have no special need of elaborate rewards.
The Emperor smiled and picked up a scroll from the table.
You are being given this item for completing the Night Terror of the Village assignment. I no longer hold the position of the headman, but I can't fail to reward the man who found my sklick. You did a good job.
With these words, Nati handed me the scroll. Reward for the Night Terror of the Village quest, plus 400 reputation with the Krong province, plus 500 experience, plus 80 silver coins, jewel craft recipe, malachite jewelry box with lapis inlays. I quickly learned the recipe, opened the recipe book, and looked at its description. Malachite jewelry box with lapis inlays. Description: a neat and sturdy box for jewelry. Can carry 10 items. Crafting stat bonus: the box can carry an additional crafting number of items. Item class rare, minimum level 50. Crafting requirements: minimum jewelcraft level 40. Ingredients: 2 pieces of malachite, 2 pieces of lapis lazuli, 4 bronze wires. Instruments, jeweler's tools. Well, that'll do, I guess. On the one hand, it's a new recipe. On the other, a bit of a disappointment. I was hoping for more. The expression on my face made the Emperor laugh.
You definitely need to work on controlling your emotions better. You look like someone just offered you something disagreeable. Bear in mind that the assignment to find the Sklik could have been removed altogether as soon as the battle started in Beatwick, but I decided to leave it in place. Now, let's move on to a reward that should be more to your liking. The search for the former me.
Reward for the Search for the Dark Coordinator quest, plus 4,000 reputation with the Malabar Empire, plus 4,000 experience, plus 10,000 gold coins, a scaling item from the Emperor's stores. The choice of the item is up to you. I noticed that exactly 10,000 gold coins fell into my purse. It turned out that this amount was already free of the usual imperial tax. I quickly tried to calculate what it should have been in the first place, but couldn't come up with a round number, only fractions. Never mind.
There are 5 items on the table that would suit you, continued the Emperor. You can choose one of them. You wouldn't be able to buy these items from Thricinians even if your reputation with them was exalted. You will be able to see the properties of the items only after you make your choice, so choose carefully.
No looking at their properties? How the heck am I supposed to make a choice like this? 5 items were lying on the table in a neat row. A shaman's hat with horns, like the one Almus had, a feathered cloak, almost identical to the one I was wearing, boots, pants, and bracers. Disbelieving the Emperor, I checked the properties of each item, but they really were hidden. How to make a choice? My spirits sunk even further. How long can I keep playing these guessing games? Bah! They can go to hell with their rewards. I respectfully decline your gift, I said, firmly returning the Emperor's gaze. I refuse to make an uninformed decision. It's better to refuse everything than forever regret picking the worst out of the lot. I would like to thank the Emperor for this opportunity, but no, I will not choose.
Your choice has been made,
the Emperor replied calmly, and immediately the table with all the items disappeared.
The heralds will see you out.
My hoarding hamster lifted his head, looked me in the eye, and then let it drop again. He had no fight left in him. "Man, you're here!" As soon as we left the room, Tisha suddenly appeared next to us. "Father, have you thought of a reward for him?"
He refused it, the Emperor replied just as calmly. Man thinks that the Emperor is unworthy of granting him a reward.
"Man!" Tisha froze next to me, astonished. "Is this true?" I don't think I like the direction that this conversation is taking. The intellect imitator is doing a great job of making me look like an obnoxious and ungrateful bastard who rudely refused a gift. In your dreams, I happen to be capable of standing up for myself. I took out 5 cursed rings and, after hiding their properties, handed them to Tisha. "Choose one and put it on without looking." "But they can't be red," said the girl in surprise. "Exactly. Just choose one and put it on." Tisha took one of the rings, which reduced strength by 5%. put it on her finger, and exclaimed, "It's a cursed ring! Mayan, what is the meaning of this?" As soon as the ring was put on, its properties became accessible to the wearer. Tisha angrily pulled off the ring and threw it towards me. "Why did you do that? I trusted you. You—"
"Hold on, Tisha."
The Emperor interrupted her and turned to address me.
"Open the properties of the other rings and hand them over to me."
There didn't seem anything wrong with Nati's request, so I picked up the ring Tisha threw down and dropped it together with the rest into the Emperor's hand.
"Did you make them?"
The Emperor took a careful look at each ring. "Yes, I made them from the materials gathered in Beatwick, but after the inverters did their job, only items like these came out, no matter what I did."
"What do you plan to do with them?"
"I'll take them to Elizabeth. She can bless them. They're quite useless otherwise."
"Do you still have any of the amulets that you made in Beatwick?"
The former headman kept up his confounding line of questioning. Something began to stir in me that I thought was gone forever. Genuine interest. What can the Emperor want with my rings and amulet? Strange. Yes, here it is. I took out the novice's amulet out of the bag and handed it to Nati. I thought that as soon as he took the amulet, he would immediately turn into a vagrant, but emperors were immune to such things by the looks of it. Nati gave me back 4 rings, leaving only one for himself. He took it in one hand and the amulet in the other, and then did something I thought completely impossible. He combined them together. A bright sun shone through his hands, and when the glow faded, both the ring and the amulet disappeared, as if they never existed. A pleased smile appeared on the Emperor's face. "Dad?" Tisha was looking wide-eyed at her father. "You just—"
"Destroyed something that belonged to another?"
The Emperor raised an eyebrow.
"I know. Mayan's losses will be reimbursed. 100 gold for the ring, and 1,000 for the amulet."
As soon as he uttered those words, I received a message that 770 gold had fallen into my purse.
But that's not the important part. Firstly, Mayan showed me that I was wrong to offer him a blind choice, and secondly, I have an assignment for him."
"A blind choice?" asked Tisha.
"Yes. I offered him a choice of 5 items with concealed properties. He refused to choose. Now I understand why. It seems that he hasn't forgotten who I was before becoming emperor, so his suspicions are not groundless."
I was lucky that the Emperor was so clever. He came up with the reason, explained it, and, most importantly, believed in what he was saying. I was slowly coming back to normal, and was hit by the horrible realization how my refusal must have looked. Here was a prideful shaman turning his nose up at the gifts of the Emperor. I was lucky not to get docked reputation points for this.
"You've shown me that I was wrong," continued the Emperor. "So we should once again return to the reward. This time you will have no choice. I will decide what your reward should be. But this can wait. I can't stop thinking of the chess pieces standing in the main hall. They could have only been created by a cursed artificer. Did you hold such a title?"
I nodded, not understanding where the Emperor was going with all of this. And why did he say did rather than do?
The amulet of the novice of Iluna could be made by any sentient that has a positive reputation with the priestesses. But you were a cursed artificer. Therefore, in order to create such a thing, you had to become a blessed artificer. Is that the case?" I nodded once again, beginning to lose track with all these artificers. There were altogether too many of them.
"Dad, I really don't understand what this is all about," said Tisha, who was still standing next to us. Truth be told, she was voicing my thoughts too. I had no idea what it was that the Emperor wanted.
"Come."
The Emperor waved his hand, and a portal opened nearby.
"I must show you something."
"You have gained access to the Emperor's throne room. Current level of palace access, 46%. Next interior, the Emperor's office." I waved away the message, for which many players would have easily given 2 years of play, and stepped into the portal. What was it that Nati needed? The answer was very unusual. A dagger was stuck right in the center of the throne. I could tell that this was a cursed object without even looking at its properties. The waves of darkness emanating from the dagger were being contained by statuettes of Iluna placed around the throne.
"A present for the future Emperor from Guernica," explained Nati. "No one can touch the dagger, neither the Emperor nor the Dark Lord. It can only be destroyed by combining it with a holy object, as I have just done. But there are very few of these throughout the Empire, and all of these are located in temples. Neither the throne nor those objects can be moved, otherwise they will lose their properties. The new High Priestess has shielded the effect of the dagger on the palace, but I cannot take my throne. An emperor cannot exist for long without his throne. In 4 months' time, I will disappear."
"No!"
came a cry from Tisha. "Calm down, my dear. Not all is lost. In a week I will gather all the heroes of the Empire and ask for their help. According to these scrolls," some scrolls appeared in the Emperor's hands, "a lost relic of light is located somewhere in the depths of the Free Lands. With its help, it will be possible to destroy this dagger. The heroes will have to meet very strict requirements, including a minimal level of 200. Their reputation with the Emperor will not be a factor. I am prepared to meet any exiles halfway and give them a second chance. Although I'll weigh up all the pros and cons first."
So where do I fit into all of this? It looked like the scenario for the opening up of Cartus as a player faction was set to continue a week later and involve high-level players.
"You are a blessed artificer. One can't depend entirely on the search for the relic being successful. For example, it may not be found within the given time. It is my duty as the Emperor to protect my empire from any risk, and you've given me a very interesting idea. Aside from the heroes of the Empire, I will give an assignment to each of the craftsmen. Instead of joining the search effort, they will have to create a holy artifact capable of destroying the dagger. Perhaps someone will succeed. You will be given this assignment right now, even though you don't meet the necessary parameters. As Beatwick had shown, sometimes it's worth taking a risk and trusting a low-level free citizen.
Quest available. Creation of a holy artifact. Description: the Malabar Empire is facing a calamity. A cursed dagger has been plunged deep into the heart of the throne. If it is not destroyed within 4 months, the emperor will perish. Create a holy item that could destroy the dagger. Reward: plus 500 reputation with the emperor, plus 15 levels, plus 50,000 gold coins, a scaling item from the emperor's stores. Penalty for failing the quest: none. Quest type: scenario. Requirements: at least 100 levels in the main profession. The quest cannot be completed if the level of the main profession is less than 100. Level restrictions: none. Time limit for completing the quest: 127 days from the moment it has been given out.
I will do everything in my power to destroy the dagger, were the only words I could force out of myself after reading through the quest description. Plus 15 levels. For this, Anastaria and Hellfire would drop everything and start crafting like mad. It's hard to get your character to level 100, but it is possible. Reaching level 200 would require a special effort. After level 300, however, each level gained is a real cause for celebration. And with this, you would get plus 15 all in one go.
I had no doubt that you would take up the challenge, said the Emperor solemnly. Now, let us once again return to the question of your reward. I think this would suit you better than the rest. With these words, Nati handed me the boots. Wear them with pride. I bowed as I accepted the Emperor's gift and finally had a look at the properties of my reward. What kind of an item was it impossible to get from the Thracinians? Item acquired: Shaman's Boots of Brisk Running. Durability: unbreakable. Description: Shamans spend most of their lives on the road. Comfortable shoes are a guarantee of a happy and living shaman. Plus 40 to maximum level of energy. Spirit summoning time is reduced by 50%, plus player level 10, intellect, plus player level 5, stamina, plus player level 3, agility, plus player level 7, defense from all damage types. Item class: scaling, integrated. Level restrictions: none. Finally, the hamster shook off his apathy. He was jumping happily around the boots, blowing specks of dust off them and looking at the Emperor with love-filled eyes, solemnly promising to craft the holy artifact the very next day. Anything to get another bonus like this. And one last thing. You may try to create the relic in Anhurs with the aid of the High Priestess, but I advise you to travel to the Freelands. There are many untapped resources there, some of which are probably of the hallowed kind. The choice remains up to you. I can only advise. And now, please excuse me. I have to leave you. The Emperor gave me a brief nod, opened a portal, and a moment later I was alone with Tisha. I quickly put on the boots, in case anyone changed their mind, and sadly noted that the bonus from Rick's set disappeared. I had to choose, either to put on this new wonder or keep the bonuses from all the 8 items in the set. The boots were a clear winner. Rick's gear would have to be changed soon in any case. I've outgrown it. Where are you off to now? It looked like Tisha would be sticking with the stunned princess role for some time. The change of Emperor took place almost painlessly, and the developers had already come up with a mass quest for the players. But Tisha was still walking around in a state of shock. Could there be a quest tied to all this? I'm going to pay Beth a visit now. She asked me to drop by as soon as I came to Anhurst. Then I will go to the registrar and finally register my clan. And then we'll see. Princess, can I be of any help to you?"
"Princess? That sounds so strange. Well, no,
Judging by the fact that Tisha was struggling to make up her mind about something, I must have been on the threshold of being given a new quest. I looked at my attractiveness to her. 39 points. Strange. With the ordinary girl Tisha in Beedwick, it was as high as 83 or thereabouts. But here, with her a princess, it was just 39. Of course. These were two different imitators despite there being only one NPC. They reduced it by too much. It looks like I'll need at least 40 points to be given the quest. Damn. I have no way of increasing my score either. I remembered the dress that I gave to Reptilis, and my inner greed toad came out of hibernation. Not only did that lizard fail to pay me the rest of what he owed me, although maybe he did do it, I've not been to the bank yet, I handed him an item that would have been really useful right now. All I would have had to do was make a gift of it to Tisha, and the princess would have been putty in my hands. Any quest, any help, within reason, of course. I was so stupid. "Tisha," I said, risking calling the girl by her name. In Beedwick there was no problem with calling NPCs by their first names, but this was the palace, and she was now the princess, so it could land me in real trouble. "How about this? Right now I'll go and settle my affairs, then come back to the palace in the evening and we'll have a chat. I have access even to the throne room, so we can meet on this very spot. We can have a proper talk then."
"All right,"
smiled the girl, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders.
"Until evening, then."
I barely had time to notice that I was alone. Tisha was gone in a flash. Great. So how will I make my way out of here? It's not like I know the plan of the palace. "The Emperor asked me to accompany you." Like a genie from a bottle, a herald popped up next to me. "Where would you like to go?" "I need to get to the High Priestess of Eluna," I said, quickly recomposing myself. "Please transport me there, or, if you can't take me there directly, to the place where I can ask for an audience with her." "Please come this way." The herald opened a portal, saying, "The High Priestess is ready to receive you." Beth's office had quite a Spartan look. There was a simple table, snowed under with various papers, a wooden chair, and pale modest curtains that completely covered the walls. If this were reality, the curtains would have been sure to conceal a number of guards, ready to strike down anyone that threatened their mistress. In Barleona, however, I was quite sure that the curtains concealed shelves full of books and scrolls not meant for the eyes of ordinary mortals. Although ordinary mortals wouldn't have dreamt of being admitted to the office of the High Priestess, so the matter with the scrolls was worth further thought.
"Man!"
Beth was clearly happy to see me.
"It's so good that you managed to get here quickly.
I have started to sort out the mess left behind by the previous High Priestess,
which is mind-bogglingly terrible.
There was no semblance of a system or proper record-keeping. I already demoted her to the rank of a novice. It's better for her to bring light and warmth to ordinary people than to do paperwork. That was never her strength. I'm sorry, but I have very little time, so I'll get straight to the point. What are your plans in the next 3 or 4 months? I must create a holy item for the Emperor in order to free the throne, I answered honestly. There was little sense in doing anything else. My attractiveness with the High Priestess was at 91, and I was friendly with the priestesses of Eluna, so I could speak the truth, whatever it may be. So, you already know? The Emperor has shared this secret with you? Beth froze for a moment. Then again, I shouldn't be surprised after everything that you've done. After pausing briefly, Beth started to dig around amongst the files on her table. For a few moments all I could hear was the rustle of paper and the subdued mutterings of the priestess. Where is it? You could lose a herd of elephants in here. It's not an office, it's just one big mess. Finally! I can't give you back the ring, Beth continued, giving me a scroll. It vanished the moment I was back in Anhurst. But I owe you a great deal, so I'm offering you the rank of a priest of Eluna. You would skip the novice stage and immediately become a great priest. This matter has already been discussed with the Emperor, and he promised to help. Here's the draft of your agreement regarding the change of your class. You only have to sign it. To the player located in a prisoner capsule, in view of your arrival into the main game world and possession of a positive reputation with the leading NPCs of Malabar, Court Decision Number 45-RS344328 grants you the permission to change your character class. Proposed class, Great Priest. Chosen deity, Eluna, the Light Bearer. Do you agree to change your class? Yes or no? This offer is insufficient to express my gratitude, but I have to start somewhere, added Beth, awaiting my reply. Suddenly, a veil seemed to obscure my sight, and a ringing sound filled my head. It was as if my blood pressure had shot up as a result of what I just heard. I even thought it a good idea to simply close my eyes and try to imagine that everything that just happened was a mistake, and that when I opened them again it would all disappear. But no. The system really was offering me to change my character class from the unpopular shaman to one of the most universal and esteemed classes. The ability to revive players during combat alone was worth a lot, and I would get all of this right now on the spot. I can't. I spoke with some effort, trying not to look Beth in the eye. Experience had taught me that those who consider shamans a weak class understand nothing in this game, and those who know the truth are keeping stumm about it. You refuse? Elizabeth lifted her eyebrows in surprise. Beth, please understand. Do you think I would have managed to do everything that I have if I wasn't a shaman? It's more than just a class. It's a certain way of thinking, acting, and feeling. You can't describe shamans in words. You can only feel them. I may make a good priest, but I would have to destroy an excelled shaman. These are all just words. You think my gift unworthy of you? Overcome with emotion, Beth jumped up from the chair. Why are women so difficult? Will I really have to lose reputation with the High Priestess if I wanted to remain a shaman? Beth, I never said anything of the sort. I can't become a priest. I'm a shaman. You're a coward, not a shaman. You are being offered a big responsibility, and you're trying to wriggle out of it. So that's how it is? Then it's time to bring out the heavy artillery. Beth, if Avtondil and Mariana were kidnapped by Cardus minions and you were given an ultimatum, either become a warrior or your children will die, what would you choose? What? How dare you compare such things? Shouted the priestess. My level of attractiveness in the NPC's properties began to plummet. Currently, it amounted to just 63 points, and if the conversation kept going in the same direction, I could forget about remaining in the High Priestess's favor, with all the ensuing consequences. Yes, I do dare. I had also raised my voice in response to Beth's shouting. Do you think you're the only one in this position? You think that because I'm a shaman I have no responsibilities? Tell me, what would you do? You are forgetting yourself, elemental shaman. Beth cut me off sharply, emphasizing the last word. By now, attractiveness had reached 47. Fine, I will reply for you, I continued. What did you say in Beatwick? Let the children go, we'll stay behind and try to slow them down. You're prepared to face death for the sake of your children, so why do you think that Yes, I would give up everything just so they could live. Attractiveness was at 34. But what do you, a male, free citizen, know about children? How can you compare parts of me that have gained their own being with your shamanism? We had arrived at the moment of truth, the point towards which I had been driving all this time. I was ready to get to the heart of my argument with Beth. Let's see, O High One, what you'll say to this, I thought. I wasn't even looking at the change of class message. The constantly flashing yes, no buttons distracted me only for the first few seconds. Now, as our conversation had descended into shouting, they had grown dim and almost evaporated. I don't need this. I'm a shaman. Draco, come to me. We need to sort something out. Coming. Hello, brother. Did you call me? Draco appeared right next to me. Do you remember him? I asked Elizabeth, who stared at the dragon, eyes wide. He was playing with your son. If I become a priest, he will disappear. Forever. Tell me, does he really deserve to be destroyed? Is the rank of the great priest worth the knowledge, for the remainder of my life, that I was responsible for destroying a dragon? I'm prepared to fall out with you completely, and forever be barred from Iluna's temple as long as my brother remains alive. Damn. I failed to restrain myself and broke into screaming towards the end. It came out altogether too emotional in the end. I forgot, said the priestess, stunned, and I was pleased to see that my attractiveness returned to its initial 91 points, even overshooting to reach 93. I even gained reputation now. Forgive me. The priestess's eyes filled with tears. Forgive me. Beth, I am very grateful to you for your offer, but you can see for yourself that it was never going to be possible for me. But I wished it for all the best reasons. I thought being a priest was such a high honor. Do you see this pile? Beth nodded in the direction of the pile of papers.
These are all requests from free citizen priests to retake the rank initiation test. Currently, there are over 1 million of these priests of Eluna in Malabar, and that number is growing every day. I don't know how many priests other gods have, but they are also quite numerous. So I thought—
And you thought you would make me a great one straight away, right? When I know nothing about what it means to be a real priest? After all, there's a reason that people spend so long in the rank of a novice. You have to learn how to communicate with the goddess and how to master your power. And here, a former shaman would become a great priest. Everyone in Anhurst would laugh if I tried to say a prayer.
That's not that important. You would have learned quickly, so I wouldn't have accepted such a reason for your refusal. But a dragon—
Beth came up to him and looked at me.
Can I touch him? I really wanted to do that when my son was playing with him, but I was too afraid.
What about you, Draco? You don't mind?
Of course not. I like it when people pet me.
Draco put out his head towards the priestess, expecting to be stroked.
Now I can see that for you he is a person, and not just a totem,
the high priestess said solemnly, in fact, not reaching out to touch the dragon after all.
You are a worthy shaman, and long may you remain this way. The choice of the character class has been made. Changes have been recorded. Current class, Elemental Shaman. Now, let's get down to business.
Beth quickly changed the topic.
I asked you about time for a reason. Mayan, the priestesses of Eluna need your help. Quest available: Restoration of a Holy Relic. Step 1. The History of the Missionaries of Eluna. Description: Listen to the High Priestess and learn the story of the Missionaries of Eluna. Requirements: Reputation with Goddess Eluna is greater than 0. Reputation with the Priestesses of Goddess Eluna is friendly or higher. Quest chain class: Rare. Reward for completing Step 1 is plus 1,500 experience, plus 100 reputation with the Priestesses of Eluna. Reward for the quest chain: Variable. Penalty for failing or refusing the quest: Neutral status with Goddess Eluna.
I will do everything I can to help the priestesses. I didn't hesitate for a moment in accepting the quest. Something interesting was afoot, and I wanted in.
10 years ago,
Beth began the tale after settling in a seat behind her table, before abruptly interrupting herself.
Let your dragon go. There's no reason for him to keep doing laps in my office. She continued. Now then, 10 years ago, as soon as I was removed from the position of the High Priestess and sent into exile, a missionary expedition was sent to the Free Lands. It was comprised of 40 novices, 10 junior and 5 ordinary priests, and the mission was headed by the great priest Midiel. Other than the priests, 200 warriors and 50 mages joined the expedition. All of them were at level 200. The official purpose of the mission was to expand Eluna's zone of influence in the Free Lands. But this was a cover. Midiel's main aim was to find the Tear of Eluna, the lost amulet of the High Priestesses. According to our archives, it was last seen in that region. As you can probably guess, the missionary party disappeared. Neither Midiel nor anyone else from the group ever came back, and all their communication amulets ceased to function. What happened to them is anyone's guess. What is more important is that the great priest took with him the Stone of Light, and it hasn't been seen since."
"The Stone of Light?" I interrupted Beth, seeking a bit more detail on this point. "What's that?"
"A concentration of divine light. With its help, priestesses can either drive back darkness or completely restore their strength. With just one use, the stone can restore the power of 2 great or 20 ordinary priests. Afterwards, it needs to be recharged. The recharging happens in a temple. If the stone is placed on an altar, just 2 hours later, it's ready for use again. These stones can have different appearances. Some look like ordinary rocks, and others are statuettes. All the stones of light located in Anhurs are currently standing around the Emperor's throne, shielding the palace from Guernica's cursed dagger. The recipe for making the stones has been lost, so each specimen is precious. This is the complete story. On behalf of the priestesses of Eluna, I ask that you travel to the Free Lands and return with the Stone of Light. Quest: Restoration of a Holy Relic, Step 1. The history of the missionaries of Eluna has been completed. Reward: plus 1,500 experience, plus 100 reputation with the priestesses of Eluna. Quest available: Restoration of a Holy Relic, Step 2. Search for the Stone of Light. Description: Go to the Free Lands. Find the lost Stone of Light that was once in the possession of the great priest Midial, and find out what happened to the missionaries. Requirements: Reputation with Goddess Eluna is greater than 0. Reputation with the priestesses of Goddess Eluna is friendly or above. Combined group level is 600. Quest chain class, Rare. Reward for completing Step 2, plus 35,000 experience, plus 500 reputation with the priestesses of Eluna, plus 100 reputation with Goddess Eluna. Reward for the quest chain, Hidden. Penalty for failing or refusing the quest, none. "One more thing," added Beth at the end. "You can't travel to the Free Lands alone. You will need helpers. I will mark your map with the place where the missionary expedition was headed, but if the level of your group is insufficient, this mark will disappear. Please, don't go by yourself. It's very dangerous."
"I won't go alone," I assured Beth, turning over all my acquaintances in my mind. The combined level of 600 is quite a lot. On the one hand, that's just Anastaria and Hellfire together, but I had no intention of handing this quest over to them. I had to get back in touch with my old connections, find Eric and company, and quickly level up. How much time do I have to find it? If the quest could be postponed by a month, I might have a chance to level up at breakneck speed and gain a dozen levels, irrespective of Eveleth's emphatic threats. That would be great.
"The sooner the better, but you do have 2 months. Gather your team and return to me. You will all be sent by teleportation to the borders of the Free Lands. A month later, I will send other teams. I'm sorry, but this matter is just too important. If we don't hear news from you, I will have to appeal for help from the heroes of the Empire. The stone must be returned." Changes to the quest: Restoration of the Holy Relic, Step 2. Searching for the Stone of Light. Time given for completion, 2 months. "I hope you will return with the stone," said Beth finally. "And now you must excuse me. I am catastrophically behind in getting my affairs in order. Oh, what's wrong with me? I still haven't thanked you for the rescue. The great priest rank wasn't even the main reward. It's this," said Beth, taking out a small box from under her table. Iluna's high priestess is really quite something. So changeable that you end up feeling you're dealing with a child. She switches to a new topic every 10 minutes. Any longer than that, and her brain just gets too tired. It made me wonder if this imitator got a concussion in Beatwick. "It may not be the Emperor's ring, but you may still find it useful. Wear it honorably." Beth opened the lid of the box and took out a ring. She looked at it closely for a couple of seconds, as if searching for a flaw, and then handed it to me. "Item acquired. Holy Ring of Iluna. Description: plus 20% experience gain. Requirements: reputation with the priestesses of Goddess Iluna, friendly or higher. Item class: unusual, blessed." Minimal description, but the effect was simply amazing. So, blessed items can be rather useful. That's it. Blessed items. "Beth, I also have a certain matter to discuss with you. I've made so many cursed things in Beatwick, it's crazy. I still have some of that dubious ore left as well. Can you bless all of these things? I can't sell them, and it seems a pity to just throw all of it away." "Of course, put them all on the table. It's time to give my priestesses some proper work. They could use a break from all the heavy-duty flirting with the guards. You can come and collect all of this tomorrow." "Great! Then I'm off to gather my team. The stone will be found." I put on the new ring and headed for the Bank of Barleona. A flashing pictogram in the form of a letter had been trying to catch my attention for the best part of the last 10 minutes. This could mean only one thing. I had a message in the mail. Of all possible limitations, I only had tax and the presence of pain remaining, so little comforts like notifications and internal clan chats were now accessible. But who could be so keen to get hold of me? Chapter 2. Sea Thistles.
"How can I help you?"
the Bank of Barleona gremlin asked in a squeaky voice as his dark eyes looked up at me. "I'd like to get a personal mailbox that would permit me to send mail from anywhere." I was finally getting around to buying the most important item in Barleona, the basic portable mailbox. Many players head to the bank and buy this useful device on the very first day they roll up a character. Now there would be no need to run to the bank every time I had to send a message or read a letter. I'd have it all right there in my pocket. Of course, the basic version doesn't have all the nice features with settings, content sorting, and use of the Mail Intellect Imitator, but I saw little sense in buying the enhanced version to get all these things. It's not like I was expecting mountains of mail.
"The annual cost of the basic portable mailbox service is 200 gold. Do you wish to make the purchase?"
"But it used to cost 500, I exclaimed involuntarily, greatly surprised by the unexpected decrease in the cost of the service. Lowering prices in any way, let alone having them, seemed out of line with the corporation's usual way of doing things.
"This is the policy of the Bank of Barleona towards persons that have achieved respect with the Emperor," the gremlin said, somewhat pompously, tearing himself away from his papers. "Should you reach exalted, the service would be provided free of charge. Do you wish to acquire the mailbox?"
Well, I'll be. When I played as a hunter, I hadn't managed to increase my reputation with the Emperor by a single point, and had no idea about a nice perk like that.
The saving of $300 a year may not be huge, but was still nice. Yes, I do. Please deduct the sum from my account. I confirmed the message that popped up about the deducted amount and again turned to the gremlin. Your portable mailbox. I was handed a small folder, showily tied together with a red ribbon. Item acquired, basic portable mailbox. Description, you shall now be able to send and receive mail from any location in Barleona. Annual service cost of mailbox, 200 gold. Does not take up inventory bag space. I thanked the gremlin and entered my personal room. The flashing icon indicating new mail didn't go anywhere and was telling me that I had 5 letters waiting for me now. I sat down on the uncomfortable chair, noting that I should look into expanding my personal space here to reduce general discomfort, and opened the first letter. Only today, new erotic show with a copy of The Great Anastasia, 21+. Ticket price, 2,300 gold, video recording prohibited. Show venue, the Ann Hers Dating House. Well, I'll be. Spam. Real, genuine spam. It really has been a while. The filters that I had turned on when I was in Beatwick blocked all mail except that sent directly by other players, so in the past 6 months I hadn't seen any bulk messages. After adding the sender to the blacklist to prevent similar messages getting through, I continued to read the rest. Clan Ponage Meisters invites you into its ranks. We have a friendly and fun team, and all you need to do is bring your first kill. Repair covered by the clan. We have our own repair experts. Clan Triple X invites you. And 20 more letters with similar offers. I went through them one by one, wondering why I was never notified of their arrival, and then noticed their date. Most of the letters had arrived well before the events in Beatwick, when I was still under my parole limitations. 5 had arrived just in the 2 hours that had elapsed since my virtual freedom, and here was I thinking that I had received something important, got my hopes up, and all that. I continued looking through the letters with dampened enthusiasm, gradually forming a blacklist of my own. Just in the last few minutes, 4 more spam letters had arrived. Then I finally came across something unusual. A letter from Evelyn. The envelope had a pictogram of a box next to it, indicating an attachment. I pressed the pictogram and saw the list of things that had been sent to me. 57 scrolls, all jewelcraft recipes, judging by the description. Right. What's in the message, then?
Hello, Mayan. First of all, I would like to apologize for the performance that I had to put on today, but everything had to look genuine to the heralds. Imitators, no way around it. I believe that the enormous boon that you managed to hand my clan merits an explanation on my part. So, here it is. The idea of letting people play on the side of Cartus has been floating around the corporation for some time. They did their best to keep a lid on it, but you can't get away from the human factor in the workforce. So, if you know your way around the net, not only can you find the description of all the new races and classes, but also make an approximate prediction of the update's release date. About 6 months ago, it became clear that all the preparations have been completed and that the corporation was ready to launch the scenario. By some unfathomable miracle, you have ended up being part of it, so I can only hope that your luck will hold out. as soon as the heralds told us that members of the clan have been banned from appearing in the Krong province, it became clear that the scenario had commenced. Constantly coming second can get very tedious, so the decision to transfer the clan to Cartus was taken at the clan assembly. We conducted a clan-wide survey and established our base, 4,000 players who were prepared to move to Cartus. The rest of the rabble was removed from the clan, just as Plinto was. Unfortunately, people like him are uncontrollable. Please keep that in mind when creating your own clan. So all we had to do was wait for the start of the transfer and become the first clan of the Dark Empire. That is when I had a very interesting idea. According to the rumors that reached me, the worse your reputation with the Emperor and the Empire, the easier it would be to transfer your clan, even going as far as gaining respect with Cartus and the Dark Lord. At the clan assembly, we decided to put a player with a positive reputation with both required factions on our official blacklist, so we could end up deep in the minus. It's not possible to just add people to this list on a whim. You need approval of a herald and a dramatic performance. Everything had to be official and clear, including the over-the-top rhetoric, otherwise it wouldn't have worked. So I played my part in the theatrics. We've spent some time looking for a victim, even considering adding Eckler at first. But he had positive reputation with too many useful factions with which we also would have preferred to remain on good terms. Thracinians, for example. And then you turned up. The Emperor expressed his gratitude to you, and this could only mean that your reputation with him is higher than friendly. Then I took a chance, and, as you can see, hit the mark. Aside from the Malabar factions, you don't have any reputation leveled above friendly. Just moments after the herald took you away, I was contacted by the representatives of the corporation expressing their thanks for finding a loophole that allowed a very favorable migration to Cartus. This move has already been blocked, so it can't be used a second time, but our clan was left as it was. We acted within the framework of the game and didn't break any rules, so there won't be any penalties imposed on Dark Legion. Thus, when in 3 weeks' time we migrate to the other empire, we will already have respect with Cartus and the Dark Lord. I realize that the next 3 weeks will be very tough for you, and would like to offer you at least some compensation for the moral damages suffered on my account. I know that you are a very skilled and exceptional jeweler. The cursed chess pieces are proof of this. So I'm sending you jewelcraft recipes that cannot be bought from the trainers. All of them are drops from dungeon bosses, and all are of rare, and some even epic, quality. So I believe they should be sufficient to compensate you for any distress you might experience. I don't want to send you money, as that's unimaginative and will mean that I've bought you. Yours sincerely, the head of the Dark Legion clan, Evelyn. P.S. I hope my idea will not affect the clan's reputation with the Dark Lord. As far as I know, you are in good standing with him as well. It would be a great pity to make that mistake. P.P.S. Try to vanish from places frequented by players for the next 3 weeks. Take a trip to the Freelands. Go on a walkabout or focus on leveling up. Neither I nor the Dark Legion clan have any desire to be constantly sending you for respawn. P.P.P.S. Rather a lot of postscripts here. The only thing I will really miss is the cursed chess pieces. They will disappear the moment we move to Cartus. This has already been verified. I hope that the recipes that I sent will aid you in creating something as beautiful and magnificent.
All this hit me like a bolt out of the blue. There was so much information, and all of it so interesting. It was quite overwhelming. Plinto was removed from the clan because he was uncontrollable. I now have a ton of recipes that were not normally available for sale. The Dark Legion is preparing to migrate to the dark side. Stop. Shouldn't I have a letter about that as well? Only 2 unread letters remained. I looked at the senders. Barleona Administration and Reptilis. Reptilis's letter came with an attachment. That green lizard probably sent me the rest of the money he owed me, so that can wait. Dear player, we would like to inform you that from today you have the opportunity to transfer your character to the side of the Cartus Empire. If you decide to take this step, utter the phrase, "I call upon a magister. I request your assistance," and you will be teleported to the nameless city, the capital of Cartus, and offered the choice of a new race and class. You can find the description of all races and classes in the game manual. Number of times you can refuse to change your empire, not more than 2. After the second refusal, the transfer of the character will become impossible. Duration, a month from the moment you read this letter. To the owners of the clans, you can transfer your clan to the dark side of Cartus only if you have the written agreement of each clan member. Yours sincerely, Barleona Administration. A transfer to Cartus. Maybe I should just throw in the towel now and become a Dark One? I opened the manual and immersed myself in reading. Trolls, Thorin, undead, ogres, dark bloods, ashen elves. Well, I'll be. Over 20 previously inaccessible new races. For players who love everything new, this was paradise. New quests, new lands, new skills, new everything. I thought about moving to Cartus for a few seconds, but then smiled and shooed that thought away. I'm quite happy in Malabar, as it happens.
Hi, man. This is Reptilis, the one you sold the dress to. Here is the remainder of the money, and huge thanks for the dress. I'm lost for words in expressing my gratitude. Once again, please accept my apologies for trying to lead you like a sheep to the slaughter. I had no idea that things would turn out this way. If you ever need help, just say the word. I'll do all that's in my power straight away. Tillis.
So, it looks like Anastasia did like my dress after all. The greed toad heaved a deep sigh one last time, and with sadness saw the 24,500 gold drop into my purse. The time had come for me to reap the results of my work. I opened the folder and started to write letters. Hello, Marina. Listen, you know that I've been put on the Dark Legion blacklist, so I'll be in hiding for the next 3 weeks. Consequently, it won't be possible to meet up with you in the near future. Let's do the following. As soon as I know that I'm no longer under threat, I'll contact you. Daniel.
This player is not currently in the game. Your letter will be delivered later.
First of all, I postpone the meeting with Merida to an unspecified point in the future. I had already decided that we should meet, so it made sense to warn her that I was about to vanish for an uncertain amount of time. Something was telling me that I had to speak with her, but to be honest, I had to admit that I was afraid of this meeting. In the first few months, I would have given a lot to look Marina in the eyes, but now, after I had actually seen those eyes, even just those of her avatar, I had no negative feelings towards her. I realized that I felt neither anger nor rage. Emotions had ebbed away, leaving only the harsh reality behind. Still, it felt so strange to sign with my real name. I had become so unused to it in the last half a year that I had begun to forget it. I had to try to use it more often, or after my release, in 7 years' time, I would still be insisting that my name is Mayan. Right after the letter to Marina, I wrote letters to my former acquaintances, with whom I've played for almost a year and a half, and asked to meet with them. I urgently had to gather my own team, preferably made up of people that I had known before. Elenium was a junior priest of Eluna. Since we were going on a quest handed to us by priestesses, he was bound to get some special bonus out of it. Just a few months before I ended up in prison, Sergei, as he was called in real life, had become a father, so he disappeared from Barleona for a while. I hoped that his little son was doing well and that Elenium was still playing. Dookie was a rogue. In real life, he was Johans, from some Berlin suburb. He was an interesting guy, with whom you could talk about almost anything, ramble through an adventure together, and generally have a great time. That's as long as he keeps his feet on the brakes. If Dookie really lets rip, you'd better hang on. I've hardly ever seen such a nitpicky brainiac. Sushiho was a necromancer. Real name, Paolo, a genuine citizen of Rome. He was a 2-meter-tall teacher of Eastern martial arts, but chose a little gnome as his game character. He wanted to cast himself against type, and he managed it very well. We met up outside the game a couple of times, and we always treated this giant as a shorty. All of us spent a great deal of time together, and even wanted to form our own clan, but never got around to it. Now there was finally an opportunity to make those old dreams a reality. On several occasions, after getting out of the mine, I almost wrote to them, but each time something stopped me. Although this was no something, I know exactly what it was. I didn't want to hang my problems on others. Even if I wrote to them that everything was fine, I would have had to tell them about everything that had happened. What was the sense of burdening them with such boring and unnecessary information as my imprisonment? After these guys, the list of my good acquaintances had run out. Now only Eric, Klutzer, and Leide remained. I had known these 3 for only 2 weeks, but in that time they had shown themselves to be real men, so I immediately wrote a letter to each of them, proposing that we should meet up tomorrow morning at the Jolly Noom Tavern. The blacklist kicked into action only at the end of tomorrow, so I had a little bit of time on my hands. I think that's it. Although, no, there was one more outstanding debt that simply had to be settled. I opened the map of Cardis that I got from the leader of the Dark Goblin mining incursion. It contained 20% of the old Cardis territories. I wondered whether the map remained current or became seriously outdated after the game update. A good question to which I would have loved to know the answer. But this wasn't that important right now. When he sent me that small mountain of jewelcraft recipes, Evelyn handed me a truly massive gift. I had to give him a corresponding reply. I highlighted several areas of the map close to the capital, made a copy of these, and sent it to the leader of the Dark Legion clan under the heading, "A Favor Returned." I may have only shared half of my 20% with him, but I thought this was sufficient not to feel indebted for the rest of my life. The greed toad prevented me from sending the entire map, having risen up in arms in defense of its interests. Now, I really was done. I've sent out all the warnings, meeting requests, and thanks. I could now proceed to pat myself on the back. Although, on reflection, there was one more thing I needed to take care of: Anastaria. The thought of my scaling items was bothering me. What if they get forgotten? Despite there being an agreement in place, unbreakable as it was, I'd still rather play it safe and refresh the memory of the party involved. "Speaking." Anastaria's divine voice filled my personal bank room. "Anastaria, this is Mayhem. Have you already been transported?" "No, we had to port ourselves. To what do I owe the honor? I'm beginning to fear calls from you." Judging by the girl's cheerful voice, she was laughing. "You either chuck me into some backwater shrubbery or turn up demanding to steer a raid. What did you find this time?" "No, I'm calling you about a totally mercantile matter right now. When can I get the Thracinian items that Phoenix promised me? You see, Evelet just declared open season on me, so it would be good to get them now, and not in 3 weeks' time." "Not right now. I'm not in Anhurs. Let's meet in 2 or 3 hours. It will be just gone midnight, and there will be fewer people around. You could barely squeeze through the crowd stomping through the city right now. Let's meet on the central square. The Thracinian place is located nearby. That work for you?" "All right. I'll see you in a couple of hours. I am already on the square. Just dial me as soon as you're here, and I'll come right away. I'll have a look around the shops in the meantime." "Good. Catch you later, then." Anastaria disconnected, but I was wary of her good mood. She was suddenly very calm and approachable. Something wasn't right here. I would have to be very careful during our meeting and keep my tongue in check. I was about to leave, but then saw that I had just received another letter. Strange. Everyone seems to be writing to me these days. I opened the folder and looked at the author. It was Evelet.
"Man, we urgently need to meet. In 10 minutes, in the Golden Horseshoe Tavern. It's on the central square in Anhurs. I've reserved a table. Evelet."
"I'm looking for a decent clan to transfer to Cardus. Those headed for Cardus, join us. It would be easier in a clan. Selling 20 black fox pelts, 10 gold each." The last message stuck out of the general flow of messages like a sore thumb. Anhurs had descended into the chaos of people preparing to move to the nameless city, and I cringed as if beset by toothache. How could I forget that aside from the advantages of being a free citizen, there were also the downsides, such as general city chat. Although Farstead also came with various messages from players, they didn't form such an endless din that was now stressing out my ears. Until you fix the general chat settings, filtering out the unwanted channels, you end up hearing and reading everything on offer from players across Anhurs. Obvious trolling and flooding were forbidden, with the imitators keeping a close eye on this. But even just the shouts searching for groups and seeking sale or exchange of goods combined into an endless clamor. When I was walking to the bank, I didn't take any notice of this, but now the players were really letting rip. Cardus beckoned for many. I quickly went to the settings and added a filter, which sorted types of messages into groups, then breathed a sigh of relief and headed to the tavern. On the outside, with its gray walls, dingy doors, and dirty windows, the Golden Horseshoe didn't stand out in any way, but that didn't stop it being the most expensive tavern in the capital, and therefore the whole of Malabar. This was the place where Barleona's elite would head to celebrate the successful completion of a mission or a raid. Phoenix is thought to have started this tradition by holding a great party there after it won its first prize for completing a dungeon. Only players who specialized in cooking could be chefs in the Golden Horseshoe, and they were paid a handsome salary for their work. Each year, this elite tavern held contests for the best chef in Malabar, offering a job to the winner, and the competition for this position could be stiffer than for gaining the Best Clan title. Just the names of the dishes were quite taxing on the brain, as you struggled to imagine something like grilled flying camartin with slices of devil sore served under Rwandan rosemary sauce, sautéed crocolisk in fox rabbit skin. The dishes' names certainly created an impression. I opened a squeaky door, noting that at least in this regard the developers didn't have to overdo it, and found myself in a fairy tale. Firstly, I immediately found myself in a tuxedo. The system determined that I had a right to enter the building and dressed me in what suited the status of the establishment. The tux was an ordinary illusion, not affecting the stats of my gear in any way, but it still felt very strange. You had to know how to wear a tuxedo, otherwise it would end up looking like it was stuck on a mannequin. A couple of steps later, I realized that it was a skill I completely lacked. Secondly, the inner decor of the establishment presented a stark contrast to its external look. There was gold, crystal, sparkle, and, for some reason, red satin that pretty much summed up the dazzling sight that met me. Everything was so rich and expensive that I couldn't help feeling totally out of place here. With my paltry 60 and a bit thousand gold, I had no business being here. It would have only bought me the entrance fee and a couple of appetizers. Drinks were out of the question.
"Please, you're expected."
One of the waiters distracted me from close examination of a statue depicting a battle of an orc and a dinosaur. I was being addressed by a player. That was the way things were done in the Golden Horseshoe.
"Well, hello once again, you walking surprise."
Evelyn greeted me cheerfully from a sumptuous armchair. An identical tuxedo to the one I was wearing looked so natural on him that I felt embarrassed by my own stiffness. A snow-white napkin, as if any spills or crumbs were even possible in Barleona, was lying on his knees. The table occupied by the leader of Dark Legion was laid out for 2 people, and the selection of silverware provided was pushing the boundaries of reasons. 5 spoons and 6 forks. What was this? Did someone want to humiliate me and show up my lack of proper table etiquette? In your dreams. Clouder, I should find you and definitely make you another dog figurine, or even 2. Even though I didn't really have much practice in applying my posh table manners, the lad had drilled them into me so well that I was quite sure of myself. So, my good sir, 2 can play this game. especially if I keep in mind that I've been given a chance to enjoy top-notch exotic food at someone else's expense, no less. I had no intention of paying. So where's the menu, and what does their drinks assortment look like? Evelyn grinned when I used the salad fork in the right place and sent off the waiter to get another one for the fish.
You continue to surprise me. I'll be honest with you. I expected you to stare at the cutlery in complete bewilderment and make silly mistakes. But it looks like I could learn a thing or two from you instead. Where did you learn all this?
Everyone has their secrets, I said meaningfully, finishing the contents of my glass. It had to be said that the food at the Golden Horseshoe completely justified coming here. I was currently sporting all kinds of buffs. Plus 20% experience for 4 hours, increase of all stats by 10%, and the ambrosial drink with a faint greenish glow increased my energy to 200 points. It would only last 3 hours, but the taste that I was experiencing was out of this world. Speaking of the taste, despite the fact that the majority of the players in Barleona didn't experience any sensations, the sensory filters were turned off in the taverns, giving a player, who might be on a strict diet in real life, a chance to enjoy a very delicious cake without a worry about the millions of calories. This was a very effective marketing move on behalf of the corporation. There weren't all that many places where the sensory filters were turned off. Taverns, dating houses, arenas, and, as it turned out, certain quests such as saving Grey Death. The rest of the time, players didn't have to think about feeling anything inside the game.
Since we've already begun the conversation, allow me to tell you why I sent you this urgent invitation.
Evelyn took a break from his food.
The answer is simple. The map. I received your present, looked at it, and saw that I absolutely had to have the full version.
The full version? I decided to feign utter surprise, playing at being totally clueless about what he meant. At the same time, I was trying to figure out how the leader of the Dark Legion clan could have found out about the map. The goblin prisoner? Unlikely. Perhaps the herald let it slip? Quite possibly, but then...
Yes, the full one, smiled Evelyn,
as if listening in on my internal monologue.
It looks like you're still a beginner cartographer if you don't know that each copy created contains the description of which part of the original has been provided. You've sent me 50% of the map, and I found it quite fascinating. So much so, in fact, that I am prepared to discuss the matter of acquiring the second half.
I took a break from the food, opened the map, and prepared a copy of a small part of it. I looked at the properties of the copy and cursed through my teeth. It was true. Not only did it bear the record of the author, but also the source from which the copy was made. Moreover, everything was editable, and if I had wanted to conceal the information, all I had to do was delete it. If I had only known.
I see you're not taking the old man at his word.
I was once again greeted by Evelyn's smile. He was clearly enjoying all of this. He leant back into his armchair and was in such good spirits that I immediately wanted to do something bad and unpleasant to him, to wipe that smirk off his face, even for a minute. I could just take this fork and... What's happening to me? I somehow never noticed such bloodthirsty tendencies in myself before. Something wasn't right. After looking through all my buffs and debuffs, I found the reason. Berserker, lasting 10 minutes. Bugger it. Looks like one of the dishes that I ordered caused this effect. As soon as the buffs started to land on me in droves, I stopped keeping track of them. Clearly a mistake. I copied Evelyn's pose and tried to control the upsurge of adrenaline. The capsule did its job well. Right now, I felt like I could turn the whole world upside down, run a marathon, tear hellfire apart with my bare hands, or punch Garanika's face in. Yep. The main thing now was not to lose it, and not to allow myself to express any emotions. In my case, attacking another player would mean returning to the mines, and was to be avoided at all costs. Unlike buffs, which could be cancelled at will, there was no such easy option for debuffs. I lost all interest in Evelyn, in the food, and the surrounding world, and turned into a statue. I'm a lump of rock, which sees and feels nothing. I'm a windmill, through which the wind blows without toppling it. I'm—
"Mayen, please, drink this."
I came to myself as a waiter shook me by the shoulder and handed me a glass containing a liquid of some kind. There was still 7 minutes of the berserker left, so it took some effort to suppress my desire to punch the waiter in the face and instead focus on what he was saying. "Please, drink this. It will remove the debuff." With some difficulty, and shaking hands, I poured the liquid down my throat. It burned, but my head cleared straight away. The overwhelming impulse to act left me, and I could look around with normal eyes. Where did all these people come from? There were 2 waiters standing in a line, a plump dwarf wringing a chef's hat in his hands, an elven lady in a luxurious dress, and a herald. That was all, aside from Evelyn, who was warily examining my face.
"Mayen, how are you feeling?"
The tension was broken by the herald's question. The crowd had exploded. The waiters were shouting threats at the chef, the lady at the waiters, Evelyn at the lady, and only the dwarf stood silent and downcast, his eyes on the ground. "What exactly happened here?" I asked the herald in return. "Why did I end up with the berserker debuff?"
"A chain of coincidences," came the chef's whisper through the surrounding din. "Who would have thought that mixing illics and carpatosses while washing them down with swana and snacking on sherpalis could result in a berserker? This is pure alchemy, and I'm no expert in that. No one before you has ever ordered such an original collection of dishes, so totally unsuitable to each other."
Yeah, that's me, all right. Fear the shaman, who has landed a freebie.
"Mayen, could I have a moment of your time?" said the herald in an official tone.
Everyone around me immediately fell silent. No one wanted to interrupt a herald.
"Please sign Form 12.4a to submit an official complaint about a premeditated attempt to make you cause damage to bystanders and send you back to the mines."
At this news, the lady in the dress gave a subdued shriek and went pale. I didn't even know that a player's avatar could lose color, something to remember.
"This complaint will be examined in the course of an hour. The minimal punishment for this offense, stipulated by the law on prisoners of the Malabar Empire and Barleona, and consequently the real world, amounts to a year-long confinement in the mines. The punishment will be applied to the executive manager of the Golden Horseshoe Tavern,
At this, the elven lady turned a shade whiter, which previously seemed impossible. "And to the chef who cooked these dishes. The form has already been filled out. All you have to do is add your signature." A text with "signature" button appeared before my eyes. The dwarf didn't lift his head, and everyone else froze, expecting my decision. "Why am I not on this list?" I asked the herald after reading the statement. "I was the one that chose the dishes. No one was exactly force-feeding me here. This means that I'm as much to blame as these two." I nodded towards the chef and the manager.
"According to the rules of sensory establishments," volunteered Evelyn, "the checking of the dishes and their combinations is the responsibility of said establishment. Even a crazy combination like the one you ordered should have been checked for compatibility and any eventual negative results. Those who fail to follow procedure will be punished. From what I can remember, this is the 9th time this sort of thing has happened. Am I right?"
He looked questioningly at the pale-faced elven manager. The latter was only capable of giving a weak nod and swallowing.
"The Golden Horseshoe values its clients too much to permit itself such errors."
I read over the statement once again, looked at the dwarf, the elf, Evelyn, and the herald, found the small "Refuse" button, and, with a swift move of my virtual hand, pressed it without hesitation. "Please explain your choice," asked the herald, his words devoid of any emotion. Even the usual ringing in his voice seemed subdued. "I've done time at the mines, and I know what it's like. You have to be a complete bastard to wish ill towards someone who has tried to achieve perfection with his creation. I don't need this." "Your choice has been made." There was a clap of the portal, and the herald sped away to his other errands. "You're fired," the manager, who had now come to herself, hissed to the chef. "I want you out of my sight and out of the tavern this very second."
"Will you let us eat and to talk in peace already?"
Evelyn got their attention by leaning over the table and banging a knife on a glass.
"Please sort your problems out after my meeting."
After throwing me a meaningful gaze, the manager departed. The waiters blurred into the scenery, and the chef simply vanished. He was probably automatically removed from the building.
"It was a mistake to let it go," chided Evelyn as soon as everyone was gone. "She will still be fired. The owner will not stand for such a disgrace. This tavern's reputation has taken a serious blow in any case. When it comes to it, don't agree to anything less than 3 free meals a day for a year. You can send the request within the next 7 days. They will agree to all of your demands. I'm sorry that I've become the unwitting cause of this situation. Nothing would have happened had I not invited you here. But let's not lose any more time. The map. I really need the full version. The change in Carter's locations has meant an automatic update of all the maps, so old maps have not become obsolete. I won't ask how you got it. I'll just say that I need it. What would you ask for it?" This is a very abrupt jump. Now it was my turn to smile. From fighting the berserker debuff to selling the map, please let me catch my breath a little.
I never thought that the map could interest you quite that much, so I haven't thought of what I could ask in return. What can you offer?"
"It's not very nice to try to shift responsibility onto others. How am I supposed to know what it is exactly you might need? Are you suggesting that I should decide instead of you?"
You've missed the mark in trying to appeal to my pride. Unlike me, you know very well just how much this map is worth, so we are on very unequal footing here. After all, you've most likely already decided what you're prepared to pay for the second half, so there's no point beating about the bush. Make your offer, and I will agree or decline.
Are you feeling so completely unperturbed when talking to one of the most influential players in the game?
Evelyn had adopted a familiar, informal manner and was addressing me more directly now.
One gets the feeling that speaking to players of my level is something you do every day. Emperor, heralds, almost all the players that I know start to worry, stutter, or confuse their words when speaking with someone of my standing. You, on the other hand—
Have I understood you correctly that you have no intention of making an offer? I interrupted the leader of the future best clan of Cartus.
1,000,000 gold, Evelyn finally decided. That's excluding the compulsory 30% that, as I know, you get deducted from every payment.
1,000,000 gold for a copy of the map? This isn't just a good deal. It's the deal of the century.
But I have one condition.
Evelyn brought me down to earth.
We sign an agreement that no one else, except you, is to use this map. After this, it couldn't be sold, gifted, or exchanged. I don't wish to see another clan in Cartus in possession of this information. This is my offer.
I agree. I didn't even have to think about this deal. 1,000,000 gold for a bunch of virtual numbers is a very good investment. Skill increase, +2 to trade, total 9. Achievement earned, moneybags level 1. 9 transactions worth over 1,000,000 until the next level. Achievement reward, the amount of money dropped by mobs has increased by 10%. This ability affects any players under your command. You can look at the list of achievements in the character settings.
I didn't think there existed a man capable of surprising me twice.
A pleased Evelyn stretched in his armchair after putting away the full copy of the Cartus map I gave him.
After Beetwick and the opening up of Cartus, everyone forgot that dragons have returned into the game, and you are directly connected to this development. You even know one of them. And then the map. You are simply a mine of surprises. I have a proposal for you. If you're able to surprise me a third time, I'll give you a present. This has no time limit. You can take forever if you like. I'm just curious if you'd manage it a third time.
Forever is just too long. I prefer to act in the moment. With that, I opened my sack, took out the Eye of the Dark Widow, uncovered its properties, and put it on the table before Evelyn. I'd been intending to start showing off the eye for some time, since I had to start gathering the team to complete this quest, so now was as good a time as any. The Dark Legion's leader's hands jerked in a grasping movement towards the eye, and his face turned into one big question. How? But he quickly controlled himself and regained his impassive demeanor. In just 2 days you will receive the promised present. After a pause, Evelyn asked, How much? It's not for sale. I'd like to try this myself. Then I propose an alliance. As soon as I cross over to Cartus, only competent players will remain in the clan. We can help you do the quest. Naturally, all the loot will be yours, and I'm prepared to pay for my clan to be included. Think about it. No need to decide now. Making an alliance with the first clan on Cartus would bring many benefits. I'll definitely think it over, I promised Evelyn, and returned to my food. At the tavern's exit, I was met by a respectable-looking goblin, the owner of the place, by the look of it. After a brief bout of bargaining, I was granted the opportunity to come to the tavern 3 times a day for 2 years. I could also bring up to 3 people with me. Keeping in mind the buffs one could gain in the tavern, I considered this a good investment for my future clan. Speaking of the clan, with all these meetings, I completely forgot that I had been planning to drop by the registrar. While there was still time, it was a mistake I had to quickly remedy. The mark in the shape of an azure sea thistle looked simply magnificent on my cloak, and the see-through flower before my name indicated that I belonged to a clan. The Sea Thistles clan has made its debut in Barleona. At first, I wanted to pick a serious and intimidating name like Wings of Terror, Night Legion, or Dragon. But then some common sense clawed its way back. Why? Who was it that I was trying to impress? And for whose benefit was I thinking up excuses? Myself? It's just that the alternatives were even worse. The registrar, an old plump man with an impressive mustache and similarly impressive potbelly, stood by the desk patiently penning something down. Registering a clan was abominably simple. You pay 5,000 gold, pick a name for the clan from the list of available names, and you've got your clan. The system automatically generated the emblem, which could be edited later, should you ever get around to it. Then the clan emblem was slotted next to the player names, and that was pretty much it. After paying the required fee, I opened the list of names. Just like player names, clan names had to be unique within each continent. The list of recommended names numbered over 10,000, and I had no idea which filter to use to narrow down my search. Dragon. I tried my luck and saw a message that this name was unavailable. The recommended names of Red-Nosed Dragon and Gold-Digger Dragon Killers, and so on, sounded like the products of someone with a small imagination and a big hangover. After going through a couple more possibilities that sounded interesting, I finally gave up. Will I really have to name it? I don't care. I've been playing in Barleona for many years now. I think not. After playing around with name filters and setting them to look for single-word clan names, I looked at the list of names that came up. Fartizans, Floodland, Sea Thistles, Croutonistas. Sea Thistles. Why not? Name of newly created clan, Sea Thistles. Please confirm. There were 2 buttons, yes and no. I could see, of course, that the name sounded stupid and off the wall,
but I liked it. Clan Sea Thistles has been created. Clan leader, Mayan. Current clan level 1. Next level gained, 20 million clan points. That was that. The registrar handed me a paper confirming my right of clan ownership and returned to his desk. I would have to go and read up in the manual what these clan points were and how to go about getting them. Due to the presence of players that have earned the First Kill achievement in the Mushu dungeon, Clan Sea Thistles receives +2 resource points for all gathering professions, +2% for creating a copy of an object for all crafting professions at no extra resource cost. These properties combine with the properties of other dungeon first kills.
I'll take 2 of those. How could I forget about this? The first kill. Now I saw why Phoenix tried so hard to get at least one person with this achievement to join its ranks. At higher profession levels, especially with gathering, of diamonds, for example, getting +2 to the gathering resource. I think I want another first kill. After accepting the flower, generated by the system as the clan symbol, I went around the profession trainers. First, I dropped by the mining and cartography trainers, where I increased the hardiness and scroll scribe specializations to 10%. The next 5% would come at level 150 of the profession, so it was still some way off. I didn't even bother visiting the cooking and repair trainers. With my level in these professions, there wasn't much for me to do there. Now only jewelcraft remained.
"Welcome! How can I help you at such a late hour?"
A colorful gnome greeted me elaborately. Sporting a red velvet dressing gown tied with a patterned belt, the jeweler constantly fiddled with his beard as if he had no other purpose for his hands. "I've come to be trained," was my simple reply. I had a brief chance to look through the scrolls sent by Evelyn, and not one of them was for someone with a profession level lower than a 100. I was still too much of a beginner for them with my 42 levels.
"Please touch the book,"
said the trainer, clearly losing interest. It was strange that only jewelers required you to touch the skill book. Other trainers that I had known managed without it. Not wishing to disappoint the gnome, I put my hands on the book, where some incomprehensible symbols immediately appeared and came together to form a text. The gnome quickly glanced at the emerging lines, turned around, took a step away, and then froze. Extremely slowly, he turned his head again toward the book, took another slow step back, and stared intently at the text. An eternity seemed to go by. No more than a minute, in actual fact, before the trainer recovered from the shock. What a strange intellect imitator this NPC has. It seems altogether too involved in playing out the role.
"The cursed artificer that has turned into the blessed artificer. The author of the cursed chess pieces and the orc warriors from the Commandant chess set. The creator of exact copies of the dwarf warriors from the Commandant chess set."
The trainer breathed out loudly, tore his gaze away from the book, and looked at me.
"It's been a while since I've had such an interesting student."
He paused and then said, chuckling,
"With just 42 levels in the profession. Did you level up in your skill only by creating rare and unique items?"
"No,
It doesn't matter,"
the jeweler interrupted me.
"You've come to learn, and I will teach you. What would you like to know?"
"I need all the recipes for my level and want to offer you this one." I opened my Jewelcraft recipe book, created a scroll with the stone rose recipe, and handed it to the gnome. "I would also like to learn how to sift ore so I can get precious stones from it. I think that's it." The gnome gave me a businesslike glance, chuckled, took out a piece of granite from under the counter as if it was just waiting for him there, closed his eyes, and in just a few seconds was holding my rose in his hands.
"Man's stone rose. I can offer 50,000 gold for the recipe right now, or you can get 60 to 70 for it if you put it up for auction. What would you prefer?"
"Send it to the auction house. I'm in no rush to get the money, so no point losing out on the extra 10,000.
"All right."
The scroll and the rose created by the trainer disappeared, and I acquired yet another agreement, this time about the sale of the recipe scroll at the auction house.
"I have no scrolls for someone of your skill level. You should gain at least 10 more levels, and come back then. As for the sifting, this isn't that hard to teach. It would be more difficult to actually get any stones out of ore. You may have a decent drop chance for beginner-level precious stones and rare minerals, but getting a sapphire would be near impossible. The percentage chance is just too low. But if you still want it, it'll cost you 10,000 gold.
Your character has acquired a new ability, ore sifting. Requirement, knowledge of the jewelcraft profession. There is some chance of getting a precious stone from the sifted ore. During the sifting, the ore disappears. The chance of getting a precious stone depends on the ore level and the level of jewelcraft profession. Crafting stat bonus. When sifting ore, you have an additional, crafting divided by 5, percentage chance of discovering a precious stone corresponding to the ore level. Damn! Double damn, even. And here I was thinking that crafting would grant an impressive bonus in this case as well, but it only increased the drop chance by a minute percentage. Only 1 out of 100 siftings might end in success, or might not, should the dice decide to roll the other way. So it looked like I would have to buy the stones for making the dwarf warriors after all. Speaking of which, teacher, I have one more question. I did create the orc warriors, as you correctly noted, but when I began to make the dwarf warriors, I came out with just copies. Full and exact copies, but still only copies. Why do you think that might be?
What did you make the dwarves out of?
Out of lapis lazuli, as specified in the description.
No. Where did you get it? Did you mine it or buy it?
It was a gift.
So there is your answer, smiled the gnome. The Commandant set can't be made out of bought stones. The person recreating it must gather each stone himself, either from a vein or by sifting, or, as I see in your case, from smelting ingots. You do have crafting, after all. By the way, as soon as you get a second gem cutter, you will be able to craft items that deliver up to plus 180 bonus to the stats. That's the limitation until you reach a third gem cutter. Anything else?
Thank you. I've found out all that I need to know. I heartily thanked the trainer. I now understood why I ended up with just copies of the dwarves. I had to gather the lapis myself. Anastaria's call caught me as I was about to reach the square, where I had headed straight after leaving the jeweler. "I'm in the square. Come over." The solitary figure of the girl could be seen from afar under the lamp-posts. An occasional player running through the square might almost whistle as they spotted her, but they didn't dare to stop. Anastasia was known to be a cold and discerning beauty. Incredibly, she combined the qualities that most people all too often lack: brains, beauty, and awareness of her abilities. This made her an incredibly dangerous opponent to anyone who might dare challenge her. As far as I knew, there were even special clans named We Love Anastasia and Anastarians, who were ready to shred anyone on her account. "Looks like you were in no hurry," smiled the girl as soon as I entered the square. "Has being late for a date with a beautiful girl, as you put it, become the norm for modern men?" "It's one thing if it's a date," I parried. "But there is a 0 chance of our meeting to arrange for my robbery of Phoenix passing for a date. And anyway, you have so many admirers that being one of the multitude holds little interest for me." "One of?" Anastasia smiled once again. "I agree. There's little interest for a dragon to be one of anything." "Look who's talking, oh gorgeous one, vanquisher of sirens." I returned Anastasia's smile, noting with some pleasure that the girl's eyes momentarily widened. "Oh yes, I completely forgot. When was your birthday? Or is it still to come? I've completely lost track." "It's already been and gone. Last week, in fact. Why?" Anastasia stopped, turned around, and stared at me. "Did you decide to give me a present? Like those cursed chess pieces?" "Why do you think so ill of me? You're ready to drag up those cursed chess pieces at the drop of a hat. That's not playing nice." I smiled and took the copy of the Dwarf Warriors out of my sack. "I realize I'm late with this, but it comes from the heart." Anastasia was quite a sight. As soon as I took out the figurines, her face became a frozen mask, and only the movement of her brown eyes indicated that she was still here. I decided not to reveal their properties, dragging out the moment of the handover. Stacy was doing her very best to hide her desire to snatch them out of my hands and have a closer look. She could see that these were dwarves well enough. "Here you go." I handed over the chess pieces to the girl, and just had enough time to pull back my hand. So swift was the Lady Paladin's move to get them. Did these figurines really mean that much to her? "Copies?" The girl's outraged voice seemed to shake the entire city. "You just palmed me off with copies? You dared to think you'd be let off with copies, and you call this a birthday present?" "What do you mean, palm off? I've made you a present, and now you're screaming at me." I was rather enjoying watching the girl fly into a rage. When she was angry, she became so sweet that it was too easy to forget that one of the most dangerous players in Barleona was standing in front of me. "And you can quit play-acting already. You may make a fine actress, but you're overdoing it a tad. You've been building an Iron Lady reputation for yourself for too long to make the current hysterics all that believable." "That's not playing nice." It was like Anastasia was suddenly replaced. In the blink of an eye, she regained a calm and slightly ironic demeanor. "You're not letting a girl savor the limelight. What if acting was my life's dream, and you simply don't get my moments of inspiration? Do you know why you ended up with copies? I doubt this was what you were aiming for when you were making them." "Yes, I figured it out." "Man, we could make one hell of a team. Your inexplicable luck, my resources and analysts, it would be a win-win for everyone. Look at how you grew in Beatwick.
Before the battle, you were level 14, and now you've already reached 67. Players like this are highly valued in Phoenix. And what are the sea thistles? Where did they come from? And where did you dig up such a clan, by the way?
I didn't dig it up. I set it up. For now, I'm its only member. I jokingly pushed out my chest, showing off the great hero that was standing there for all to see. You said that you were interested in the position of a deputy in my clan, so that position is now open. I'm inviting you to join me, but only after I get the 4 items off Phoenix. Come over. I've got cookies. Anastaria's ringing laugh echoed through Anhur's.
You are the first to try to poach me, chuckled the girl. So you'd better tell me what it is you have that would make me consider your offer.
That's easy. You already know about the cookies, and they're far from trivial. Now you know about the copies of the dwarves, too. What else can I offer you? I don't even know. I paused, as if thinking. This too. I've found the dragons, but I won't be telling where they can be found to just anyone. I even got to know one of them. Well, you saw all that. On the one hand, if I was doing things by the book, I should have completely denied my connection with the dragons. You were all just seeing things. But on the other hand, there were just too many witnesses to our little chat near Beatwick. I think that's it. So, give it a think. I don't offer cookies to just anyone. Anastaria walked next to me in silence for some time, probably gathering her thoughts. Of course, I understood that inviting such a player into my clan looked stupid, at the very least. It's not like she would ever leave Phoenix. She didn't become the head of the clan to swap all that for sea thistles. But one can dream a bit. It's not enough. Finally came the girl's voice. Just a tiny bit more, and you'd be there. What else do you have that would tempt me to leave Phoenix and become a sea thistle? That's it, I said in surprise. Is everything that I've offered you so far insufficient? You truly are insatiable. You have a think, and perhaps I'll go for it. Stacy gave me a serious look. We're here. If you offer me something else once we leave the Thricinians, it's quite possible that I would agree. Think, shaman. Is she hinting at the Carmandant chess set? On the one hand, only an idiot wouldn't realize by now that I'm the one that made it. On the other hand, no one has any proof. No, for now I wouldn't be showing the orc warriors off to anyone. I have a different solution. Despite the late hour, the representatives of the Thricinian faction were still open for business. And really, it's not like NPCs had much else to do.
How can we be of service, Anastaria?
A strange creature addressed the paladin. It had blue skin, 2 small horns, hooves, and a tail. The Thricinian race was unknown to the wider public. At one point, I spent a considerable amount of time trying to find out who they are. I discovered that they are called Danrai. Apart from that, who they are and what their history was remains unknown. I would like to buy 4 items of the highest quality I can access, which would suit this man. She nodded in my direction. We need shaman items. Please show us what you have. Phoenix will foot the bill.
Please follow me.
The Danrai addressed me, and then turned back to the girl.
Anastaria, please wait here. Would you have some supper while you're waiting for your guest?
What on earth did she do to earn such special treatment? We entered a small room, and the Danrai asked me,
"What are you interested in?"
"I need 4 items. Can you tell me if there is a set among the items of the level that has been made available to me? For a shaman," I added, just in case.
"Yes, there is. Please wait here."
The Danrai pointed me to a sofa in the room that we just entered.
"The set will be brought out in a moment."
Just a few minutes later, a young Danrai lady came out, holding gloves, pants, a belt, and, by the looks of it, bracers. Well, well, let's see what we've got. Shaman pants of Danraic inspiration. Durability, unbreakable. Description, +10 to the maximum level of energy, plus character level 6, intellect, plus character level 3, stamina, plus character level 2, agility, plus character level 4, to defense from all damage types. Item class, scaling set. Level restrictions, no. Set of 2 items, +30 to the maximum level of energy. Set of 4 items, plus character level 10 to intellect, plus character level 10, stamina. A similar set of stats came with the gloves, the belt, and the bracers. I put the set aside and asked to be shown a few more items, but no combination of 4 ordinary items could ever approach this set. It looked like my choice was made. "I'm taking these." I pointed to the Danraic inspiration set and then asked my guide, "Can you tell me why you hold Anastaria in such high regard?"
"The great warrior," replied the Danrai solemnly, "aided my people in gaining knowledge of our world. I cannot tell you more. You should ask her yourself. Thank you for making the choice so quickly. Some free citizens spend up to a few days inside our walls, trying to evaluate every item."
I put on the set and looked at my stats. Fear me, mere mortals. 1958 stamina and 1958 intellect. That's aside from my still unspent 265 stat points. I was afraid to even think how much such a set might cost. "Have you come up with something else to interest me?" asked Anastaria playfully as soon as we left the Thracinians. "Or have you got nothing else?" "Nothing?" I said with overplayed surprise. "Of course I have something to tempt you with. Like this thing, for example." I took out the Eye of the Dark Widow, which I'd shown off to Evelyn, uncovered its properties, and showed it to Stacy. "But that's just something I have among all the other bits and pieces." After she saw the eye's properties, the girl's face once again turned into an unreadable mask. "So, will you come over?" I asked. "I have a lot of stuff like this. I just don't have anyone who's able to utilize it." 2 million gold, clean, free of your tax, and the boosting of your entire clan to level 120, including all those that you invite. Half of the loot that we'll get in the raid will be yours." Stacy immediately found her bearings and started to bombard me with offers for buying the eye. Strange. Is it really that valuable? In that case, I'm a damned fool for showing it off now, and not after I reached level 100. "It's not for sale. I've already declined Evelyn, and I will refuse you too. The eye is only for the Sea Thistles clan. So, you decide." I smiled once again. "The place of the deputy is free and awaits you." "Send me an invite." Anastaria's calm voice stopped me dead in my tracks. What on earth is "send me an invite" supposed to mean? Is she for real? Or is she calling my bluff? I opened the interface of the invitations to the clan, selected Anastaria, and sent her a clan invite specifying the position of the deputy head. The probability that she was bluffing was just too high, so I wasn't too worried. Leaving Phoenix for sea thistles. Her own clan would shoot her on the spot.
Player Anastaria has joined the Sea Thistles clan. Rank, Deputy Head of the clan. Clan achievement gained, 100's no limit. Clan achievement gained, 200 in my sights. Clan achievement gained, 300's no myth. Due to the presence of players that earned the first kill of the Bloody Scythe dungeon, the Sea Thistle clan gains, the speed of energy regeneration for all clan members increased by 10%. The speed of hit point regeneration for all clan members increased by 10%. These properties combine with other properties of other dungeon first kills. Due to the presence of players that earned the first kill of the Dungeon of Fear, the Sea Thistles clan gains.
And then followed the list of 25 first kills, giving bonuses to all clan members.
And now, Mayan, we will sign an agreement, purred Anastaria, looking pleased. You can't have any secrets from your deputy. Otherwise, it would be the wrong sort of clan.
Chapter 3. Anhers. Everyone knows the expression, turn to stone. Although it was something I thought impossible, it looked like this was a time for all preconceptions to come crashing down. Anastaria had joined Sea Thistles as deputy head of the clan. Aside from the fact that both Phoenix and the admirers of this sweet scoundrel will have my head for this, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to remove her from the clan for the next 3 months. The leaders are closely linked to their clan, so they have to be chosen very carefully. From the moment they're appointed, it isn't possible to disband the clan, not as long as it contains someone else holding the deputy head position. Something was telling me that my little joke had landed me in a whole world of trouble.
Stacy, what are you up to?
I attempted to recover from the shock, regain my composure, and try to wriggle out of the situation. Transferring from one clan to another was nothing out of the ordinary, and players often switched their membership, which is why the leading clans introduced salaries and offered bonuses, such as places in exclusive raids, in order to keep their core team together. People are the most important resource in Barleona, and can become the object of stiff competition. The structure of any clan is very simple. Head, deputy, treasurer, castle owner, and normal members. This standard setup can be changed at any time after a chat with the registrar. I decided not to complicate things and left the standard structure in place. I could review it once other people started to join. Now then, because any player may leave the clan at any time, the clan founder, in this case me, would sign a temporary agreement with the hired players covering the exchange of information, joint exploits, leveling up, access to resources, and other game-related things. Moreover, as far as I know, such agreements are not signed with everyone, but only with players of some importance to the clan. I was frantically trying to remember everything that I knew about clans, when Anastaria said, looking pleased,
Deputy Head, you know, it's the first time this has happened to me, to be so dramatically demoted in the gaming social ladder, from the head of the best clan in Malabar to a deputy of a new and completely unknown clan. You owe me a cookie.
Stacy, you didn't answer me. Despite the apparent recklessness of your decision, I don't believe you've made it on the spur of the moment. That's not the kind of person you are. So do please spill the beans on what's going on and why you accepted my invitation. And what's with the dirty hints about the absence of secrets between clan members and the disappointment of the heralds? Are you trying to call my bluff? Let's go to the Golden Horseshoe for dinner and for a chat, bossling. We will spend at least 3 months together, so it's time you put all your cards on the table. I bet you've never been inside the horseshoe. I'll pay. As soon as we stepped inside the tavern, we were dressed in the compulsory evening attire. I looked at Anastasia and was stunned. A glamorous, dark, figure-hugging dress showing considerable cleavage, an ideally matching necklace, the hairstyle. I was looking at the embodiment of every man's dream. If she's anything like her gaming avatar in reality, all the top suitors in the world would be fighting over her.
"Can I be of assistance?"
A waiter had materialized next to us, but couldn't help staring at Anastasia wide-eyed. "I need a table for my lady friend and myself," I said, beating her to it, and eliciting another astonished stare from the girl. "What, something else you didn't know about? Surprise."
"Please follow me."
The waiter directed us towards the depths of the hall. I don't know why, but I offered Anastasia my arm, which she accepted without hesitation, and we followed the waiter, like a model couple. The hall was almost deserted. Only a couple of tables were occupied. There sat the tavern's patrons, surrounded by domes of silence and distortion. The Golden Horseshoe looked after the virtual secrets of its guests. I pulled out a chair, helping Anastasia to sit down, and, having once again sent my silent gratitude to Clowder for his lessons, started to look through the menu. As I pretended to concentrate on choosing the dishes, I tried to think through the impending conversation. Arguing with Anastasia in the street would have been very bad form. It's not like we're little children or anything, screaming and stamping our feet all over the place. I realize that there are pros and cons for the clan as a result of the presence of such a member. So first I would like to understand what it is that Phoenix wants, and then decide which of these things I'm prepared to give up. You have access to the Golden Horseshoe. That was more of a statement than a question from Anastasia. When ordering, I hadn't even looked at the names of the dishes in the menu and just picked the first thing at random. So I was now staring at some long, blue sticks that were wriggling for some reason. Had I not spent time in the mines, just the sight of them would have been nauseating, let alone imagining eating something like that. But after the monumental mass of green goo that we were fed at Prike, any food would look appetizing. Of course, why on earth shouldn't I? I emphasized the last word. Have access to this place. Since we're talking now, please do explain the performance that you put on earlier and what I can now expect from Phoenix. Performance? Expect from Phoenix? Anastasia pointedly raised an eyebrow, as if she had no clue what I was talking about. You offered me to switch clans, and I agreed. She gets 0 points for that. It really has been a difficult day today, and it doesn't look like it's going to get better any time soon. And tomorrow, I'll have to meet up with the guys and explain to them why I invited someone into the clan without giving them any say on it, and why I immediately offered her the position of deputy head. Stacy, let's talk plainly now. I do, of course, understand that you may leave at any time, But as head of the clan, I have a whole day to flesh out an agreement with you, which will include a point about your compulsory presence in the clan for the next 3 months, during which I cannot remove you. Care to refresh my memory on what's scheduled to happen in the next 3 months? If I remember correctly, this will be the period of preparation for the inter-clan competition, time which you will not spend within Phoenix. Are you prepared for this?
Blackmail really doesn't become you.
And your words about the wrong sort of clan weren't blackmail?
How I hate all these negotiations.
The girl leant back into her chair.
It's a lot more interesting to solve the developers' puzzles, come up with plans for successful dungeon runs, or explore Barleona's history. Right now, I'm sitting here doing my best to look all aloof and mysterious. No one approved my leaving. Eckler has already contacted me and said he'll have my head if I don't return to the clan before the other players find out. So I'll be in your clan right up until the moment we leave the horseshoe. Then I'll ditch you most unceremoniously. Why on earth did I do it?"
Anastasia fell silent and stared at her plate of food. "Information." I completed her thought. "You need information. But why do you need information about a mere 67-level player? Compared to you, I'm a total nobody and a noob."
"You want me to tick off the points on my fingers for you? I'll do it. I'm not too proud. The Commandant chess set, the cursed chess pieces, taking part in the Cartus launch scenario, possession of information on dragons, possession of a key to another world, inexplicable immunity to my poison. Speaking of which, how? And access to the golden horseshoe to top it all off. So there you are. The fingers of one hand were insufficient to count the ways in which you differ from a noob. I thought that in the moment of euphoria from getting such a player to join your clan, you'd spill the beans on at least some of these things. I'm sorry. I formed a mistaken opinion where your brains are concerned. I'm honest, as you can see. I really do want to get information on all these things, which is why I risked taking such a step. I simply improvised. Player Anastasia has left the Sea Thistles clan. The Sea Thistles clan loses the following bonuses from the first kill.
Just a few seconds later, the emblem of Phoenix appeared next to the girl's name. Anastasia returned to her clan. Key to another world? What are you on about? I decided to clarify a point that had been bothering me.
The eye that you showed me. This quest takes place both in Barleona and in the world to which the tarantulas departed. I could be wrong, but judging by similar quests, we would first have to kill a priest who intends to bring back the old ones, then activate the eye and jump to the other world, where we would meet up with the spiderlings of doom and show them the error of their ways. At the end of the quest, each member gets an amulet that usually grants an extra 5 to 10 levels to a character, and a certain amount of reputation with the Emperor, and the first kill, of course, the usual stuff.
I see. Thanks. Well, since we're off to such a good start, can you explain to me why you need the Commandant chess set?
Aside from the fact that it's an exceptionally unique item in the game, it unlocks access to the founder of this world. According to the information we've obtained, the cave that contains the creator, or whoever he left behind him, also contains the very best bonuses in the game. This is somewhere I'd very much like to see. so I'm prepared to pay a lot for an entry ticket. Until all the elements of the chess set are put together, it's of little use. Access is only possible when this takes place. The path to the place where the chess set can be activated is veiled in riddles contained in each type of chess piece. The first is contained in the orcs. Have you solved it?
Why are you telling me all this? I shrewdly deflected her question with one of my own.
I'm trying to establish good relations between our clans. Would you have some pity on a girl already and give me a chance to solve the riddles? I'm not asking for the chess pieces. The riddles will be enough for me.
Hold on. I still don't get why this performance, all this drama with leaving Phoenix, was required. We could have just sat down and had a chat. But no, you felt you had to put on a show.
Not everything that I do happens on your account, smiled the girl. What I did, it was something I needed to do. It was personal and has nothing to do with you.
It looks like it already does. At the very least, the waiter has already seen that you're no longer in Phoenix, and because for everyone you are an ideal, an icon. All in all, this could affect me as well, especially when your admirers find out about it.
Some ideal, smiled Anastasia. Thanks for the compliments. Of course, it's always nice to receive them, especially from someone who is doing all he can to resist my womanly charms.
The girl smiled once again.
But it's a pity you see me in this way. In truth, appearance is only a mask. What's inside a person is much more important. This is why I decided not to take part in the beauty contest this year. I've had enough of it. All these envious stares from other girls, the persistence of the men who try to find me in reality. They offer to shower me in riches if I agree to be theirs. It's all a bit too much, really. Although I'm already 28, I still haven't managed to find a worthy companion. But enough about sad things. I have a request. Please don't divulge what I've just told you. There are many rumors circulating about it, starting from me supposedly being a cold-hearted bitch and ending with polyandry being my true preference. So it's not as if another rumor would make much of a difference, but if you don't mind, please forget what I've just told you.
It's already forgotten. As far as your love for riddles is concerned, I have something for you. Here's the description. Perhaps you'll like it. I wrote down the formulas from the orcs and passed them to Anastasia. Let her have some fun, and I'll have a chance to find out how long it takes her to find the answer.
The Pythagoras theorem, the Fibonacci sequence, and the formula for volume?
Anastasia became immersed in thought as she examined the formula descriptions.
2 multipliers, 1 equals sign, and 7 numbers after the dot? What is this?
An equation. You have to solve it.
There isn't a solution here. These formulas have no meaning.
You disappoint me. A solution exists, and it's the only one possible. Find it. The next morning I headed for the Jolly Noom Tavern. It was unclear why it was called Noom instead of Gnome. The tavern was run by an NPC, so the name was the prerogative of the developers. Which of them came up with the idea, or perhaps made a typo, remains shrouded in mystery. As I occupied a table and ordered some food providing plus 10% intellect for 24 hours, I was still unable to quite recover from Anastasia's maneuver yesterday. What did she want to say by leaving Phoenix? Why did she join me? I had a gut feeling that this wouldn't end with the explanation that I was given, and I had no idea which direction to dig in to get at the truth. I just didn't have enough information to hand.
"Hey there, 67th."
A familiar voice sounded next to me, bringing a smile to my face.
"Where'd you manage to level up like this?"
25-level Eric, 20-level Klutzer, and 19-level Leite were standing in front of me. Judging by their levels, these guys had kept themselves busy in the past 3 months. If not for the Beatwick battle, they would have been well ahead of me in leveling up. Well done to them, all in all. From the way the group was standing, it looked like they'd chosen a leader, Eric. Klutzer and Leite were standing a little behind him, as if giving room to the one in charge. Or, which is just as likely, I was overthinking things, and they ended up standing like this by accident. Or perhaps it's a habit from having the tank stand at the front, or... Why am I sitting here lost in thought instead of greeting the guys properly? Am I glad to see you? I jumped up and gave each of them a hearty handshake. Whatever turn our subsequent conversation might take, I really was happy to see them. It mattered little that we'd only played together for a week and then spent the next 3 months at different ends of Malabar. "Sit down. Why are you standing there like lemons?" I pointed towards my table.
"No prisoner headband, and the gear, judging by its appearance, is of a rare quality at the least. 67 levels in 3 months, and the 10,000 that you sent us," said Klutzer, using normal speech, in the sense that it didn't contain a word of his usual slang. "Are you still a prisoner, or have you already been released?"
"No, I'm still in a capsule, like the rest of you." His question was pretty understandable. In the past 3 months, they had had a chance to get to know each other, get used to each other, and find common ground, and now it was time to accept someone else into their small group, someone they had been acquainted with but hadn't seen in a good while. Moreover, this acquaintance looked very different to them now. "I've been through so many misadventures in the last 3 months. You get what you see right now, but I haven't stopped being the person who you got to know at the mine. Guys, come off it already. Have a seat." Leite looked at Klutzer, and Eric turned as well, while I mentally conceded a point to Anastasia. She was right that Klutzer's brains had ensured that he would become the leader amongst these 3. It certainly wasn't Eric.
"It won't hurt to talk, I guess," he concluded. "Let's see what tune Mayan's gonna sing us."
No, he still did drop into slang from time to time. Well, then, let's make it clear that I can do some analyzing as well. Klutzer, tell us where you're from. From the way you were speaking at the mine, gangster lingo is your native language, yet you're quite capable of speaking normally so that everyone can understand you. Where did you learn to speak like this?
"Everyone talks like that where I'm from. I picked it up as well, so as not to stand out."
A smile flashed across Klutzer's face for the first time.
"Reading is not too popular with my homies, but everything else. So tell us what happened to you, and how you lost the headband, especially the latter. For us, that's the main sticking point."
"The sticking point?" I asked.
"The PKers have really gotten to us." Eric spoke for the first time. "When we refused to join Phoenix, we became the targets of organized hunts, either by Phoenix members or some other idiots. You can't get away from the fact that as soon as we would try to leave the gates, the PKers would be waiting for us. We only managed to leave town properly a couple of times, and were only able to gain a couple of levels at best. The rest of the leveling took place in town, with assignments, socializing, and delivery quests, and all under the close watch of bounty-hunting enthusiasts. As soon as it rained, we were immediately sent for respawn if we happened to be outside a safe zone. At the same time, we were constantly bombarded with offers to join Phoenix or to join the Dark Legion.
Eric is right. Klutzer took up the conversation. We were expecting a beginner, 20-level shaman, but now you're sitting here in front of us with your 67 levels, excellent gear, without the red headband, and already a member of a clan. Have you forgotten that we intended to make a clan together? Or has that totally slipped your mind?
I see. Right about the clan. Yes, I am in a clan. But I am its only member, since I created this clan last night to save time doing it today. I created the clan for us.
Sea thistles? Chuckled Leidy. You've got to be kidding, right?
On the contrary. If you hate the name, it can be changed. I picked the first that wasn't downright terrible. The other names on offer, like We Love Barleona, We Play Barleona, and Dark-Eyed Cows of the West, didn't quite fit. I mentally gave myself extra points when all three of them chuckled. So, they're beginning to thaw. Good. So you don't need to worry about the clan. I was never going to ditch anyone. Moving on to the headband, how much do you need to take yours off?
For me, it's 100,000. What about you? Said Eric, and looked at Leidy and Klutzer.
220, threw in Klutzer.
150, said Leidy after a pause. Why do you ask?
I call upon a herald. I require your assistance, I said, in place of a reply. You called me and I came. If your summons was a false one, you will be punished. The herald uttered the standard phrase as soon as he stepped out of the portal. The three Red Riding Hoods froze. Little surprise there. It was their first meeting with a herald in the game. I would like to make a payment in order for these free citizens to be able to remove their red headbands. Please deduct the money from my account. A window opened before my eyes, asking me to confirm the deduction of the required amount. I chased the greed toad into some distant corner and pressed the Yes button. Unlike the wait following Nouris's payment, the red headbands vanished from the heads of the three convicts almost instantaneously. Can I be of any further help?
No, thank you. We can take it from here, I said, and turned to the guys. Listen, if it bothers you that I created the clan without you, you have my sincere apologies. I arrived in Anhurst yesterday, sent you messages, and created the clan to save time later. If you don't like the name, suggest another one. We'll talk about it, and, if it's free, change it.
Thanks for the headband, of course, said Klutzer. But can you tell me one thing? Where did all this gold come from? You just made a generous gesture and shelled out 470,000 gold. 3 months ago you had nowhere near as much money. What's with the ostentatious habits you seem to have picked up in the meantime? I want to know everything before I tie the rest of my game life to you, from A to Z. Otherwise, what do we need a clan for, if it will be you constantly rubbing shoulders with those at the top and us doing all the grinding while picking up crumbs that fall from the table? We can do that in any clan.
Catch and sign the non-disclosure agreements. I opened the list of standard agreement forms, which included the non-disclosure agreement, changed a couple of points, entered the players' names, and handed them to the three men. It's time to start playing by the rules, and not by the code of the underworld, I pointed out, seeing Eric's glum face. Now listen,
to what's been happening to me all this time, I began, as soon as all 3 agreements were signed. I will start from the very beginning, the Prike Mine and Kamehameha. I told them about everything, the creation of the Kamehameha, the Orc warrior figurines, which they immediately asked me to show them, the crafting skill, the first kill, Beatwick, the totem, dragons, the cursed chess pieces, the priestesses of Eluna, the map of Cartus and its sail, Anastaria and her presence in the clan, and the treasures of the dragons. I kept nothing back, even telling them about the dress of Lyra. When I told them about the totem, I had to activate the standard invisibility barrier that was available in this tavern so I could show them Draco, because the guys had trouble believing it otherwise. I didn't think that it would take me quite so long to retell 6 months of my life spent in the game, and I was also surprised by just how eventful this time had been. And that's how I became such a brash big shot throwing money around, I concluded, having revealed all. Now you know what happened to me. My current appearance doesn't make me any better or worse than you. I'm the same. I just got lucky in opening up the Cartus scenario and striking it big, as they say. Stopping is completely out of the question right now. You have to keep it up, or your luck will run out and it's back to the everyday grind. Catch the description of the High Priestess quest. I shared Beth's assignment with the others. We'll have to set out towards the freelands for the search as soon as possible. We need some more people, but I have 3 reliable guys with whom I've spent enough time adventuring in my day. So, are you in?
Why didn't you join Phoenix?
Klutzer was still trying to get to the bottom of things.
When Rasta, Phoenix's chief recruiter, found us, he spun the tale of how Mayan was already in the clan and couldn't wait to see us there as well. We even went through some tests necessary for being accepted into Phoenix, but then decided to wait a bit before joining.
That's why I didn't join. Hellfire, you probably know who that is, told me exactly the same thing, that you guys were already in Phoenix and were just waiting for me to join. I was pretty upset with you at the time. If Anastaria hadn't made the slip-up that I mentioned, I may have even bought it. To be more precise, I'm a shaman and function on the level of intuition, so my instincts tell me that I must avoid joining other clans at all costs. I know it sounds stupid, but in 3 months my instincts have brought me all that you can see right now, so I try my best to follow them. And why did you decide not to join if they were trying so hard to recruit you?
We're no deserters and don't go back on our words.
Klutzer's face relaxed.
Other clans invited us only on account of the first kill, but they didn't really need us otherwise. Protection from PKers? That's a bit of a joke. Besides, even more would have ended up hunting us if we joined Phoenix of Legion. There was little point joining a smaller clan, and we simply lacked the gold to create our own.
Klutzer turned to the others and asked,
Has Mayhem passed the test? Are we with him, or do we part ways? He passed, said Eric. No tricks, and he's not sticking up his nose at us. He seems to be the same as he was 3 months ago. The clan gets my vote. Leite?
Mine too. I thought at first the bastard came to have a laugh at us, but I see that I was wrong. I'm in.
Then send us the invite, concluded Klutzer. Have you already decided who will be what?
Yes, if there are no objections, I will remain the head. I've picked up a good number of quests, and as the head they'll spread to the rest of the clan through me. Plus, I have money bags. Take a look at the description, which is another big bonus for the clan. Klutzer will be my deputy. What do you say? I selected each of the players and sent them an invite.
I won't be the deputy,
Klutzer declined my invite.
Perhaps Eric would take it, but I won't do it. Make me an ordinary fighter.
Why? I asked, surprised.
It's just not my thing. Thinking stuff up, figuring out a way to get in somewhere, I'm your man. But I don't want to be in the limelight all the time. I won't do it either, said Eric. Becoming a deputy after Anastasia is just too risky. What if she decided to come back and the place was already taken? No, I'll pass.
All right, then, I said, once Sea Thistle's clan sported 3 extra players. Guys, you probably know each other quite well by now. Can you tell me what you're doing time for?
Tell us about yourself first.
I'm here for hacking. I briefly told them about the bet with Marina and the hacking of the intellect imitator and looked at the others. What about you?
Hacking? Eric spoke first. I hacked an imitator of this shop and was siphoning money off them.
If my memory doesn't fail me, Klutzer's here for theft, right? I asked. 220 gold for the headband equates to a 22 million debt. What on earth did you steal? I asked, surprised.
Have you heard of a painting called the Mona Lisa? That, smiled Klutzer, although I had no time to carry it out before the police arrived. Later, they spent a long time questioning me about how I got inside. I told them, so I ended up with a 7-year sentence instead of a 15-year one.
I'm here for bribery,
said Leide.
I was working in the district administration office. Usually everything was fine, but one time things just didn't work out. It was my fault, and I had to take the rap.
Then this is what I propose we do with our clan. I know you probably have ideas of your own, but hear me out first. Let's see. I glanced at the clan properties and was disappointed to see that the bonuses for the first kill didn't stack. It turned out that just one person with such a buff was enough to get all the goodies. All of us have to level up in our professions. The clan will focus on producing and selling items made with the crafting skill. We will have to find a reliable free person who doesn't have the 30% convict tax deduction to deal with the sales. As I said before, I already have 3 old acquaintances in my sights. I'll try to take them with me to the free lands and see if they've changed much in the last 6 months. If they haven't, one of them can easily be made into the treasurer. These guys are reliable. They won't let us down. Each of us has different terms to serve, so the aim of the clan for the next 4 to 8 years, however long each sentence is, to earn money and secure a comfortable existence after release. In the time we're spending in the capsules, the world isn't standing still, so we will find it very hard to return to our previous occupations. I don't want to end up unemployed after Barleona, and neither do you, I suspect. So, all in all, that's the plan for now. If there are no objections, our task for today is— As it turned out, Klutzer's ideas were running along the same lines, so after providing everyone with the necessary cash, I first sent them all to the bank to buy themselves a new purse and a mailbox, and then visit the profession trainers and unlock the maximum number of both gathering and production professions. When the guys left, I closed my eyes and tried to relax. Right. These were some tough negotiations. It's not that I expected them to run at me with open arms, but I didn't expect this either. But that's fine. We'll make it work. And then suddenly I jumped up like one hit by lightning. The princess! I promised to visit her yesterday, but never found the time. Or, to put it more bluntly, I forgot. I had to go to the palace straight away before I landed in any extra trouble.
You weren't in a great hurry."
It looked like Tish's imitator had finally come into its own as a high-born lady. Before I could meet the princess, I had to explain to a flamboyant-looking gentleman in a long blue jacket, a butler or a steward, who knows with these palace NPCs, why I needed to meet the Emperor's daughter. "Tisha, 1,000 apologies. It was my first day in Anhurst yesterday, and by the time I got on top of all my errands, it was night already. Who would have let me in to see you at night? So that's why I came today, first thing, as soon as the palace gates were open." My level of attractiveness with her was still at 39 points, which was comforting. At least the princess hadn't taken offense.
"Sea thistle," smiled Tisha as she examined my symbol. "A lovely wildflower. In Beatwick, I often picked flowers like these and put them around the house. A little piece of sky can look very beautiful in your hands. I like that. What are you planning to do in the near future?"
Today or tomorrow I'll be heading out to the Freelands on an assignment that Beth gave me. It should take about a month. After that, I'm free. Do you need help with anything?" As soon as the princess uttered the words, "I like that," I immediately looked at my attractiveness. 42 points. Wow! So there are some advantages in a floral name and a blue emblem. Getting +3 to attractiveness just on account of a name is very nice. Now I had to see if I could get Tisha to give me a quest.
"Yes, but it's not for me. It's for Slate."
"The prince?"
"He's no prince. Father cannot allow some lowly werebeast to become his daughter's husband, so we need your help. Slatey needs the blessing of his parents to marry a vagrant. For that, he has to travel to the very center of Malabar, almost to the Carter's border, but Father has no intention of giving him an escort. My future husband has to make it to his family on his own or with friends, and he doesn't have any. We are forbidden from hiring a paid escort. The heralds are keeping a close watch over that. Mahan, we need your help. Quest available, escorting the prince. Quest type, scenario. Requirements, reputation with the Malabar Empire. Respect increase, attractiveness with the princess +40. Reward, none. Penalty for failing or refusing the quest, none. Time limit for completing the quest, 3 months.
There was no reward or penalty, but on the other hand, this was a scenario. As Beatwick had shown, you had to grab quests like these with both hands. "Princess, I will help the future prince, but after I carry out the task that the High Priestess gave me. I promised Beth I will get the stone back, so it wouldn't be fair of me to let her down."
"I understand," said Tisha, visibly saddened. "We can't even see each other until he has a proper title. Father sent him to the far reaches of the palace, which I haven't explored properly yet. We tried to arrange a meeting via an amulet, but the heralds blocked all the doors. Everyone is against me here."
The girl sobbed. "What if Slate comes with us to the Freelands, and then from there we'll head straight to his parents?" I ventured, keeping my fingers crossed. Beth's description didn't state that the quest could only be undertaken by players. This meant that we could easily hire NPCs for it. It might be expensive, but was still quite possible. And here was an opportunity to get a decent werebeast for free, a future prince, no less, and even level up in attractiveness with him. What if we come across something that will help your Slate to gain the blessing of his parents?
Hold on, I'll ask him.
The expression of renewed hope reappeared on Tisha's face. She took out the communication amulet and briefly explained the situation to her werebeast. I had to intervene and open the quest description for Tisha, which she then read out to Slate, and after a few minutes of questions and answers, the party heading out to the Freelands had grown in number, having enlisted a level 128 werebeast into its ranks. "We'll meet by the palace's main gates in 5 minutes," I instructed the new member of my group, "and decide what to do next there. Princess, would you mind accompanying me to the exit?" I politely offered my arm to Tisha. "The palace is so new that I'm afraid of getting lost." The joy on the princess's face when she saw Slate and ran towards him resulted in +5 points of attractiveness with her. The heralds that turned up could only watch in silence as the young couple embraced. They had the power to block their planned meetings, but stopping one already in progress was beyond them. "You have to be more careful," I heard the girl's admonition as I left the palace. I felt a bit sorry for the bear man. The Lady Vagrant won't get off his back until she drills every health and safety rule into him. I decided not to interrupt the reunited lovers. In an hour, I would contact Slate once again and arrange another meeting. So, in the meantime, I sped off towards the main square. I had received a letter from Millennium saying that he was ready to meet me right away. Millennium, Dookie, and Sushiho were glad to see me, but I had to tell my story to each of them, read the commiseration in their eyes, and assure them that there was nothing they could do, that I was perfectly fine, and that I don't have any next of kin that are in need of help. All 3 of them agreed to take part in the quest, warning me right away that they could only be online between 6 in the evening and 2 in the morning, game time. Far from ideal, but this couldn't be helped. Work and family were sacrosanct. The level numbers looked as follows: Millennium, 118, Dookie, 122, Sushio, 127. Taking Slate into account, the total level came to 622, so the conditions of the High Priestess had been met. We agreed to meet at 6 in the evening by the Temple of Eluna. I formed a group, met with the future prince, described the situation to him, and headed for the place that I'd wanted to visit for a while, but had little chance to until now: the dating house.
"Biological age verified," came the voice of the imitator responsible for admittance as soon as I stepped through the arch of the dating house. "Limitations detected. No more than 24 hours a week. Time still available? 24 hours. You may enter. Welcome." I found myself in a small room, piled high with plush cushions and a single sofa on which a beautiful lady NPC was sitting and leafing through a magazine. Nothing had changed since my last visit. My sight still goes slightly blurry. The NPC still stays quiet until you speak to her or until 10 minutes goes by from the moment you enter the room. No pressure of any kind or any prickly comments. The room was generated individually for each player. The corporation did everything to make sure that players didn't feel ill at ease. The task of the NPC placed in the room included providing advice on choosing the player's object of desire, or, if the imitator managed to correctly assess the player's tastes, manifest the direct embodiment of their preferences. I had another look at the girl. She was a human, quite cute, but not tawdry, with a slightly upturned nose, bright blue eyes, which I saw when she shot me a glance, and luscious white hair. Why on earth had the system suddenly decided that I like blondes? "Pretty lady, would you help me choose a girl?" I finally ventured to make the request. "Of course. Have a look at what we've got.
Several 3D holograms of elves, humans, gnomes, and other representatives of Barleona's females appeared before my eyes.
"Choose a race."
"I think I've already chosen," I said, and smiled at the NPC girl sitting in front of me. The longer I spent looking at her, the more I liked her. The imitator had guessed correctly. "You are magnificent, and I wouldn't change a thing."
"Thank you."
The blonde girl blushed, and a message flashed in front of me asking whether I was prepared to pay for the dating house services worth 2,500 gold an hour. "Nice prices they have here," I chuckled. "Very democratic." Still, I pressed the yes button and embarked into a fantasy land of my own. The allowance of 24 hours per week needed to be utilized. 3 hours had gone by before the dating house released me from the spell. I didn't think that my lengthy abstinence would have led to such an explosion of energy, but it would seem that my desire for intimacy had reached its peak. Right now, I was walking aimlessly along Anhur's streets, killing time before the meeting by the temple and enjoying the sights of the city. Anhur's is almost the only place in the game not built following a template. Each house was custom-made, and a separate design company was responsible for each street, every one of which they tried to make into something exceptional. I had no idea why it was necessary, but it made the place a wonder to behold. I would close my eyes and completely immerse myself in my surroundings as I cruised on autopilot along the streets that I had run around for 2 years before my prison sentence. When I was a hunter, I had usually tried not to depart too far away from the capital, which was the scene of the most interesting happenings, and which I knew like the back of my hand. Without a thought that I would get lost or become a victim of PKers, the weather was great and the city was a safe zone, I found myself next to a painfully familiar place, the Rogue Training Grounds. Subdued shouts from players doing various agility exercises, their happy exclamations when they got something right, and bursts of laughter from the crowd when someone fell down. This place brought back so many memories. My heart missed a beat. A lump came to my throat, and I turned and entered the training grounds. At one time, I spent at least 2 months teaching myself to complete the first stage of the obstacle course, so I felt completely at home in these training grounds. Since I ended up in this area, why not try to go through the course as a shaman? Let's see if my body still remembers the movements that I'd honed for such a long time.
"Look, what do we have here?" said an unpleasant and jarring male voice. "There's a shaman on the course. Everyone stealth now. Ha ha ha!"
I managed to find the source of this mocking voice in the crowd of rogues preparing to go through the obstacle course. He presented a standard image of a hero with a square jaw, a pack of muscles — why would a rogue need muscles? — and a billowing cape. This was no player, but some comic superhero. I didn't even bother reading his name, since I immediately lost any interest in this person. Using an auto-generated game avatar wasn't forbidden, but it was considered bad taste amongst most players. Why choose a template when you could run around as yourself? A word about the obstacle course. The main stat for rogues is agility, so that's what they level up in first. It can be increased not only with marksmanship exercises, but also by overcoming various obstacles. If you jump over a log, you get plus 4% agility. If you jump over 2, that would already be plus 5, and so on. The rogue training area was stuffed full of various devices, but the crown was the main obstacle course. It was an enormous stretch of ground, about 500 meters long, peppered all over the place with swinging blade pendulums, flame jets, hanging chains, and other features that made progress through it a rather complicated affair. Hunters often came here to do some additional leveling up in agility because their training grounds contained little else other than shooting targets. Rogues welcomed such visitors, and the reason was quite understandable. Often this kind of neighborhood gave rise to hunter-rogue PK group formations. Destroying such a group single-handedly was almost impossible. There was just too much crowd control, poison, and additional force in the form of the hunter's pet. It was 3 against 1. The obstacle course was broken up into 5 parts, 100 meters each, and the task for each contender was to complete them all, one after another. Completing each of them granted titles that were seen as a mark of high honor among rogues, but were completely useless to other classes. At the time, after a long period of preparation, I was able to complete the first 100 meters on autopilot with my eyes closed. But that was the limit of my skills, and I didn't know any rogues that were able to complete the entire stretch. It was impossible to die on the course, since as soon as your hit points reached 1, you were teleported to the beginning with the length of the covered ground highlighted. 100 meters corresponded to the title Dodger, which was the first step in the rogue hierarchy.
"What did you forget here, you miserable bastard?"
The maladjusted player continued to have a laugh.
"Get back to summoning your spirits. There's nothing for you to do here."
"Lloyd Radomski?"
One of the NPC's rogue masters appeared next to me.
3 laps around the course, on the double."
"But why, master?"
4 laps, with 3 stone weights. Now.
"Yes, master."
Mumbling something under his breath, the player ran up to the wall that surrounded the Anhur's rogue training grounds, picked up 3 stones from the neat pile lying near the wall, and sped down the track. 4 laps equaled to almost 10 kilometers, with weights that gave you plus 3 to 5% towards agility and plus 2 to 4% towards stamina. Despite all his grumbling, it would do him good.
"How can I be of help to an elemental shaman?"
said the master, stressing the last word, my class, and hinting that there was little for me to do here.
"I would like to go through the obstacle course."
I tried to speak with a degree of pride, but my last words were drowned out in the laughter of the rogues and hunters. Suddenly an idea popped into my head. Why not put these snobs back in their place? That would be some joke. Who would expect a shaman to complete a course that rogues spend so much time trying to perfect? No one. This could play in my favor. I had no idea if I could pull it off or not, but I still remembered every move in the first 100 meters. I wasn't deterred by the fact that back then I was a hunter with maxed-out agility. I knew all about rings and had the ability to change stats on them, too.
"Anyone is free to go through the obstacle course."
I was grateful to the NPC for not dropping even a hint of a smile when he heard my proposal.
"Shaman Man has never gone through this trial. I, the Master of Rogues, can confirm this. Give me a sign when you're ready."
"I'm ready," I grinned, as I watched the reaction of the players. They stopped doing their exercises, surrounded the strange shaman, without blocking the way to the obstacle course, and kept making pointed remarks about my sanity, or total lack thereof.
"I bet 500 gold that he won't get through even 20 meters.
Finally came a shout that I was eagerly expecting. Big-headed snobs shouldn't just be punished, but hit directly in the pocket. That's the only way they'll learn that putting people down randomly can result in unpleasant consequences. "I'll take that up," I shouted. 500 for 20 meters. Anyone else?" The place descended into chaos. I barely had time to sign the agreements that flashed before my eyes. First came the agreements for 30 meters, then for 50, and then even a handful for 90 meters, staking just over 3,000 gold each. As soon as the bombardment of agreements had ceased and the players started to exchange pleased glances, clearly thinking that they were about to clean up as a result of a seriously nutty shaman, I walked up to the start of the course and looked at the final total. 123 agreements amounting to 52,000 gold. Not bad. Now, I just had to earn it. There were swirling cylinders and pendulums. Everything looked and worked the same as before. Let's see. I changed the bonus on my rings to agility, closed my eyes, and took the first step. The test had commenced. Jump forward, putting the weight straight on the knees. Immediately roll left and jump up as a blade slashes under your feet. 2 small steps ahead, head ducked, then stop for 2 seconds and make another 2 steps forward. Jump up, head still ducked, feel the air being sliced by blades just a centimeter away. Lie flat and make a sharp roll to the right. Then jump straight up and 5 quick steps forward. I suddenly felt that something wasn't going according to plan. I sensed a threat coming from the right. I soon lost track of time, so I couldn't say exactly how many meters I'd covered, but judging by the silence around me, only broken by the squeaking of the mechanisms, I've covered enough. The players were very quiet. That'll teach you to cross a shaman. All of this took just a moment to flash through my head as I forced my body to make an awkward movement to dodge a probable line of attack. As soon as I fell down, I got the feeling that I had to run from this spot. I rolled sideways, opened my eyes, and looked around. 112 meters. Having covered the stretch that I had learned by heart, now I was in unexplored territory. I didn't have a clue how to get through here, so what the players were expecting to happen from the very first moments of the trial finally happened. I was hit by a pendulum and flew out of the obstacle course. I came to myself by the start line. My life bar froze at one point, but soon began to slowly climb back up. Having a healthy amount of energy was helpful. Going through the obstacle course gained me plus 15 agility and plus 5 stamina. Although these weren't stats that a shaman would need, I'd find a way to make good use of them, too. I got to my feet and looked around. The silence of the players, who had just witnessed a miracle, was the best reward. Even better than the extra 200,000 gold I'd just earned. "That's quite something," finally uttered one of the rogues, and the crowd of players exploded with noise. As the enthusiastic buzz surrounded me, I began to be bombarded by messages, just as I had received agreements previously, that this or that amount had arrived to my account from some player or other. A minute later, I only had 5 outstanding agreements worth 3,000 gold each. Some people still haven't paid up on their agreements. Without a moment's hesitation, I tried to outshout the crowd of players. My ear caught a rather interesting scrap of conversation. "Are you sure you filmed everything? We have to put it up on the site today. No one will believe it unless they see it." "I haven't paid up," came the voice that had taken a swipe at me at the very beginning. "I won't pay. You cheated." "What?" Such an accusation made my jaw drop. What cheating? What are you on about? No one can cover that stretch on the first attempt. You trained especially in order to rip players off. You're a thief. I'll drag your ass through the courts. You'll be kicked out of Barleona for a trick like that. Hand over the money or I'll lodge a complaint against you with the heralds. Have you gone crazy, pretty boy? I took a few deep breaths, trying to regain my cool, but wasn't exactly succeeding. The urge to punch this idiot in the face was so strong that I barely restrained myself. Players weren't permitted to attack each other in the city, but on the training grounds, fighting was allowed. As in the case of the obstacle course, a player couldn't be killed. Their life bar wouldn't fall below 1 point, while their attacker wouldn't be branded with the red PKer mark. This was the training grounds, after all. The money, now! The superhero was really screaming by this time, probably trying to use the volume of his voice to affect my decision. I call upon a herald. I request your assistance. I uttered the summons phrase. The buzz in the grounds immediately died down, and camera pictograms appeared above the heads of the majority of players. You called me, and I came. Please confirm that I have fulfilled all the necessary conditions of the agreement signed with these free citizens. I waved my hand around me, indicating the crowd, 5 members of which still owed me money. Then please deduct any sums owed from their accounts, or, if they don't have it right now, from the coffers of the Empire. You can settle this matter with the indebted individuals yourselves afterwards. In Barleona, you always had to pay anything owed under an agreement. If the player didn't have enough money to fulfill his obligations, the corporation would come to his aid, paying the debt, and then proceeding to settle the matter with the debtor. I had no idea what it was they did, but I was sure they recouped their funds in full. The herald's eyes clouded over for a moment. He was probably looking through and analyzing logs. Then he said, Confirmed. All agreements signed with Mayan on completing the obstacle course must be honored without exception. He broke none of Barleona's laws. The funds to be paid under the agreements have been deducted from the accounts of the 5 free citizens in question and transferred to your account. The fine for refusal to fulfill their obligations, amounting to the size of the bet, has been deducted from the guilty parties and paid to the Empire. Is there anything else I can help you with? After thanking the herald for his help, I saw the messages concerning the remaining funds arriving in my account, and then headed back into Anhurst at a leisurely pace. The superhero was silent, and followed me out with a very unfriendly stare. I realized that I'd gained yet another enemy. Well, to hell with him. I'm a shaman. Let him fear me. I've had enough of hiding and running away from every shadow. It's time for me to show some claws. As soon as I left the rogues, I knew where I should head next. I was familiar with the rogue and hunter training grounds and have visited them in the past, but there must be one for shamans as well, where one could meet those who have chosen this challenging class. Why not get together with others like me? After asking for directions from a squad of guards patrolling the city, I headed for the Anhurst shaman retreat. Like all training areas, the shaman training base was located close to the city wall. Externally, it didn't look any different from the others. A wall, a covered training hall, arched gates, everything was the same as with the other classes. When I walked under the arch, I beheld the inner layout of the grounds. One training dummy, same as the one Cornick set up for me, one dummy for mass spirit summoning, and a great deal of greenery. Grass, trees, bushes, and even a pond, which, although not green, was still a completely unexpected thing to find in a training area. Around 20 shamans were summoning spirits under the guidance of an NPC master. Another 2 or 3 dozen players were simply lying on the grass and chatting to each other. All they were missing was a basket of food to make this look like a real picnic. I think I like being a shaman more and more.
"Greetings, elemental brother."
A master appeared next to me.
"Have you come for knowledge, skills, expertise, or rest?"
Wow! The full professional training package you're handed at every college, but with the offer of rest on top. This is no training course, but one big pleasure ride. It's knowledge I'm after, teacher. I bowed to the master. I'll hone my skills and expertise elsewhere, and I have no time to rest, so all that remains is knowledge. That's the thing I always seem to be lacking.
"Come with me, brother."
The master wasn't in the least surprised by my choice as he pointed towards the training hall.
"There is a library inside the hall, and that's where you have to go to obtain knowledge."
The library astonished me in the sense that it turned out to be a modest-sized room without any windows, covering no more than 10 square meters and lit by 2 flickering candles. The room contained a table, and on it was the only book in the library. Next to it, a chair held a dozing NPC. The book was being closely studied by a girl whose name I couldn't immediately see in the room's subdued lighting. But when I did, I froze. Ants in the Panza, level 263 high shaman. You could only level up to a harbinger above that, and by the looks of it, she was expanding her knowledge in order to gain that rank.
"Listen, I need a couple more minutes with the book, all right?" said the girl in a rather hoarse voice. "It's a communal book, so we have to wait our turn to read it. I have to run in a minute anyway, so you'll have it soon enough."
"Yes, of course, I'll wait. By the way, thanks for your advice. Without it, I wouldn't have become an elemental shaman."
"Advice?"
The girl tore herself away from the book.
"I've never laid my eyes on you before."
"Wow, first kill at level 67?
Impressive stuff.
Nice flowers, too.
Sea thistles, right?"
"Yeah, sea thistles. About that advice, when I was going through the trial with the 4 rooms to pick my totem, your guidance on the in-game forum came in very handy. I still follow it often. Forget that you have a brain. Thinking is for mages. Shamans feel."
"And how did you do in the trial?"
The girl completely turned away from the book and stared at me. This was no special secret, so I told her how I got through all the 4 rooms and about being given the chance to choose my totem, without saying whom I got in the end.
"Exactly the same for me," whispered the girl. "How did you know how to do it correctly? Where did you read it?"
"Nowhere. That's what I'm saying. I did it thanks to your advice. On the second attempt, that is. I followed the standard path the first time, as you will read in the forums."
"And whom did you get? The totem, I mean."
"I got the one I chose. While he's small, I don't really want to show him off too much. I'm sorry. I don't know yours either, for example. When he grows up a bit, I'll show him to you."
"That makes sense. As for my totem, I also wasn't given her, but chose her. I wanted a dragon at first, but I felt nothing towards him, so I chose her instead."
Silence descended on the room, and then someone else joined us. It was a black panther, 1.5 meters tall. Beautiful, graceful, sleek, and shimmering in the candlelight, she seemed the very embodiment of strength and power.
"Hey there, beautiful."
The words involuntarily flew from my lips, and, surprising even myself, I went to the panther and put my hand on the back of her neck. Yes, The panther's fur was so pleasant to the touch that I closed my eyes in enjoyment and scratched her as I ran my fingers over her skin. Completely losing any sense of propriety, I put my other hand under the cat's head and started scratching her neck. A few seconds later, thunder-like purring echoed through the library. "You're the 5th person to have earned the right to touch, Bussy," smiled Ants in the Pantsa. "She's a fussy girl and won't let just anyone near her." After looking me in the eye, the panther dissipated right in my hands. The lady shaman had dismissed her. "So, what's your totem? You've seen mine now, so it wouldn't be right if you weren't to respond in kind." Damn it, she's got me there. Should I try to wriggle out of it? What would be the point? As soon as I reach level 100, I'll have to get Draco out in the open anyway. All right. Why not? "Hi, come over." "Coming!" "For crying out loud!" The NPC, a librarian by the looks of it, finally spoke up. "This is no place for showing off your totems. This is a library. People come here to read the book and not get up to God knows what. Get that dragon out of here now!" Ants in the Pantsa stared at Draco, entranced, and didn't seem to hear the librarian. She walked over to my totem like a zombie. Is that what I had looked like as well? Stretched her hand and put it on the dragon's neck. About 10 seconds went by, and Draco started to buzz with pleasure, stretching out his neck. "All right, you can go now. I'll call you a little later," I told my totem jealously. Here was me thinking that he responded to me alone, but the ungrateful reptile was very ready to volunteer his damned neck to be scratched by this shaman girl. After licking Ants in the Pantsa on the cheek, something the panther failed to do to me, Draco dissolved in the air. A dragon! It took her about a minute to regain her composure, as she stood mesmerized after the totem disappeared. "So, it looks like you're a kindred spirit if he decided to be yours, and you already managed to embody him as well. How long have you been playing as shaman?" "Half a year." "That's fast, but you haven't beaten me. I got your rank after 4 months. Right, I have to run now. Catch the invitation. Let's meet tomorrow. I want to have a proper chat with you. What if you know where Cornick is?" "It won't happen." I declined Ants in the Pantsa's invite. "I'll write to you when I get back to Anhurst. I'm off to the Freelands today, and I have no idea how long I'll be spending there. It could be a day, or it could be 3 months. As soon as I'm back, I'll be sure to write to you. I have questions for you as well. And I can tell you this much about Cornick. He ended up in the claws of Garanika, the new super shaman. I don't know whether he's alive or not. My information is over a month old." "I've heard about Garanika, although I don't understand where he gets his power. According to the information that the corporation supposedly leaked into the net, Garanika is a shaman who somehow sidestepped working with spirits. The spirits of the higher and lower worlds have declared war on him, but he's just laughing at them. I thought Cornick might have an answer, but no one's seen him in the capital for a good while. And now you say he's been captured by Garanika. What on earth are those developers cooking up? Anyway, I'm really out of time and have to run. Be sure to contact me when you get back. I am spending lots of time in Anhurst at the moment." "It's a deal." "Bye." Ants in the Pantsa's eyes glazed over, and her gaming avatar became transparent and disappeared. A player had exited Barleona. Man, I should have found what clan she belongs to. The emblem in the shape of a tree wound with a ribbon didn't belong to any of the leading clans, so there was a small chance I would be able to tempt her over to join mine. We need shamans like that. I'll be sure to speak to her about this when I'm back in Anhurs. But for now, it was knowledge I was after. Honorable sir, I would like to touch the wisdom of the ancestors. I bowed to the librarian, who had calmed down as soon as Draco disappeared, and gone back to sit in his own chair with a melancholic expression. What's there to touch? Here's the book from which you can gain all the knowledge about shamans you may ever need. All? I asked in overplayed surprise. Even what happened during the fight between Prontho and Shyam? Or how to get Cornic out of Garanika's clutches? The librarian froze for a moment, staring at me with his gray eyes, and then slowly said, No, the book doesn't contain those things. The truth of what happened during the fight between Prontho and Shyam is known only to the two of them. You're free to ask either. As for getting Cornic out of Garanika's clutches, someone will have to take a risk and venture into the lair of this lunatic. But I cannot entrust such a task to you. Only the head of the Shaman Council can send heroes on such errands, so he's the one you need to speak to. I'm not sure that Shyam would send anyone out to fight his own brother, but you can give it a try. So what's useful about this book? I decided to ask the librarian. It contains wisdom that shamans have been gathering for centuries. Read it, and you'll understand. The librarian once again turned into a statue, so there was little else I could do but walk up to the table, open the book, and immerse myself in reading. A shaman is a sentient, gifted with special abilities to communicate with spirits and supernatural forces. Upon entering a state of ecstasy, when just 2 hours until the meeting remained, I managed to tear myself away from the book. It made for strange reading, really. I may not have understood half the words, and often the meaning of entire sentences eluded me, but I grasped the main point, that is, what this book was for. Skill increase, +3 to spirituality, total 24. +1 rank to water spirits, total 3. This book helped to level up in things necessary for shamans. Spirit ranks, spirituality, perhaps something else that I may not yet have. I only managed to read a little more than 200 pages out of around 2,000, so I could see that I would be making visits here for quite some time. I thanked the librarian and hurried to the place I should have visited first. It didn't really dawn on me until now that I was heading for the Freelands, where finding mines would be a bit of a problem. In order to level up in jewelcraft and smithing, I had great need of ore, preferably in unlimited quantities. I also had to buy traveling bags, both for myself and for the guys. They probably still had the standard ones, with just 8 to 16 slots. I also had to think of getting a tent, since sleeping on bare earth would be far from ideal. Looks like I've become a bit too slack. It was time to get more organized. After silently berating myself with every kind of unpleasant name and disregarding all propriety, I ran as fast as I could to the gnomes, since these were the NPCs in charge of the auction. The auction house itself consisted of a smallish pavilion with an individual phase for each player. It was located on a small square, about 500 meters from the center of Anhurs. Inside it sat a gnome who provided players with the entry point for their offers and accepted their bids. The square where the pavilion was located was unofficially called the market. This was where players offering goods directly hung out, sidestepping the auction house, which took off 3% profit from every deal. "WTB 4 sacks with 200 slots each," I shouted before entering the auction house, in the hopes of catching a deal on what I needed among the local peddlers. Bags tend to be in demand, but ones for 200 slots, which a year ago cost 30,000 gold, were not among the readily available goods. I was unlikely to get any of my own tailors in the clan in the near future, so I would have to stock up at the auction house. "Why do you need them so large? Get 4 with 50 slots. A player immediately popped up next to me, looking me over from head to foot with his shifty eyes. He was probably trying to figure out how much money I had and how big he should make his markup. "I'll sell them at 10,000 apiece." I shook my head and shouted again for the larger sacks before following up with several for the ore, starting with tin and ending with gold. The hawkers stared at me with annoyance for interrupting their normal trade, but I took little notice. Every player was free to shout at the market. 10 minutes later, there were still no offers forthcoming, so I headed for the auction house.
"Good day,"
the gnome registrar greeted me.
"Do you wish to buy or sell?"
"Buy. Could you give me a selection of all the clothing on auction with crafting stat as the required feature? The type of clothing is unimportant." The gnome's eyes clouded over. He was probably conducting a search, after which he said in a disappointed voice,
"Your search produced no results. There are no items with crafting bonuses at auction."
Right. So it looked like they were either entirely absent or had been immediately snapped up by players. Little surprise there, as such items could completely pay for themselves in the space of a month. Then let's look at bags. Search parameters, plus 150 slots, sorting by price, low to high, filter by number of slots. I made the initial request to solve the storage problem right away. Each player can carry up to 3 bags, so buying at least one large one is a top priority task.
"Your search request has turned up 2,042 lots. Sorting by price has been applied," reported the gnome, and a list of bags appeared before my eyes. The prices for 150 slots began at 18,000, those for 200 at 30,000, and for 250, which I didn't even know existed, at 50,000. After quickly weighing up all the pros and cons, I bought a 250-slot bag for myself and 200-slot bags for the others. In total, this purchase cost me 149,000 gold, but I was happy. Now neither my fighters nor I had to worry about where to store things. As soon as the gnome handed over the bags, I put mine on and made a search request for ore. Things didn't look all that great in this area. Copper ore, plus 20 gold per stack. 1 stack equals 40 pieces of ore. Tin, plus 100. Silver, 180. Iron, 290. Gold, 500. And platinum, 1,000. I didn't even bother looking at the rest to save myself the disappointment. 1 bag slot could take 10 stacks, so I stocked up quite well. 80 stacks of tin ore, 200 of iron, 300 of silver, and 100 gold. As a result of this ruinous errand, I only had just over 330,000 gold left, but I wasn't worried. With jewelcraft and smithing professions, I would be able to make a good return on these investments. I made a search for rings for level 50 with the maximum stat bonuses and found out that a gold ring of something or other with plus 13 to intellect and plus 7 to stamina was worth 3,500 gold. Precious stones, such as lapis lazuli, cost upwards of 3,000 each. So I whistled when I added up how much Hellfire had spent when he sent me 50 stones.
Some gift he wanted to make Anastasia. One last thing. I need a frontier ranger tent. How much is it? The gnome's eyes again became glassy, and then he said,
Tents like this sell for 60,000 and above. In total, there are 3 such tents for sale.
I'll take the one for 60,000. I barely uttered the phrase when a window popped up to confirm the transaction. After pressing the yes button, I saw the most sought-after item for any intrepid traveler lying on the gnome's table. A ranger tent. Description: the best piece of kit for travelers setting out on a long journey. Spaces in the tent, 10. Comfort level, 6 out of 10. Visual detection radius, 1 meter. I stuffed the items I had got from the gnome into the bag and ran off towards the temple. Now I was ready to head for the free lands. Chapter 4. Departure for the free lands. Since we're all here, let me do some introductions. All of you know me, so I will skip that part. Let's start with the ordinary residents of Barleona. Please give a warm welcome to Slate, the uncrowned prince of the Malabar Empire. He's run into some family-related trouble. Catch the quest description. We'll be doing it together. As soon as we complete the High Priestess's assignment, we'll all head off to a rather interesting place. I hope his family issues get resolved and he ends up marrying the princess. The prince is a decent smith, repairman, and warrior, and will be very useful in our mission. I'm starting a group. Accept the invite. The longer I spent introducing Slate, the more astonished everyone's faces grew. In the end, it was a scene worthy of a painting titled, "A Herd of Deer Staring at the Headlights." Only Klutzer gave a nervous laugh. "Prince of Malabar?"
"Your Highness,"
muttered Lighty. All, including the non-convict players, bowed their heads and bent their knees, complying with the standard etiquette for greeting a monarch. We won't get very far if they continue treating Slate this way. Had they never had any contact with members of the imperial family before? Although there was one exception. Klutzer didn't bend his knee, but briefly bowed his head as a sign of respect before immediately straightening up. Well done to him. But the rest, they gave the impression of messenger boys in a huge corporation suddenly facing the managing director who has dropped in for a party, sporting a can of beer, lack of tie, and plenty of determination to have a good time. It was a similar type of reaction, what with their obedient stances, lifted, or in our case, bowed heads, and readiness to carry out any command. Such an awkward attitude didn't bode well. "Right, guys, relax. Take a few deep breaths. So what if he's a prince? Eric, Lighty, snap out of it already. You'll have to appear before the Emperor to be honored for your first kill in 2 months' time. Is this the way you plan to react to him as well?"
"I thought you were fibbing before," mumbled Elenium. "The Emperor, the High Priestess of Iluna, the Heralds, it just didn't sound real. And now we have a prince in our group."
"Please get up," said the future prince, somewhat red in the face. "Just call me Slate. I'm not a prince yet, and if you don't help me, I may never become one. So please, don't kneel every time you want to speak to me. Just think of me as the group's blacksmith."
Slate is right. I tried to talk some sense into my stunned team. You better start getting used to the idea that our group has another member. Forget about his status. And, in general, you should get used to the fact that from now on your standing in Barleona will change. I don't know whether it will be for the worse or for the better, but change it certainly will. We'll mix with princes and princesses, and even the Emperor will no longer be some distant, unapproachable figure. Let's get on with the introductions. This is Klutzer. Like me, he made it out of a mine, and now we're in the same clan. I started to introduce everyone in turn, recounting when and how I came to meet them. What relationships develop between you guys is your business. It's not like I can force you all to become friends, but while we're on the quest, I ask that you maintain normal professional relations, setting any emotions aside. Put off any arguments and so forth until we return. Everyone, I'm sharing both quests with you, that of the High Priestess and of the Prince.
Man, we have a problem.
Klutzer's voice came almost straight away. What do you mean?
Look at the quest description, namely at the limitations section. We don't cut it level-wise.
What the heck? I exclaimed as I dug up the quest description. The overall level of the group amounted to 622, but it came up as 494, parentheses 128, in front of the required 600 level limitation. 494 was the combined level of the players, while 128 levels were slates. It looked like our NPC didn't count towards the total group level, and so Beth wouldn't give us the quest. Where did it all go wrong? If we are lacking in levels, we'll have to invite someone else. Any of you know someone who could take off to the freelance for a couple of weeks right this minute?
I'll have a look,
was Eric's businesslike reply.
I did play as a tank for quite a while, and my contacts should all still be there.
Judging by his appearance, he went into mail-sending mode and was quickly jotting down messages. What about you? I asked my friends from my former gaming life.
I don't have anyone, came Elenium's honest answer. As soon as my son was born, I left Barleona for a long time, even got kicked out of the clan as an unreliable element, although I gave them my reason. You wouldn't want to invite people like that on an expedition.
Following Eric's example, Sushio and Duki began writing letters to their acquaintances.
I don't have anyone to invite either, said Klutzer. I would be categorically against inviting any of my old acquaintances, that is, assuming they even managed to get out of the mines.
I have a candidate, I said thoughtfully, weighing up all the pros and cons. I'm not 100% sure of them yet, but it still might be better than hooking up with a total stranger.
Do it. Invite anyone you can think of, said Eric quickly. I've already had 3 declines. Supposedly they don't have any time, bastards. They know that I've been in the can and don't want to associate with a convict.
I made up my mind and started to write a letter. Hello, Marina. I know that I just recently wrote to you saying that we may only meet up in 3 weeks' time, but circumstances have changed. I urgently need a player with 106+ levels. As far as I remember, you've reached level 107 in Beatwick, so you meet the requirements. In essence, the quest is to make a trip to the Freelands and find a precious stone. The assignment was given to me by the High Priestess of Aluna. I'm attaching a link to the quest chain. We're gathering in Anhurs right now, and we have to decide quickly. Quest duration could be around a week, from 1800 to 0100 in the morning, system time, each day. After a little while, Eric shook his head disappointedly to show that his search for extra players was unsuccessful. It was the same story with Duki and Sushio. There were no candidates prepared to suddenly take off for an indefinite length of time. Now we only had to wait for Mirida's decision. Hi, Daniel. I'm quite far away from Anhurs at the moment, otherwise I would have happily accepted your offer. I don't have a portal scroll, and riding Fluffy to the capital would take about 2 weeks. Sorry. No go on my front either, I said, and sat down right on the temple steps, crestfallen. Can someone explain to me why the developers thought you actually had to be looking at another player before you could add him to the group? Why no long-distance invites? Is cutting us some slack with this against their religion or something?
All we can do now is shout in the group finder channel, concluded Eric. I have done this often in the past, and in all honesty, I have to say that I always ended up with total third-raters. So it's a double-edged sword, really.
Do we have any choice, though? The person I had in mind can only be in Anhurst in a couple of weeks. We can't wait for her until then.
Huh?
Klutzer latched onto the word. Yes, her. She's a hunter, level 107 Beastmaster. We fought together against the Cardus forces in Beatwick. I provided a neutral explanation, reluctant to reveal Marina's true face. I would have to have a chat with her first, and only then would I tell the others who she really is. All right, I'll start searching. Let's hope we get lucky. Klutzer, I have a little task for you. Can you look through standard clan agreements? We need to formulate a proper agreement for our clan, one that will cover everything: joining, leaving, loot allocation, roles, structure, and everything else you see fit, right up to the monthly salary for the players of a certain level.
Why me?
Klutzer asked, surprised, although you could see by his expression that he was extremely pleased. Because you could only get to the Mona Lisa if you were able to think through all the possibilities. No one could arrange everything more correctly and prioritize better than you. Guys, I turned to the others, please help him. It's time we made this a proper clan. After handing that task over to the team, I opened the group search channel and started to shout throughout Anhurst. Looking for a competent 106-plus level DD for a trip to the Freelands. Duration, at least 2 to 3 weeks. Must be available in-game between 1800 and 0100 system time. We're starting a quest chain. Details in the mail. As soon as I sent this announcement, I was hit with an avalanche of letters. I canoed from 1800. How about 1200 to 1400? 64-level rogue.
I'll boost you through the Patris dungeon. Cost 10,000 gold.
153-level mage. Will accept 2,020 gold per day. All the loot is mine. Have an agreement ready. There was so much of this junk that I sensed people were failing to read the original text of the message and simply sent replies to anyone that popped up in the channel. There was little else I could do other than delete the letters, or, if they sounded completely mental, stick the senders straight on the blacklist. Attention! The official blacklist of the Dark Legion clan comes into effect in the next 5 minutes. Please confirm that you have read this message. This came with a huge yes button that covered most of the view. Damn, I didn't think that putting a team together would take this long. I was running the risk of ending up in real hot water. All right, not much I can do about that, I thought as I pressed the button and continued to look through the letters. I urgently needed a competent player. Hi, I'm a 147-level druid. I have a few questions about the group. What's the loot allocation? What's the makeup of the rest of the group? Why aren't you using NPC mercenaries? Send me a link to the quest so I can see what I need to take with me. What are the gear requirements? How do we get to the Freelands? I propose we discuss all this first, before deciding whether I should join or not. 10 minutes later, I had finally managed to dig up a message written by an experienced druid, or rather a lady druid, since Barcina was clearly a female name. Hi. We haven't discussed loot allocation yet, but I think we'll follow the standard route. Gold is divided equally among all, and gear goes to whomsoever it benefits the most. If it suits several people at once, we'll let Lady Luck decide. The group is made up of 7 players between level 20 and 150, with 90 as the average level, and 1 NPC. We can't get mercenaries because the quest has a requirement for the level of the participants, and so any NPC's levels do not count towards that. Already checked. Here's the link to the quest. There are no gear requirements. I'll trust you to be sensible. We'll be ported to the free lands. I think that's it. We are currently gathered by the Temple of Eluna. You may join us. I'll explain everything you want to know once you get here. Keeping my fingers crossed, I sent my reply to Barcina. Judging by her questions, she was a competent player, of the kind I really needed right now. The main thing was for her to not have any hang-ups or additional demands, or it might turn out that although she was asking for one thing now, in actual fact she was after something else completely. On my way, I'll ask you straight away. Do you have the means of transport taken care of, or will the group depend on its level 20 members who wouldn't be able to afford a normal horse? I read over the message one more time and realized that I probably owed Barcina a present. Would some flowers do the job? Whether she decided to join us in the end or not, mentioning the mounts from the start was very much the right thing to do. It looks like she might have had a bad experience with a group in this respect, if she brought it up straight away. I think I found one, I told the other sitting next to me. She'll be here in a minute. By the way, what are your transport arrangements? Does everyone have mounts?
I don't, Klutzer quickly answered. Why? Are you saying there might be other options?
Eric and Leide also didn't have anything, but Dookie, Sushio, and Elenium had better news. This meant that we would only have to buy 4 horses, preferably not the cheapest kind, to avoid traveling at the speed of a sightseeing snail. Other options should and must happen. Sergei, do you know where they sell horses? Take our mountless lot to the stables. Here's an agreement indicating that the gold for the horses should be taken off my account. Try not to get the most expensive ones, but not the worst quality either, all right? I can't go myself since I'm waiting for Barcina. Move it, people. We're catastrophically running out of time.
How come?
The Dark Legion clan stuck me on their blacklist, the official one, and open season was declared on me a few minutes ago. Look at the way the passers-by are eyeing me. They're probably seeing the message that there's a reward on my head and are considering whether to go for me or if it's best not to get involved.
A reward? Why can't we see any of that? Sushio said in surprise.
That's because we're in the same group. At least that's my best guess. Let's check this. Dookie, can you leave us for a couple of minutes?
5,000 for each kill, he said almost straight away, as he was reading through the text. You can be attacked even inside the city without any fear of the PK penalty. You must have seriously rubbed number 2s the wrong way. How did that happen?
Sure thing. I'll tell you as soon as you join the clan, I replied. Rejoin the group, and, Sergei, you'd better be off to get the horses. It should be said that when I met up with my old gaming buddies and invited them to join the clan, they refused at first. They said that they would have to see who the other clan members were, what the clan policies looked like, the loot allocation, and so on, and only then would they decide. Although they knew me well enough, they would have preferred to play it safe at the time, because each of them had been receiving a certain salary-shaped bonus from their own clans and were reluctant to lose the additional income. My proposal to sign agreements right away was met with approval, but it was finally agreed that could be done after we completed the quest. When I asked about the bonus, which was something new to me, it turned out that from level 5, 10% of all the money a player received from quests or mobs went to the clan treasury. This amount wasn't deducted from the player, but was an additional payment made by the corporation. So certain clans chose to provide a degree of financial support to their members. According to Dookie, because of this, he was receiving 10,000 gold a month. a pretty healthy sum, considering that he was getting it pretty much for nothing. The matter of clan levels really piqued my interest, so I sent Dookie back to reality for additional information. The situation with levels was far from simple. The more group quests, dungeons, or crafting projects clan players completed, the more clan points, of some kind, the clan collected. As soon as the clan accumulated 20 million of these points, the clan gained its first level. The second level required 60 million and 40 million more for the next level, and so on. The maximum clan level was held by Dark Legion, which beat Phoenix on account of its extremely large membership. At least, in this regard, they weren't number twos. Attention, you have been discovered by a player from the Dark Legion clan. They are under obligation to attack you. Prepare yourself. I barely had time to read this short text before a 5-minute stun debuff landed on Dookie and Sushio. Rogues. I immediately jumped up, looked around, and kicked myself for not buying any stealth-detecting elixirs. A stun could only be applied to 122 and 127 level players if the opponent was of the same level or higher. Otherwise, Dookie, also being a rogue, would have detected the attack and had time to react. And now I was left to face 2 or more players all on my own. There was little hope in relying on Slate. As an NPC, he couldn't interfere in the fight, even if it were happening right around him. Damage taken. Hit points reduced by 14,533. 16,314. Critical kick minus 1,781. Physical defense. Total hit points 5,106 out of 19,640. Attacker Lloyd Radumski, level 172. PK restrictions have been lifted. I was flung about 2 meters away and slid down the temple steps. The worst thing was that I could feel very well where that kick had landed, the part usually used for sitting. Bastard. If I ever get my hands on him, I'll kill him. As I got up, I just glimpsed a flickering in the air a few meters away. Lloyd, stealthed once again. As soon as a rogue attacks from invisibility, he drops back into vision for 5 to 10 seconds. One of the abilities of that class is that they can stealth several times in a row, perhaps 3 or 4 times altogether, though I don't remember the exact number. Such a sneak attack always inflicts extra damage. In general, it's a pretty unpleasant class in a solo fight. On the other hand, if you manage to survive the first 2 or 3 attacks, the rogue is as good as done for. You can do what you like with him in the time it takes for his invisibility to recharge. It's a pity that our level difference was so great, 105 levels. Otherwise, I would have taught him a lesson, as I did Reptilis. But why was he hitting me with his foot rather than his daggers? After all, I did spot fairly decent gear on Lloyd earlier. The shaman has 3 hands. It took me just over 4 seconds to call up the spirit summoning mode. The tambourine and the Emperor's boots did their job. I summoned a healing spirit and cursed myself for failing to put things in order earlier. I got a 3rd spirit rank, which meant that now I could include 3 spirits in one summoning, but I hadn't selected that in the settings yet. It's not like I had much time for that. All this went through my head in a flash while I was restoring my hit points. It was strange that no new attacks came as I was healing myself. It was as if Lloyd intended to allow me to heal myself. Had he decided to play around with me for a bit? "Peed your pants, eh, you little shit?" Lloyd's pleased voice came from nowhere. "There's no obstacle course here to hide behind. You'll pay for that 6 grand you cost me." "Guards!" I shouted frantically. "An attack in the city!" "The PK restrictions have been turned off for you, you idiot." Lloyd's voice came from somewhere to the right, so I rolled to the left and caught another critical kick from a foot belonging to Mlish the Magnificent, level 154. He was another player who had refused to pay the money he had lost on the bet.
"You stupid turd! You went and pissed off the entire Dark Legion."
The rogues remained stealthed, so I couldn't select them and start to bite back with water spirits. As I flew through the air, I saw that, like Lloyd, Mlish appeared for 5 seconds after the hit and then vanished once again. This meant that both he and Lloyd only had 2 to 3 stealth dives left. After that, for the next 5 hours, I could do with them what I liked. The main thing was that I hoped they would keep to kicking and not switch to sticking pointy things into me. Any hit with a weapon or even a shuriken throwing star would land me at the respawn point. So then, Mlish is to the left and Lloyd is to the right, but there's no one in front of me and the way into the temple is clear. I hope Beth will save me. A direct hit to my chest completely winded me and sent me flying about 20 meters. The system happily informed me that a third bounty-hunting enthusiast had joined the fight, another rogue, one of those that tried to go back on our bet. I hit the corner of a house with my back, and my vision began to swim. Birds started to fly around my head, and alongside the message that I now had a 20-second stun debuff on me and a critically low number of hit points, 145, I was beginning to hallucinate.
"Player Plinto has invited you to join a group. Do you accept?"
I knew that fighting hallucinations was useless, so I pressed the yes button. This can't get any worse, so why not take the chance? As soon as the stun expired, I got back on my feet again, healed myself, and looked around. So, we had 3 rogues, I really hoped there weren't more, who had decided to play cat and mouse with me and slowly trample me into the ground. They could have sent me for respawn several times over as I was lying there, but they opted not to, preferring to remain invisible. As did Plinto. His see-through outline, visible only to members of the group I had just joined, was a couple of meters away from me. Plinto was intently examining his surroundings, and when I looked at him, put his fingers to his lips, indicating that I should keep quiet. All right, then. Keeping quiet was just fine by me. But what was he up to? A little more time went by before the former leader of the Dark Legion clan seemed to come to a decision of some sort. He pointed towards a small alley about 20 meters from me and did all he could to indicate that I should go there. The guards that had run over at the sound of the fight were standing about 40 meters from me and were very busy doing nothing while looking various passers-by over. All the local NPCs quickly dispersed. Shops shut their doors, and a crowd of onlookers began to gather along the edges of the street where the fight had taken place. These were mainly players below level 100, but from the shouts that reached me, they were having a heated discussion on how many level 50s one might need to bring me down and get the Dark Legion's reward. How kind and considerate of them. I tried to stop myself thinking as I followed Plinto's instructions and dashed towards the alley. As I was running past a house, another kick from Lloyd caught me below the belt and provided me with the acceleration required to get to my destination even faster. I ended up tumbling the last stretch like a football that had been kicked, but one that came with an added speed bonus. I ran around a corner, leaving my pursuers behind, purposefully summoning a strengthening spear to give me added acceleration, and ran forwards as fast as my legs could carry me. It was just as well that I had no time to change my ring bonuses from agility back to intellect. The extra speed would be pretty handy right now. I only managed to take about a dozen steps before I came to a halt. A dead end. Plinto had sent me to a dead end.
"Looks like your luck's run out."
Lloyd appeared from behind the bend. He was still in stealth mode, but I could see him well enough. A mark was hanging above him that allowed both of us to see him. The other two were still completely invisible. Looks like Plinto turned up after they had started their leisurely attempt to assassinate me, and he hadn't managed to mark them out, too. In all truth, I gained little from seeing where Lloyd was. Our level difference was just too big for me to do much damage to him with my spirits.
I want you to see how we are going to cut you to pieces.
Lloyd de-stealthed, and just a couple of seconds later, 2 more players appeared next to him.
I'm done playing around. We'll meet in 12 hours at the respawn point.
As he was saying this, I saw how Plinto put marks on Lloyd's 2 buddies to keep them in his sights, pointed at Lloyd to me, then pointed at himself and at the other 2 players. Was he really suggesting I take on a 172-level player? And why the heck not? It's just a 105-level gap. That's nothing. I'll crush them all with my bare hands.
Whoever hits him from 20 meters away gets a super prize. I'll go first,
Lloyd shouted, and then events went into overdrive. As soon as the first throwing stars flew towards me, Plinto entered the fight. His attack was quiet, fast, and left Mlish 0 chance of escape. I managed to duck, letting a shuriken fly past me, and, at the same time, summoned a Spirit of Water Strike on Lloyd. I then surrounded myself with a water shield. Perhaps not by much, but it should have reduced any damage that would come my way. A second star cut through the shield as if it didn't exist and seemed to veer off course, but the system happily informed me that my hit points went down to 300.
The super prize is mine,
Lloyd managed to shout just before a sun seemed to flash under his feet, leaving the blindness debuff on all the attackers in its wake. Without stopping, Plinto took care of the second rogue, leaving only Lloyd still standing.
He's all yours,
I finally heard his voice, and a moment later Plinto left the group and stealthed. "Why did you do this?" I shouted my question into empty air, but there was no reply. Plinto had vanished, and who's going to enlighten me on what just happened here? The blindness on Lloyd lasted the standard 5 minutes, so I decided not to give him a second chance and began summoning spirit after spirit onto him. Achievement earned. Elephant and Pug level 1. Until the next level, 9 kills of any creatures or players plus 50 levels higher than you. Achievement reward. Damage to all creatures and players plus 50 levels higher is increased by 10%. List of achievements to be found in character settings. Even my intellect went up by 1 point, giving a total of 106. The difference in our levels was that big. As soon as Lloyd's juice had run out, Sushio flew to my side screaming, "Die, you bastard!" In the blink of an eye, he threw a green bubble of some kind around me, which reduced damage by 20%, judging by the description. Perfect timing. "Hang in there, man!" A dozen seconds later, Dookie appeared, getting his daggers out as he ran and stealthing. The crowd of onlookers staring from behind the corner vanished as soon as they saw what happened to the 3 attackers. Plinto might still be somewhere nearby, and he was considered a dangerous loose cannon, although I was becoming less and less sure of that myself.
"Legion numbskulls!"
cursed Illinium when the rest of the clan arrived on their horses to hear what had happened.
"Where is this Barcina? Anhurst has so many people from the Legion running around it, you'd think it was a queue for Anastaria's erotic show tickets. Maybe even enough for 3 queues.
"An interesting metaphor. Are you Shaman, man?"
asked a beautiful female voice, slightly lisping her SHs. I turned around and saw a petite girl, a human. She was a head lower than me in height. Small, even miniature, she could have been confused with a child from afar. The name Barsina hung above her head, and she had an empty space where a clan membership emblem might have been. I glanced over her gear and noted that she looked pretty well equipped. Rare, or perhaps even epic items, together with 1.5-meter tall tiger, made it clear that the girl wasn't experiencing any financial difficulties. An involuntary smile crossed my face as Barsina walked under her tiger's head, barely having to bend her own. "Hello, Barsina. Guys, let me introduce you to our potential partner on this quest. It's Barsa, for short, if you like. Hang on. You're not the man about whom there was an announcement from the Emperor a couple of days ago, and on whose account all the gaming forums are buzzing after the events in Beatwick, or whatever that place is called? And how did you manage to upset the Dark Legion so much that they're now offering 5 grand for your head? Will this affect the completion of the quest? I'm sorry for all the questions, but I prefer to settle any matters as they arise before signing any agreement. I can't stand flakers." "That's all right," I replied happily, and briefly answered all of Barsina's questions. Had we actually managed to get hold of a competent player? That would be some stroke of luck. "All right, I agree. Do you guys mind if I join you?" The girl looked over the other players. "But let's make some things clear from the start. I don't want any amorous attention or flirting. This is my main condition. I'll have to disappoint you straight away and say that I'm a married woman and don't want any problems with my husband. Deal?" The entire male population of the group nodded, so Barsina continued. "Then I have no more questions. Let's sign the agreement. I have my own template that I usually use with all the groups that I join. Here's the text. It's a little different from a standard group agreement. I added points about open flirting and show of emotions. They may seem like insignificant details, but these things can really do your head in when on a mission." I carefully read the agreement, and, not spotting anything unreasonable, I signed it, and Barsina joined our group. "Requirements for the quest, Restoration of the Holy Relic, Step 2, Searching for the Stone of Light, have been met. See the High Priestess of Eluna to be transported to the Freelands." "Wow, that's not exactly next door," sighed the girl as she read the description. A dot appeared on the map marking the location where we were heading, but that area was hidden to me, so I could only make a guess at the distance. It looked like around 5 trips between Farstead and Beatwick. That is, 10 days by cart, 15 to 20 days on foot, or 6 to 10 days on a decent mount. "Right you are. We have a long trip ahead of us. All right, guys, everyone ready? Barsina, we have one constraint. 3 of us can only be in the game from 6 in the evening until 1 in the morning, system time. We have to set out right away so we can cover as much ground as possible today. Do you need time to get ready?" "No, I've been looking for a group to do some quests with for a couple of days now, so I've been ready for a while. Last question. Where will we sleep? On the ground?" "I have the Frontier Ranger tent that sleeps up to 10, and it will be very comfortable for 6, so that part is covered." "In that case, I'm ready. Let's go." "You did the right thing by listening to my advice and taking your friends with you," said the High Priestess happily as soon as we stepped inside the temple. Surrounded by her handmaidens, Beth looked very majestic, having completely regained her previous role. "I see that you've taken a priest of Eluna with you. A very good choice. Have a look through the items that you left for me to bless earlier, and wait here. I have to have a private word with your priest. Come." My jaw almost dropped as Beth took Elinium aside. We were prevented from following them as a crowd of junior priestesses surrounded us. They quickly brought a small table and arranged all the rings and ore that I had made and gathered in Beatwick on it. "May I?" asked Barsina as she turned one of the rings over in her hand. "Yes, have a look." I looked over the ring that now granted an extra 5% to experience and uncovered its properties. There was nothing secret about the ring, so I wasn't worried that its properties would surprise Barcina too much.
"Nice band,"
concluded the girl, putting the ring back on the table.
"Made by you, judging by the properties. Are you a jeweler?"
"Yes."
"How far have you leveled up in jewelcraft? I need to upgrade my rings, and I'm prepared to buy if you can make any with plus 20 to intellect."
"I'm sorry, but I'm restricted in this respect for now. Maximum stat bonus is only plus 12, so for the moment I can't help you."
"All right. How much would you sell one of these for? It's always good to have an experience bonus."
"Barcina, I don't know. I honestly have no idea how much such a ring should cost. If I say 100,000, it could be too little and you'll consider me a total sucker, or it could be too much and you'll think I'm a greedy idiot. It cost me nothing to make, so there's no point talking about a markup."
"Would 1,000 gold suffice?" asked the girl.
"Quite." I handed the ring to her and got a message that I just received 700 gold. 30% of the sum went towards the Empire, as usual.
"Do you have many rings like this?"
"I don't know yet. You yourself saw them being returned to me just a moment ago."
"Can I dig around? What if I find more things I could use in that pile?"
"Be my guest." I uncovered the properties of the rings. I could probably sell them for a better price at the auction house, but good relations in the next couple of weeks were worth infinitely more. So I had no trouble sacrificing part of the profit. Barcina started going through my rings, looking at each of them in turn. Meanwhile, I tried to figure out where Beth took Illinium. I would have to ask Sergei later why she called him aside.
"Also, these two."
Barcina highlighted 2 rings, for plus 10% to intellect and plus 5% to experience. I had no trouble letting go of the one with the experience bonus, but the intellect one... I had 106 intellect points at the moment, which meant that the ring would give me an extra 10 points. At the same time, I could now make rings with plus 12 bonus. The latter was a much better option, especially at this level. But if I spent all of my 265 free stat points on increasing intellect, this ring would already give plus 36. Then, compared to that, my plus 12 wasn't much to look at.
"Judging by your face, the intellect ring has caught your eye as well," said Barcina, putting the ring back. "Then I'd like to take one more for experience, all right?"
"We're back," declared Beth, who turned up just as I received another 700 gold from Barcina.
"Man, I told you the aim of the assignment. Here's the scroll with the return portal. Activate it as soon as you find the stone, and you'll be brought back to Anhurst. And now we should go. It's time."
After shoving all the blessed items into my bag, handing over the ring Barcina initially wanted to Illinium, and giving the bags I bought to the other players, I followed the High Priestess. I'll ask what she was chatting with Sergei about later, in the absence of potential eavesdroppers in the form of the heralds who couldn't go to the free lands. By the way, there's a question. Who ensures the law is obeyed in the free lands? Are there equivalents of heralds there? I'll have to look into this. Our steeds turned into small bridles as soon as we entered the temple. This was a rare, if not unique, concession to the players by the developers. You could take your mount into a building, upon which it turned into a bridle. And as soon as I left the building, I knew I would regain my stallion, or mare, whatever it was. It's not like I had had much time to look. The neighboring room contained the shimmering transportation portal, kept open by 3 priestesses. Beth looked at us in a regal manner as the expedition was about to set out, and I realized that there wouldn't be much point asking her anything at this moment. I nodded to her in farewell, gripped the bridle in my hands, and dove into the portal. "A nice little forest they have around here," uttered Dookie as soon as he appeared next to us. I totally got him. The forest was really quite something. Great, mast-like trees hung over us like some giants of legend. The cold wind, which only the convicts could actually feel, put a chilled debuff on everyone, reducing all stats by 1%. The ground in the forest was covered by some kind of phosphorescent mist, puffs of which constantly seethed and bubbled, seemingly having a life of their own. There was no sign of any verdant plant life such as grass. Instead, bare gray sticks, dark brambles, and a mass of hostile-looking shrubbery made the forest quite impassable. You could say it was created in the image of the best traditions of the antique horror movies. A small path, which one would have struggled to call a road, led into the depths of this developer's fantasy, and it became clear that our trip wasn't going to exactly be a walk in the park. I was the first one through the portal, and, as the others arrived after me, I walked to the edge of the forest to get a better sense of the place. I was immediately immersed in a different world. Just before the forest, there was an invisible boundary. Crossing it took you to another location. There, the wind became even colder. Some distant screams from what I hoped were animals started to reach my ears, and odd whispers periodically floated at the limits of hearing. And, judging by the map, our 8 mounted treks would take us into the very depths of all this. We would not know whom or what we might bump into.
"The Dark Forest," said Slate. "There are many bad stories about it amongst my people, terrifying and full of horrors. This is not a place from which you return. The birthplace of vampires."
"Vampires?" asked Barcina in surprise. "I thought they just stayed in their towns and didn't venture out much."
"Of course," he continued. "Those towns are for ordinary vampires, the domesticated sort, you might say. But the Dark Forest is the place of the original, ancient ones, who founded many a vampire clan. The Reardelox clan, if that means anything to you. According to legend, this clan is ruled over by the oldest sentient in Barleona, the one who still remembers the dragons."
I pricked up my ears, but tried not to show it. If dragons were mentioned, quests that feature them might not be far behind. If I summoned Draco, the clan head would be putty in my hands. The main thing was not to show my cards until the time was right. "Right. Attention, everyone. Our task is to get to the marked spot and find the stone. If it was Reardelox's vampires that did away with the priests, we'll have to do some thinking. But for now, let's forget about vampires. It's not like we can do much about them at the moment, even if they're actually hiding behind the next tree. Barca, can you please check the forums and look up how to fight those things? Do we need stakes, garlic, and other special gear, or is the only difference between this and other mobs in the name?"
"All right, I'll look. But I should say that starting out by foisting tasks you could do yourself on others is bad form. I'm not against you giving orders, but don't get carried away."
"Hold on, don't go yet," I stopped the girl. "Here, take a look at my properties. I think that should make it clear why I can't look things up myself. The same goes for half of those present here." I opened access to the part of my properties where it said that I was a person of limited rights.
"I'm sorry."
Barcina turned red, thus earning an additional 10 points of respect with me.
I didn't know. Why didn't you say straight away?"
"Would you have joined us if I shouted, 'A bunch of convicts are looking for a player'?" Barca, the fact that we've left the mines shows only one thing. We're reformed in the eyes of the law. I hope you have no issues with people like us."
"No. If you didn't say, I would have never known. Please, once again, accept my apologies. So, are there any other disadvantages to your situation?
Pain. We feel pain. Otherwise, we're just like other players.
They also take 30% off all gold paid to us, put in Klutzer.
I looked around and saw that everyone was listening in on my conversation with Barcina with some interest. Guys, I see that you've already finished the clan agreement since you've gone into chill out and chat mode. Can I have a read?
All right, I'll go and leave you to it,
smiled Barcina, while the others looked down, slightly embarrassed.
A clan agreement is a very important thing. Be sure to cover everything.
With that, the girl's eyes clouded over, and she left the game.
Here,
Klutzer surprised me.
We took a standard agreement and made a few corrections. We decided to change the structure slightly. The clan will have a leader, that would be you, a deputy, a vacant position for the moment, and a treasurer, also vacant for now. Then come the officers, which will be the 6 of us, and then the fighters and recruits. A question arose about the keepers. Are we going to try to get our own castle like Phoenix, for example, or not?
Not for the moment. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. What else?
We set out the duties and powers of each and all. We didn't really change anything there. And also, we set down that 30% of the clan's monthly income would be allocated for paying salaries. These would be proportional to the profit generated for the clan and to the members' rank. Also,
Klutzer handed me the draft agreement, explaining all the amendments that they'd made in this time. Good work. I accepted the agreement. There is only one point I disagree with, namely the one about making decisions that touch upon the clan's best interests. Right now it says that decisions should be made at an assembly of members with the rank of officer and higher, but I propose that we leave this privilege to the clan head. To me, that is. What if the Emperor summons me and offers to send the clan to a dungeon or complete a unique quest? What am I going to tell him? Can you wait a little? We have to decide this as a clan. Can you imagine what would happen to our reputation in that case? No, the clan should and must be consulted, but the decision should be made by one person, and it has to be its head. After 5 minutes of debating over certain points, the entire Sea Thistles clan accepted the agreement. I call upon a herald. I need to register a clan agreement. I spoke into the air, summoning the official representative of the authorities. Currently, we were right on the edge of Malabar, but still within the jurisdiction of the heralds, so one of them should hear and teleport here. You didn't need them for signing agreements with players, but a clan agreement had to be confirmed by a herald. It was the only way it could be done. You called me and I came. Please provide the text of the agreement. I sent the agreement to the herald, and his gaze clouded as he checked the legitimacy of the changes, after which he said, Confirmed. Now and henceforth the agreement of the Sea Thistles clan is inviolable and can only be changed by an advisor. Then came the clap of the portal, and we were alone once again.
If that's how it is, take me into the clan right away, said Elenium. I already saw the agreement for myself, and have a vested interest in the clan's speedy development. The more clan members that complete the quest, the better it will be for leveling up the clan. So, I'm with you.
Me too, said Dookie and Sushio at the same time. Then I welcome the new officers to the Sea Thistles clan, I mumbled, rather pleased, as I invited the guys into the clan. But why did you decide to leave the post of the deputy vacant?
Because the head must pick a person whom he trusts more than his own mother. He'll appoint whoever you end up choosing, and that's how we set it out in the agreement.
Right. Barcina was back before I could respond to Klutzer's words. The Dark Forest is uncharted territory. Some maps do exist, but they cost a lot, up to 100,000.
I even had a closer look at the small piece that was released for publicity. It was drawn from the air, most probably by a person flying around on a griffin and sketching what he saw. There's only forest and rivers, nothing that could be useful to us. There's not a word written there about vampires, but I'm inclined to believe Slate. There is one legend on the official site that somewhere in Barleona there lives the oldest vampire, the Patriarch, as he's also called. Very old, very wise, and very dangerous. As for garlic and wooden stakes, Barleona has no such conventions. Vampires are simply very long-lived sentients who are forced to drink blood, or whatever it is we have inside us. The only warning was that they're very fast, about 3 times faster than any of us. That's it, I think.
Then I suggest we get going. We've already lost a great deal of time. We have an exciting journey on horseback ahead of us, so summon your mounts. I would give a lot to know where this path will end up leading us.
To the heart of the dark forest.
Slate, who was doing an excellent phone-mast impersonation up until this point, immediately volunteered the information. You had to give it to the developers for configuring the imitators in such a convenient way. As soon as players start talking about the real world, NPCs appear to turn off or simply act as if nothing is being said.
All the paths in the forest lead to where Clan Reardalok's vampires live.
That's where we should head, then. Mount up, people. Adventure awaits. 3 hours of riding along the foggy path were completely demoralizing. You got the feeling that we were moving along a narrow, deep canyon, carpeted with twigs and deadfall. Our horses easily hopped over any obstacles, but that did little to lift our spirits. We hadn't seen anything of the sun in all this time, hidden, as it was, by the thick canopy of the pines overhead. Thus we rode on, knee-deep in the mist, making the best guess of the direction in which we were headed, and occasionally jumping over fallen trees. It was monotonous and tedious, but there was little to be done about it.
"Right. Sorry, guys,"
Illinium finally said.
"But it's time for me to call it a day. We just spent too long getting ready. If anyone decides to continue, I'll turn on follow."
"I have to go too," Dookie said immediately afterward. "Will you keep going?" he asked me.
"Yes, it's not like we have anything else to do. Hook up the follow to my horse. We may keep going for another 2 or 3 hours."
"In that case, you can tow me along as well," concluded Sushio. "We will meet up tomorrow at 1800 server time. Is that right?"
The gaming avatars of 3 members of the clan flickered and became transparent, but didn't disappear altogether. The tethering was doing its job. This was quite a convenient feature when a group of players needed to get to a certain location. You select one poor sod to make the actual journey, attach a follow to him, and then you could be free to log out into the real world. This is the principle along which caravans function, transporting around players instead of goods. This is a very profitable business when the distances are vast and people don't want to cough up the money for a portal. "Why did you decide to stay, Barcina?" I asked the girl. "Throw us your tether and return again tomorrow. Not much point in you hanging around now. It's night already." "I'll stay with you a little while longer. It's quite pretty around here," the girl said, surprising me. What did she find so pretty about this forest? "It's so oppressive, as it were. Makes you think. So I'm riding along, lost in my own thoughts. How long do you think it will take us to get there at this pace?" "Hold on, I'm just finishing sketching out the map. It should become clearer then." I put the finishing touches to the map, not missing anything that we'd seen that day. Fog, brambles, fog, trees, fog, more fog. Right. We've covered around... According to the map, we've made almost no progress. But 3 hours of riding isn't much. It should become clearer tomorrow, so I suggest you go and have a rest." "I'll have time enough for that. How did you get this quest chain, by the way? I looked around in the manuals, and it's a quest from the restricted section. That's not something you can just pick up any day. You've got the chain from the High Priestess, too. In general, you're an interesting bunch. You haven't gained level 100 yet, but already have a first kill under your belt. Can you tell me how that happened? Or is this a clan secret?" "No, it's no secret. It's just, as they say, it was blind luck. I ended up being in the right place at the right time. Where I lived, there was a lady who, on closer acquaintance, turned out to be a former high priestess of Eluna. According to the conditions of the scenario, and I'm fairly certain of this now, there were quite a few such high priestesses around Malabar in all the key points of the scenario, but only one of these points was set in motion, the one that was unlocked in Beatwick. This is where the current quest originates. Simple luck, that's all. And how did you end up being a gun for hire?" "Didn't you read my agreement?" smiled the girl. "It just so happened that the same situation developed in all the clans that I joined. The clan head, deputies, or officers would start to shower me with attention. I liked it at first, but once they'd crossed a certain line and taken complete leave of their senses, they'd begin to search me out in real life. So I had to leave and start everything from scratch. I don't want to join a women-only clan. Those places have different aims to mine. All I want is to earn a comfortable living for myself and my family. So that's why I joined the ranks of the mercenaries. My goal in the next 6 months is to reach level 200 and officially register as a free fighter. It may not be the case with Phoenix, but other big clans, such as Azure Dragons, use the services of mercenaries." "So that's why you joined us," I said. "Did you do it in the hope that the rare quest chain may bring you a lot of experience?" "Let me give you a piece of advice for the future. Never ask a girl a question to which you already know the answer. Otherwise, things will never work out between you and that girl." "But you're not here in the capacity of a girl, just an ordinary member of our group. You yourself asked us to forget about your gender." Thus we traveled on for another hour or so, until Barsina latched a follow onto my horse and left the game. "Guys, you can also put a follow on me and go to bed. I'll spend a couple more hours riding, but there's no need for you to suffer."
"It won't work," said Eric straight away. "Wanted to turn on follow a while back, as soon as we entered the forest, but we can't do it. Just don't have the function. You can check for yourself. It gets turned on when you exit Barleona, but we don't have an exit button. So we'll be riding with you all the way."
I quickly verified Eric's words and cursed under my breath. That's right. No follow option for prisoners. "Then we'll set up camp. There's little sense keeping on going, and we need to rest as well. It's nearly 1 a.m. already. Liady, you make a fire. Eric and Klutzer put up the tent, and I'll take care of the food." It was just as well that right at the last minute, straight after the auction house, a food stall caught my eye. So I didn't just have a supply of prepared food, but raw meat, too. This could be a chance to level up in cooking as well.
"Barsina is a decent player, by the looks of it,"
said Liady when the lively fire fought back some of the darkness and the smell of roast venison spread throughout the camp. What else would 4 guys talk about, if not about the ladies? Slate didn't count, as he immediately went to sleep in the tent.
"I wouldn't draw any conclusions after 3 hours riding," volunteered Eric. "When it's time to fight, it should become clear who and what is riding with us. For now, all you can say for certain is that she's a good traveling companion. She doesn't pester you with demands to explain every little thing, keeps quiet where appropriate, and keeps up the conversation when needed." That's what bothers me the most." Klutzer couldn't help adding his 2 cents. "If she plans to work as a mercenary in Barleona, even get an income from doing that, her approach should be completely different. She should be trying to fish any piece of information she can out of us to gain maximum advantage from this trip, but she just rode on and contemplated the dark forest scenery. At the same time, she doesn't seem to be a scatterbrain. The conclusion being that something's fishy here."
"Guys, I think you're overreacting." I surprised myself by suddenly coming to the girl's defense. She's just an ordinary player, like so many in Barleona. The fact that she's not trying to drag any information out of us on the first day together speaks in her favor, and she did spend only 3 hours with us, after all. I agree with Eric. We can only make up our minds about Barca after more time or after the first fight. She may well turn out to be a complete noob.
"Still, I'd keep a close eye on her," said Klutzer, still unconvinced.
After making the supper and getting my cooking up to 6, I added our route to the map. Then I took out the smithing tools, walked a little way off from the camp so as not to disturb anyone, and started to make ingots. I didn't feel like sleeping, so I decided to spend a couple of hours stocking up on ingots that I needed for leveling up in jewelcraft.
"You have a lot of copper ore?"
Eric came up to me after an hour.
"My main profession is a smith, and as you said, it's probably time to start leveling up in it."
"Yes, I have some left." I took out all the copper that I had, both the ore and the ingots. "Here you go. Try to get as far as tin. I have 50 stacks of it. I'll use up 10 to 15 of them now and leave the rest for you. What professions do you have in general?"
"Level 13 smith, so I have 7 levels to go before I can touch tin. Hopefully this copper will be enough. And level 16 miner. These are the ones that I've leveled up. Otherwise, we all unlocked lumberjacking, herbalism, and fishing, although they're all level 1 at the moment, and there isn't all that much you can do with these professions in this forest."
"That's fine. When we get back, I'll send you for speeded-up leveling. Right now, you should focus on improving your smithing while you have some free time on your hands. Something tells me that we won't be getting all that much of it for professions around here." On my 7th ingot, a miracle happened. As I was making another tin ingot, a large blue stone was left at the bottom of the smelting pot. It was lapis lazuli, a stone I obtained myself. I left Eric where he was and returned to the camp, sat in front of the fire and opened the design mode. The images of the dwarf warriors hadn't gone anywhere, so I recreated the image of the stone I just got and smiled, feeling rather pleased. The jewelcraft trainer was right. Right now the stone exceeded the figurines in size by several times, which could mean only one thing. "Congratulations! You have progressed on the path of recreating the legendary chess set of Emperor Commandant, the founder of the Malabar Empire. Wise and just, the Emperor offered his opponents the chance to settle disputes on the chessboard instead of the battlefield. Each type of chess piece was made from a different stone. Pawns, the Malachite Orc warriors, creator man, and lapis lazuli dwarf warriors, creator man. Rooks, a battle ogre from Alexandrite and a giant from Tanzanite. Knights, a war lizard from tourmaline and a warhorse from amethyst. Bishops, troll archers from emerald and elf archers from aquamarine. Queens, an orc shaman from peridot and elemental archmage, a human, from sapphire. Kings, the head of the White Wolf clans, an orc from Green Diamond, and the Emperor of the Malabar Empire, a human from Blue Diamond. The chessboard, black onyx and white opal, framed by white and yellow gold. Numbers and letters on the chessboard, platinum. After the death of the Emperor, the chess set was destroyed.
Now it is only up to you and your skills whether Barleona will again see this truly great wonder of the world, the legendary chess set of Emperor Carmandant. You have created the lapis lazuli dwarf warriors from the legendary chess set of Emperor Carmandant. While the chess pieces are in your possession, each minute you will regenerate 1% of hit points, mana, and energy, in addition to your standard regeneration, +1 to crafting. Skill increase, +1 to crafting, total 6. +2 to primary profession of jewel crafting, total 44. You created a legendary item. Your reputation with all previously encountered factions has increased by 500.
Our makeshift camp turned into a great pillar of light, with my hands at its center. Aside from this, as I looked around, I was able to get a clear view of the surrounding forest. The light emanating from the chess pieces had dispersed the fog for, I couldn't tell exactly how far, but it was quite far. I would have a better look in the morning. The pure white light, together with an intermittently appearing rainbow and solemn music, was doing strange things to the surrounding world. The branches of the trees began to emit a black mist of some kind, which soon disappeared, dissolving into the surroundings, while the trees themselves, they were being transformed. Right in front of my eyes, branches took on the natural color of healthy bark. Green shoots appeared, the black ground became covered with grass where flowers sprang up here and there. You got the feeling that the entire area had just been subjected to a blessing. But I'm a shaman. I don't know how to do things like this.
What the heck have you done?
Leite flew out of the tent.
What's going on?
I might have been wrong, but I thought I heard a note of panic in his voice.
Will you show us the dwarves?
Klutzer asked after he read the announcement.
You just created them, didn't you?
Sure. Have a look. I showed Klutzer the figurines, which I was still holding in my hands after first concealing their properties. I'll be the first one to read the description of the second riddle.
Man, Doc!
Came Eric's shout, after which the full weight of the chunky dwarf hit me at speed, bringing me to the ground. 3 black arrows hit the place where I had just been standing, but immediately began to melt in the light shining from the chess pieces.
Klutzer, stealth, now! Leite, put on your armor! Level 100 vampires, 3 of them!
I rolled together with Eric behind a tree, got up from the ground, and just caught sight of 3 pairs of red eyes dashing between the trees. They didn't enter the zone covered by the light, as if afraid of something, but they had an excellent opportunity to shoot us from afar.
That was the first warning.
The surrounding space was filled with a voice, a terrible voice. It seemed to come from every tree, branch, and newly emerged blade of grass. It vibrated, making you shake and causing a resonance that covered the body of your gaming avatar with goosebumps. Bypassing the brain, the effect of the voice made you want to fall to the ground, wrap yourself in a blanket, and whimper, just as a result of being spoken to by someone who was infinitely more powerful.
If you fail to heed it, my warriors will not miss the second time. Leave my forest.
The red eyes of the vampires dissolved into the dark forest, and then there was silence. The pillar of light and the solemn music faded, and darkness covered the surrounding world once again. The 3 black stains in the place where the arrows hit were the only reminder of the attack.
I get the feeling that the next time our choice of camping spot should be carefully planned in advance rather than picked at random, said Klutzer, speaking up. That patriarch has an interesting voice. Shakes you up enough to give you goosebumps. I don't think I would like to run into him one-on-one. I'm afraid you'll have to.
The prince came out of the tent.
Only such a sentient could have captured a great priest in possession of a stone of light.
Good travelers,
another voice sounded nearby as each of us were thinking over Slate's words.
please allow me to touch the purified ground before I die.
I looked in the direction of the voice and was stunned. It was a woodwothe. The meter-wide furball was floating above the ground at the border of the dark and pure forest, hesitant to cross it, and I could clearly see why that might be. Only scraps of its fur remained now. Dark lines of it with rotting flesh were hanging in long shreds that reached the ground. Feathers from a dozen black arrows were sticking out hedgehog-like all over its body, and waves of darkness emanated from the wothe in every direction. The warning from the vampires had clearly been insufficient, so the cursed woodwothe of the dark forest had decided to pay us a visit. Chapter 5. The Guardian of the Dark Forest. Will we be harmed in any way if you enter this ground? I carefully asked the wothe as I very quickly tried to think of what to do next. It was such a pity that all the free players were currently offline. I was desperate for information from the forum, the real forum, and not my truncated version, that I wanted to howl in frustration at being so helpless.
I cannot harm the Guardian,
was the hoarse reply of the wothe, which by now had descended nearly all the way to the ground. Aside from the waves of darkness, which couldn't penetrate the cleansed area, it also had thin streams of dark liquid dripping off it, probably the creature's blood. What guardian? This word from the furball unsettled me.
The guardian of this ground. You. As long as you stay in this zone, no dark creature will be able to cause you or any of your group any harm. Even the vampire's arrows would have simply bounced off your body and immediately disappeared. Inside his territory, a guardian is invincible.
So there you have it. Now I've been roped into being a guardian, too. I just wish I knew what on earth this was, what you do with it, and, most importantly, why me? I grant you my permission to enter, I replied. If the wothe sees me as a protector of sorts, perhaps I can fish a quest out of this NPC. After all, there must have been a reason behind the developers putting it here.
I thank you, Guardian.
The wothe floated, or rather rolled, onto the cleansed plot, and a sigh of relief sounded throughout the forest.
Yes, it's so good to be on pure ground once again.
A black puddle began to form under the furry sphere that had now fallen to the earth, but the wothe took no notice of it. It looked like it altogether lost interest in life and really was preparing for its final rest. Like hell it would. Where's my quest? And what about a bonus for my help? I selected the wothe, spent 4 seconds entering the spirit summoning mode, and engaged in vigorous resuscitation. The 120-level cursed creature, with a crazy amount of hit points, over 500,000, of which barely 10% remained, was burdened with some unintelligible debuff, which every 10 seconds took the imitator of the furball 10,000 hit points closer to its well-deserved rest, was silent, taking little notice of my efforts. No, you're not getting away that easy. I'll get you to do a thing or two for me before you head off to the repository, or wherever it is imitators are kept. You're not going anywhere until you give me a quest, and even if you do die, I happen to have a necromancer on my team. He'll get you back up, no problem, if need be."
"Leave me, guardian," croaked the Woth 5 minutes later. "Your efforts are futile. They are only prolonging my agony. It is beyond your power to remove the curse. You've already done much more than anyone could imagine. You gave me a chance to leave peacefully."
"You got that wrong, you woody wonder," I wheezed as I continued to summon spirits on the Woth. The other 3, along with Slate, stood nearby, shifting from foot to foot, not really knowing how to help me.
"Man, can we do anything, or will you manage?" said Klutzer, as if reading my thoughts.
"I'll manage. On second thoughts, no. Guys, get those arrows out of the Woth. Woth, don't do them any harm, even if it hurts. Don't touch the arrows with your bare hands. You'd better use the pliers. Eric, they will be amongst your smithing tools. Hop on it, everyone. We have to get this fluff ball back up." I continued to demolish my mana reserves without a moment's pause, but had little to show for it. All that I could do was keep the Woth's hit points from sliding further downwards.
"The arrows are out,"
Eric broke the happy news a minute later.
"Though I'll have to throw away the pliers now. They've rotted. Imagine that. An item that can only be used for crafting corroded away completely."
"Guardian, I beg you to let me go," whispered the Woth after another 5 minutes. As soon as the arrows were pulled out, the debuff on the furball started to take off only 5,000 hit points a second, which allowed me to heal the suffering creature back to almost half its total health. "You can restore my health, but you cannot remove the curse. As soon as you stop healing me, I will die. Make a decision, shaman." For the first time, the Woth didn't address me as a guardian, but emphasized my class. "A shaman's spirit must be firm. His entire life, a shaman must make hard decisions which will make some perish and save the lives of others. You too must make a decision."
"I will get through!"
I was almost shouting while trying to drag the Woth back to life. The spirit of cleansing was powerless against the debuff. Healing did nothing to it, and I began to get the sinking feeling that the system was rubbing my nose in the fact that not everything in this game was within the power of the player by the name Man. There were things he couldn't change, and the sooner this player realized this, the better. Yes, I left the mine very fast, received the totem in a spectacular manner, and ended up at the center of the scenario that unlocked Cartas. But I couldn't even heal an ordinary Woth. A minute later, my shoulders slumped. I managed to heal the Woth completely, but the stupid debuff hadn't disappeared, as I hoped it would if I managed to restore all the hit points, and methodically continued to destroy the creature. I turned away in anger and frustration, wishing to see nothing, but the silence that descended was soon broken by Klutzer's voice.
"Why did you call Mayan a guardian? When did he become one?"
"He was the one who cleansed this area of the forest from the taint," replied the Woth. "The forest might have been called dark before, but now it could be more correctly titled cursed. This pure area needs a guardian in order not to disappear, so Aluna appointed Mayan. He may not see it himself, but creatures like me can see the guardian's halo above his head. What did the forest become cursed? Is the patriarch behind it? Klutzer continued his bombardment of questions, gradually helping to bring me back to normal. Why hadn't it occurred to me that even a dying Woth could be questioned? The patriarch has nothing to do with this. He has locked himself away at the heart of the forest and is doing all he can to fight off the cursed ones. The dark forest was cursed 10 years ago. Why or how, I do not know. The trees whisper that a group of people came into the forest and brought the taint with them. Then others came who wanted to stop them, but they perished, and the curse fell on the forest. For 10 years I resisted it, but the curse was too strong in the end. We've taken so many arrows out of you. If they didn't come from the Patriarch's vampires, who on earth shot you? The Fallen. These are the ones who were captured and turned by the cursed ones and their leader. You, and later I, were attacked by the scouting group of the Sergeant of the Fallen, the weakest vampires of the cursed ones. May Heluna keep you from coming across a lieutenant or a general. So where is this leader, and who is it? I blurted out, but no answer followed. Even though the Woth's hit points hadn't yet gone down to 0, it became clear that its imitator was making clear that it had enough, and had now departed for some well-deserved rest, so it could enter a new NPC later on. Update of the quest chain, Restoration of the Holy Relic Step 2, Search for the Stone of Light. Priest Midial's party has been destroyed. You must go to the settlement of the clan Reardalach's vampires to find out from the Patriarch what really happened.
So, it looks like he really does exist, mumbled Eric. Our non-con teammates would skin us alive if their quest doesn't get updated too. It's a quest mob. Maybe we should bury it, said Klutzer 5 minutes later, pointing out that the Woth's body hadn't despawned. It could stay lying here for a week. It just doesn't seem right, polluting such a clean place, as it were. What do you say, Guardian? I agree. Let's bury it right where it's lying. Unfortunately, we have no spades, so we'll have to use our picks. You haven't forgotten how to swing them yet, I hope. I tried to cheer up the others, though my own heart felt heavy. What does it mean to be a guardian? Why didn't I get a message about it? What responsibilities have just been foisted on me? What if burying a cursed creature in a cleanse zone is against the rules? Bah! Why is it when you need those non-con players the most, they're nowhere to be found? Now I understand what you meant when you said that all kinds of rare stuff tends to gravitate towards you. We had next to 0 chance of running across this Woth, said Eric as soon as we started digging a hole. This is a whole hidden branch of the quest progression, and it doesn't even matter if we complete it or not. We're sure to get more rewards than before.
We'll see. I brought our daydreaming tank to Earth. We have to make it to the Patriarch alive, and it's not like I can create chess pieces like these every night to defend us from such scouting parties. And remember that the Woth mentioned a sergeant, a lieutenant, and a general. If the voice of the sergeant made us tremble, can you imagine what will happen when we came across his superiors? We'll have to keep guard every night, even with 4 of us being periodically absent. We'll have to have a chat with Barcina. What if she's actually able to live inside the game for an odd week? Who knows with these girls? My gut tells me that we have some tough going ahead of us, so we'd be getting ahead of ourselves if we start thinking of bonuses. We might even end up losing levels if we're not careful. When everyone headed off to sleep, I decided to make a malachite jewelry box with lapis inlay so that I would have somewhere to put the newly created chess pieces. Jewelcraft didn't go up by a lot, just 35% along the progression bar, but with my 44 points this was quite enough. Before putting away the figurines, I took a look at the dwarf warrior riddle. There sure was enough to rack your brains over. If you fail to provide the correct answer to the question on your second attempt, the clue of the dwarves will vanish forever. Entry field. Number of answers submitted, 0 of 2. BNWTRUFEOXRRZ DMQSRZ DGCRVY IGOWLQN. 7 plus 1 equals 8. 4 plus 4 equals 8. 5 plus 2 equals 7. 5 plus 1 equals 7. It was good that I found the warning about the 2 answer attempts in the first dwarf I looked at, since that stopped me from putting in random numbers as I tried to guess the correct answer. Judging by the parameters of the question, this was one of the versions of a cipher, and you had to determine which type of cipher was used, find the key, if that's what was needed, decipher the text, and type it into the entry field. For the time being, I had no idea what to do with the 4 equations, one of which didn't add up at all. What if this was the key to the answer? I would have to give it a real think. Otherwise, there wasn't much to do here. It was so easy. I'd be done in 5 minutes. In my dreams, that is. It looked like solving this one was definitely beyond me. Here you either had to know the key to the cipher or use powerful deciphering imitators, which would pull this line apart into its components. It looked like I might have to end up going to Anastasia for help, something I really preferred to avoid. It was strange that she hadn't contacted me after I created the figurines to offer her congratulations. Either our Lady Paladin is getting slow, or she was out of the game. No matter. I bet one of Phoenix's logged-in members is already writing Stacy a message with the news. This level of information would be relayed to her as a matter of the utmost priority. "Lady!" Klutzer's frantic shout shook all the sleep out of me. Before I could even open my eyes, I flew out of the tent to see what had happened, although I could already make a pretty good guess. Leides' frame became gray. He had been sent for respawn. A quick assessment of the situation told me what happened to my fighter. Just a couple of paces from our little glade, 3 arrows were sticking out of the mist. 3 black arrows of the fallen vampires.
"You have chosen to ignore my words."
The terrible vibration of the forest again shook me up, giving me goosebumps. Something had to be done about that. Otherwise, the sergeant would give us all a fit by just using his voice.
"For this, you will be destroyed."
"Blood-sucking bastards!" cursed Klutzer through his teeth. Leides decided to have a look for what was out there in the forest and caught 3 arrows the moment he stepped out. There are 3 100-level archers and a sergeant of some higher level. They can down the 3 of us with a sneeze, and you won't fare much better. What if we set Slate on them? He is level 128 after all. Otherwise, we'll have to wait until evening when the rest of the team turns up. which would be very far from ideal, and then hunt these things down, getting rid of them once and for all. Slade is the future prince. We can't risk him. I gave myself a good shake, chasing away any residual sleepiness. I'll try to pop out in a minute and see what's going on, and you can stop looking at me like a total idiot. I'll pump myself full of spirits, make a bunch of scrolls, and give you half, which you can use to hit them with from a distance. We'll see who comes out on top and who gets a kicking. I already have the 3rd rank, and with the cloak I can summon spirits of the 5th. Right, forget all that. I smiled as I saw Eric and Klutzer looking at me with a silent question in their eyes. What the heck are these spirit ranks and how do they work? The main thing is that we know that the scrolls will hit them hard and with precision. If I only knew where this damned forest had its respawn point. Leidy could have been thrown 100 kilometers away, which means we may never find him. Eric, can you check if you can use the scrolls that I make? Here. I opened the scroll scribing mode and penned down one with a healing spirit. The level difference between you and the scroll is less than 50, so it should be fine, but it's still best to check.
Is the spirit scroll used in the same way as one with a normal spell?
Asked Eric right away.
I won't have to run around with a tambourine and sing songs, will I?
No, you won't, I smiled. You just select and use it. Well? Eric and Klutzer could use the scrolls I created just fine, so I sat down to craft a pile of them, and the world ceased to exist for about an hour. Scrolls are a tremendously useful thing in the world of Barleona, but they did come with a number of limitations that you had to take into account. Firstly, you couldn't use scrolls whose level exceeded yours by more than 50 points. Otherwise, you'd end up with avid enthusiasts who would roll up level 1 characters, buy a bunch of scrolls of Armageddon, and start nuking cities. Secondly, a stack of scrolls took up 1 slot in your bag. You could only hold 1 stack in your hands. A scroll put down on the ground immediately disappeared, and, most unpleasantly, you could only put 4 scrolls into 1 stack. If I hadn't had the large bag that I received back at the Pryke mine, I wouldn't have had any place to put the scrolls I got from Anastaria. This is why before large raids, players would call entire meetings dedicated to choosing which scrolls would be indispensable and which could be replaced by a mage or a healer. You got the paper for the scrolls from the cartographer's set, although it should be said that the corporation tried to make some profit even on this front. For each white sheet of paper, which could only be used for making a spell scroll, a silver coin was deducted from your account. You could also buy a normal piece of paper to leave a message for another player, like Hellfire had done in Beatwick, but this sheet of paper would set you back 500 gold, without any visible benefit. If you had a personal mailbox, it was much easier to simply use that for mailing letters and items. Here you go. I handed Eric and Klutzer 100 scrolls of Water Strike Spirit and 50 scrolls of Water Healing each. I had no idea what turn things might take and really didn't want to have to spend time on healing myself. Eric, you were a tank, so you'll be a healer. You know the drill, so try not to let me down. Klutzer, with you, it's easy. You see a vampire, you use a scroll, and then get the next one out. The scrolls contain 67-level spirits of the 5th rank, so you'll keep the 100-level bloodsuckers happily occupied, despite the difference in levels. Ready? Let's roll. The shaman has 3 hands. I knew perfectly well that any song would do for activating the spirit summoning mode. Even a bunch of random sounds would work. But I had begun shamanism with this one, therefore, truth be told, I've become attached to it. As long as the spirits are still summoned, I won't change anything, following an old rule of programming. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I cast Strengthening and Water Shield on myself. I stepped into the mist, and immediately rolled forward in the hope of missing any potential arrows. Damage taken. Hit points reduced by 6,445. 8,236. Arrow hit. Minus 1,791. Physical defense. Total hit points 13,195 of 19,640. I was ready to feel pain, but not of such magnitude. My vision began to darken, but even through the pain, I forced myself to roll to the side. 2 black arrows hit the place where I had just been. Great. Now I'll have to try and make sure I get caught by as few of these as possible. Then we'll be fine, and I won't turn into a screaming bundle of pain. Eric cast a scroll of healing, and I began to roll randomly from one side to another, trying to get at least one vampire in my sights. If I spot that pretty boy, I'll place a mark on him, and that's that. There will be one less imitator in Barleona. My guys will unleash all those scrolls on him, and I'll give them a hand, too. Damage taken. Damage taken. Damage taken. I came to myself when I was in the middle of the flight into which the 3 arrows had sent me. I take my hat off to Eric. My tanking, wizened dwarf did his job by throwing in a healing between the second and third arrow. It mattered little whether his timing was intentional or completely accidental. More importantly, during my flight through the twilight of the foggy forest, I caught the glimpse of a rushing shadow, 102-level vampire. I slapped a mark on him that could only be seen by players, those that were part of the same group, and rushed back to the cleansed zone, dodging from left to right like a rabbit. I'd marked the target, so there was little sense in putting myself at any more risk. The chilling scream of a vampire hit by 2 water strikes at once were music to my ears, and a reward for the painful acquisition of plus 10% to endurance. The targeted vampire was still in our sights, so I could see well enough that, of his 120 and a bit thousand hit points, 10,000 were shaved off with each hit by a scroll, and because my fighters were working together, using one scroll every 2 seconds, the vampire simply had no time to get to a safe distance. I wondered whether he'd drop any fangs after we were done with him. That's still loot, after all. Soon Eric and Klutzer were surrounded by light, which lasted for a couple of seconds, and told the rest of the world that they had just leveled up. Both gained plus 2 levels from one vampire, and gained the David and Goliath achievement to boot. They did have an 80-level difference between them and the mob, after all. The downside was that they killed the mob with the scrolls, which meant that they didn't level up their main stats. Progressing through levels and gaining skills are different things, to which you must pay most careful attention. One down. Now I'm off to get the second. This time there should be less damage, but don't let your guard down.
Does it bite hard?
Asked Eric, probably meaning the pain from the arrows. Yeah, a bit, but I can handle it. Compared to a certain turtle that I once ran across, or turning into a dragon, as I've told you earlier, these arrows are more like mosquito bites.
You'd better watch that those bites don't send you into pain shock, or you'll freeze like a statue, and we'll have to think of a way to get you out.
We managed to handle the second and third vampires following the same plan of attack. I came out, caught a few arrows, howled in pain, spotted the bloodsucker, slapped a mark on him, and then ran back to the protection of my turf, letting Eric and Klutzer continue to level up. It looks like these NPCs have a rather unsophisticated imitator inside them, since they fell for the same trick 3 times in a row. Too bad that Leide was sent for respawn. Getting 4 extra levels from 3 vampires, as was the case for Eric and Klutzer, to top up his 19 levels would have been just great.
Hey, Sergeant! Is that the best your mongrels can do?
I shouted into the dark forest when a further foray out of the protection of the cleanse zone brought no result.
You were going to destroy us, so you'd better get on with it.
Or don't you have the guts? Well, I'm waiting. Will I have to scream so loud that the entire dark forest can hear that you're a wimp? I did all I could to get the last mob to attack me, but by the looks of it, this imitator did his homework when he went to school, since he was much smarter than his subordinates. He completely failed to fall for my taunts and stayed quiet, as if he had never been there. Emboldened, I checked over the 3 mobs that we killed, picking up 42 and a bit gold off them. I also became the happy owner of 3 pairs of vampire fighter teeth. Judging by the lack of description, these were items for some quest that we would now have to find and to gain. The 3rd bloodsucker we brought down dropped an uncommon level 80 cloak, increasing agility by 30 points. That should come in handy. I can give it to Klutzer when he levels up enough. But where did the sergeant go? I didn't want to continue our journey while leaving such a powerful enemy at our back. We should also wait until Lighty returns. We should write to him, just as well that we had the mailbox, and get him back. Right, I said to get everyone's attention. We have several possible courses of action, but they can basically all be reduced to 2. Either we continue on our way, or we stay here. Personally, I'm in favor of staying. Firstly, we need to wait for Lighty to get back, and secondly, for the rest of the team.
Agreed, replied Klutzer. The rest of the team is all above level 100, so they won't be so easily... Guys, you better take a look at this, said Eric, breathing out slowly and looking wide-eyed at something behind me. I turned around and saw what had surprised our tank so much. A tree was vigorously growing out of the Woth's grave. What had at first been a small shoot, that was probably first spotted by Eric, was now a young tree busily growing, both in height and in width. But the biggest surprise was yet to come. The glade, the territory of which I had recently been made guardian, was rapidly starting to grow in size. The tree was sucking all the taint from the cursed forest and in some mysterious way converting it into the nutrients it needed for growth. A thought flashed through my head that by consuming blackness the tree might itself become black, but it soon evaporated. The healthy look of the oak bore witness to the opposite. Where the 2 zones met, the mist was being absorbed into the ground, as if by a giant vacuum cleaner. Black stains fell off the trees, revealing healthy bark underneath, hit the ground, and were immediately absorbed into it like a sponge. The strongest resistance came at the places where we destroyed the 3 vampires, but soon even these spots fell under the fierce advance of a miracle being born. The purified area was also undergoing changes. All the trees on it were rapidly shrinking back into the ground, as if time had been set in reverse. The mast-like pines became smaller and smaller, turning into small trees, shoots, and then disappearing altogether, clearing space for a meadow. These transformations had been going on for only 10 minutes, when we found ourselves under the canopy of an enormous oak. It covered the entire purified area with its shadow, which increased to no less than 300 meters in diameter. The others will be sure to kill us when they see all this in the evening, I muttered the first thing that came into my head. We should say that we found this glade already, as it is, and not created it ourselves. Guardian!
Slate, who had just come out of the tent, bowed his head, but bowed it towards the oak instead of me. So is this oak the guardian now? And am I just a dispensable placeholder? Or am I indispensable after all? Damn, why is there always such a dearth of information?
You may approach, man.
Judging by yet another attack of goosebumps, all the NPCs in this forest spoke in high resonance mode. The sound came from everywhere, but it was clear that it was the oak speaking, or rather, the oak, which was alive and wanted something from me. I stopped a couple of meters from the enormous trunk and, doing all I could not to give in to my nerves, tried to imagine how many players it would take to encircle this giant. If I take up this much space, then, supposing that the trunk is a perfect circle, we'll need around
72 sentients with the same arm span as you.
The resonating voice sounded again through the glade.
What you're thinking is quite evident on your face, so have no fear. I can't read your thoughts. You have my thanks, former guardian of the zone, for not letting yourself be destroyed and finding a way for me, the guardian of the dark forest, to be reborn.
I was not alone, I quickly managed to add, in case we were about to be handed many bonuses, or punishments, whatever luck had in store for us. Everyone currently in this glade helped to bring about the birth of the Guardian, even the one who isn't here right now, but will be back soon.
I know. The free citizen who has been sent to the Grey Lands will reappear in my glade in 10 hours. He will also receive a reward, just as all those present here will. But you were the guardian of the zone, and you sacrificed this gift granted you by Eluna so that I could be reborn. I know full well the extent of your sacrifice and what it was you gave up, so I will try to compensate you for your loss. Stretch out your hand.
Very carefully, as if fearing that it might hurt me, a branch stretched from the tree, touched my hands, and immediately drew back, like a frightened dog. Taking no heed of the branch's strange behavior, I looked down and saw a small wooden object, whose properties were eloquently illuminating. Left earring of the Guardian of the Dark Forest. Item class, unique. That's it. No bonuses, no achievements, nothing at all, in fact, except for this piece of wood, and an incomplete piece of wood at that. The right earring was still out there somewhere. It was, of course, a unique and interesting object, probably with a story of its own, but this would be of more interest to real lore fanatics of Barleona, like Anastaria. I'll sell this earring to her. She'll be sure to put it to good use. The gaming avatar allowed you to put on various earrings, bracelets, or whatever else a player could think of, but these were purely decorative. Even a second neck chain would give you nothing save an extra weight around your neck. Items that improved player character stats were quite strictly defined. I thank you, Guardian, for such a rare gift. Being polite to NPCs, especially those with whom you have attractiveness higher than 80, should be a cast-iron rule for every player. Otherwise, you're no player, but just a total noob. As for the gift, what gift can a tree give? Just a piece of wood like this, so it'd be pointless being upset at the Guardian. Eric and Klutzer were in turn given wooden daggers, and Slate a disc or a shield of some sort, which made him so happy you'd think he received an invitation to be the groom at Tish's wedding, handed to him personally by the Emperor. We'll have to ask him what that giant coin-like thing was.
That is not all, former guardian of the zone.
The tree addressed me once again.
Although you have laid down your powers, I will permit you to use the reward to which you are entitled, especially because its time to come forth is near. But first, I would like to ask you to perform a service. The Dark Forest must be saved. It has to be cleansed of this taint. I don't know where it came from, but it has no place here.
Quest available. Cleansing of the Dark Forest. Description. Barleona's Dark Forest, which stretches many hundreds of kilometers on the east side of the continent, is facing a calamity. A curse has been put on it. Its guardian was destroyed, and its sentinels defiled. After rekindling hope in the forest when you helped the Dark Forest's guardian to be reborn from a dead but unbroken sentinel, you have been given the impossible task to destroy this taint. Where it came from and how one should fight it remains unknown. Quest type, unique scenario. Limitations, only you can pass this quest to other players. Maximum number of participants, not more than 2,000. Reward, the second part of the Dark Forest Guardian's gift, if the first part is already in your possession, plus 500 reputation to all encountered factions, plus 40 to any main stat, plus 10 character levels.
In its current state, the Dark Forest holds many dangers, so you must bring others to aid you. But you shouldn't bring all of Barleona here, or the taint might get a fright, vanish, and reappear in another forest. Find the golden mean, shaman. The Dark Forest must be cleansed.
After accepting the quest and sharing it with the rest of my group, I sat down right under the tree, leaning my back against it, and, not knowing where to put the new gift, stuck it into my ear. Yep, I'll be running around with just one rough wooden earring on, looking like a complete dolt. This way everyone will see the kind of presents you get from Guardians of Giant Forests.
I had a bit of a think.
Finally, Klutzer started to make good on all the praise heaped on him by Anastasia. He was finally putting his brain to work.
And it occurred to me that this scenario and the one we're doing for Elizabeth should be completed together. If we find the Stone of Light and find out what happened to the priests, we will find the source of the taint. I bet my boots that these quests are linked. I also think that the local Dark Ones will declare open season on us, and our small group will get pwned by a certain fluffy polar beastie.
You don't say. How the heck can you be familiar with swear words all the way from what used to be Russia before the unification? I chuckled. Fluffy polar beastie, also known as Arctic fox, is from there. There's no such expression in modern lingo.
Bah! All the best swear words come from there. Mordrug. They're beautiful, melodious, and let you use the same word to express a multitude of meanings just by varying intonation, like a song. If you just want to sing along, you can use any old pop tune. But if you want to become a great singer, you have to study the classics, modern innovations, and all the other key genres. I'm a good singer, not a great one. German swearing is a little beyond me, but I aim to do a good job of it. All right, we'll hear what you've got later, when we're somewhere more suitable, grinned Eric. So, what are we going to do? Whichever way you look at it, we'll never be able to complete this quest on our own. The Guardian said right from the off that you need a group, which means gathering a large crowd and doing that quite soon. I agree with Klutzer. We're going to be hunted now. We let the sergeant slip away, and he'll be back, angry and nursing a grudge. He'll probably bring a lieutenant along, too, for backup.
So, tell us what you've come up with. I can see that you've got something. I looked at Klutzer, who appeared to be thinking something through as he rubbed his chin.
We'll have to get mercenaries, like Barcina,
put in Eric, but Klutzer immediately corrected him.
That won't work. A mercenary's aim is to make money, not gain reputation. They don't give a damn about the latter. This quest doesn't have a monetary reward, so mercenaries won't do. We need to invite those for whom the words reputation with all factions means a lot, and who would be prepared to hand over half the clan treasury for plus 10 levels and plus 40 to all stats. Damn, I've just let slip about the clan part. I would have liked for you to figure that bit out for yourselves. But you can see what I'm getting at, right? Hellfire, Anastaria, and others from Phoenix, Undigit from Azure Dragons, Tamzalat from Heirs of the Titans, players who have gained level 300, and for whom each new level is a reason to celebrate.
Klutzer, you're a genius! We could earn so much cash this way that it'll last us for the rest of the game and then some.
I don't know about genius, smiled Klutzer, but the idea does have merit. Now we need to draft a proper agreement, which will limit the rights of everyone except members of the Sea Thistles clan. I can do that, and when Leide, our most bribable official, I mean that most affectionately, no need to look at me like that, gets back, he'll check it over and amend where necessary, as we did with the clan agreement.
How do we connect the High Priestess scenario to it all? I asked Klutzer. We should try to make sure that no one, or only a very limited number of people, knows about the existence of the second quest. At the same time, the sharing of that quest should happen only via myself, or it will spread like a virus through all the clans. It could easily end up being completed in the blink of an eye, altogether without us.
But how do we even tell the high-level players about the Guardian's quest? Put in Eric. We're here, and they're all the way in Anhurst. Do we send them letters? They'll never believe us.
I'll handle that part. I have a communication amulet for contacting Anastaria. I'll start with her, and then we'll see. I'll invite Plinto as well. His behavior was just a little too strange when I was attacked. I have a communication amulet for contacting him, too, so we'll have a chat. I have nothing to lose, and something tells me that debts like that have to be repaid. Although, stop. Guys, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. We've decided everything between the three of us. But what about Leide, Dookie, Sushio, and Elenium? Even Barcina, if you think about it. I think it would be wrong to take any steps before discussing things with them. We should wait until the evening, and only then start offering the quest to everyone. Is that all right with you? There were no objections, so I closed my eyes for a nap. It felt like only a few moments later when I opened them as Klutzer was shaking me like a doll.
Man, wake up! You have to see this!
I quickly checked the clock and was surprised to see that almost 6 hours had gone by, and then looked to where Klutzer was pointing. A copper vein. A large copper vein. A tin vein. A large tin vein. A marble vein. A silver vein. A large silver vein. Iron. All the veins were standing next to each other, taking up about a third of the glade. The other 2/3 weren't exactly empty either. One was full of herbs, where Eric was already vigorously grazing, and the other was full of small trees, probably intended for lumberjacks. And how are we in the middle of a resource El Dorado all of a sudden? I couldn't help saying. I noticed that as soon as Eric picked a flower, another identical one sprung up in its place a moment later.
I have no idea what's going on here, but our professions are being leveled up, which is the main thing, said Klutzer, sharing the happy news. I've got my herbalism to the maximum, so I'll start on the lumberjacking now. Eric will be finishing the herbs soon as well. His main profession, smithing, has been leveled up pretty well, so he'll get further than me with herbalism. No matter, I'm a wood carver, so I'll be getting some materials for leveling up in that. Look how much wood is growing around here. Right, I've got you up. Now it's up to you what you want to do next. I'm quite busy at the moment. I wanted to wake you straight away when it started, but the Guardian wouldn't let me. He put up a dome of twigs around you, but as soon as that was gone, I shook you awake to fill you in. But now I'm off.
Klutzer ran off towards the trees, and soon the surrounding area was filled with the sound of the axe and Anastaria's amulet exploding in a torrent of swearing. "And good day to you too, beautiful," I greeted the girl, activating the amulet. At least I hope it's her and not Ekiller or Hellfire. That would be a bit awkward.
"Where the heck are you?"
Instead of a normal hello, something between an agitated and a shouting voice hit me from the amulet. You never know in Stacy's case.
"I couldn't connect to you for 5 hours. The amulet went mad and kept telling me that you were outside the reachable zone. That can't happen in Barleona. Amulets can be accessed at any point in the game, even in other worlds that unlock for special quests. But you were completely out of reach. I even contacted the developers, asking why the amulet was behaving so strangely, but their reply was that everything occurring was in accordance with game logic. How did you manage to hide?"
I was asleep. I had no idea how to respond to this barrage.
"Asleep? The amulet should have been screaming like mad until you woke up."
"Stacy, why are you calling in the first place?" I decided to quickly change the subject to dampen Anastaria's onslaught. If I started responding in the same tone, I could easily blurt out where I was, what I was doing, and how to get the quest. I think not. I needed a time-out to gather my thoughts and set out my conditions.
"What's that? Someone's chopping wood in the background? Are you in the middle of a logging camp? How did you manage to hide from the communication amulet?"
The girl continued to dig for information, so I went on the offensive. "Stacy, give me the password for full access to the Phoenix Clan treasury." There was a sudden silence on the other end of the amulet, and then Anastaria said in a happy voice,
"Great. I was beginning to fear that you'd spill all the beans to me now. Still, I had to give it a try, no?"
This was followed by a little laugh on the other end of the line, as if she was savoring every moment of this conversation.
"I wanted to congratulate you. Looks like you've somehow managed to get hold of some lapis lazuli on your own, right?"
Look, here's my standard answer. What makes you think that I was the one that created the dwarves? It's not like I even need them.
"I didn't say a word about the dwarves. I congratulated you on getting a hold of the lapis, that's all."
Damn! Stop trying to confuse me already. Instead, tell me what's a zone guardian and what one does with it.
"A zone guardian?"
Her voice sounded surprised, as if she'd never heard of such a thing, but I felt with every fiber of my being that Stacy knew full well what it was.
"It sounds familiar, but I just can't remember. Where did you hear this expression?"
"Well, you see, I have no idea how, but I managed to remove the taint from a small plot of a cursed forest, after which a half-dead local woodwothe crawled over to me and named me a guardian, but I haven't received any announcements about it. So now I'm sitting here and working out what's to be done next, because something tells me that I shouldn't leave this place."
"Which forest are you in right now?"
Stacy.
Man, do you want the information? If you do, let's both share.
Yeah, right. So this is the bit where I tell you where I am, and instantly get landed with 100-strong Phoenix strike force flying around the area and getting in the way of me completing the quest. I've been there in Beatwick when Hellfire destroyed my wolves because he happened to be passing through and was bored. I can't tell you my location.
All right, I'll look up what a guardian is and how a player can end up being one and get back to you. But remember, you'll owe me.
Just a few minutes later, Anastasia called back.
Looks like you've gotten caught up in something big over there, came the girl's cheerful voice. When I get kicked out of Phoenix, I'll be sure to join you. Interesting things keep happening to you, and I want in. Would you accept this newbie girl into your clan again?
Only if you make it through the selection process, I replied, mirroring Anastasia's tone. The cookies were a one-time only offer. To enter the clan a second time, you'll have to try very hard.
Oh, I will, to be sure. So, what are Zone Guardians, and what do you do with them? There isn't all that much information out there, because even though Guardians periodically appear in Barleona, the logic behind their appearance hasn't been completely understood yet. You weren't given an announcement for the simple reason that you would only have been a Guardian until you get sent for respawn. After this, your zone would disappear and be absorbed back into the surrounding world, in your case, a forest. No one can cause you any harm in the zone of which you are a Guardian, and essentially, this is it. We can only guess what the developers meant by this title, but personally, I think that this could be connected to some hidden quest chain. You'll have to dig a bit deeper. I don't suppose you need the aid of a mercenary? We could sign an agreement stating that I would be acting purely as a hired hand for the duration of your quest and ensuring that there wouldn't be hordes of Phoenix players running around. It would be quite interesting to finally get to the bottom of this Guardian business. Often players themselves don't realize that they've been made a Guardian and only find this out once they've been sent for respawn and the relevant message pops up. But here we have a unique case of you being told who you are. You haven't died yet, I hope.
No, I haven't died, and I don't need hired help right this moment. Let's be in touch in the evening. I may have a thing or two to tell you.
Man, I gave you the information you needed, so you owe me. If you want to stay on good terms, learn to share.
Stacy, the information that you just gave me isn't worth me granting you access to anything. Check your mail for the description of a certain quest. Sorry, I won't be adding a proper link to it since it will show you where we are. Once you read it, you'll see for yourself that I'm right. I opened the mailbox and copied the conditions of the Guardian's quest, while deleting any mention of the Dark Forest. Let Anastasia turn on her brain and try to figure out for herself what this is all about. The silence from the amulet seemed to last an eternity. For a day after a plot of land chooses you as its guardian, it will produce rare ores, trees, and herbs. Some of them will match the level of your gathering profession, but the majority will be much higher. In a zone like this, the leveling up in all professions happens at double the normal speed. I wanted to find out where you are in order to send a team of gatherers there. There have been cases of a diamond vein, redwood, or emperor's bloom appearing in such places. Do I need to tell you how much all of this can be worth? The resources appear 12 hours after the event, and judging by the chopping sounds in the background, you already know about that. This is my full answer about the Guardian. And why couldn't you tell me this straight away?
And why couldn't you tell me about the quest straight away?
Anastasia replied with a question of her own. What's with the habit of answering a question with a question?
And what's with the habit of driving a girl nuts?
"You're not married by any chance?" smiled Eric, who had just finished gathering the herbs and was listening to our verbal sparring with some interest. "You bicker like you're a seasoned couple."
"Is that Eric you've got there?" asked Anastasia, showing off her good memory.
"The one and only. Let's try the following. You've already seen the description of the quest. I will call you in the evening and invite you to do it with us. My clan comes first, so if anyone objects, there'll be no quest sharing. Stacy, I will need more than just the Phoenix people. Get hold of Undigit, Tamsalat, and other high-level players. The more people there are from different clans, the lower the price for taking part will be. Yes, you heard me right. Anyone who wants to take part in this quest will have to pay. The phrase that I am the only one who can pass on the quest is no exaggeration, but comes straight out of the original quest description. Think it over, gather some people, and we'll speak in the evening. Deal? All right, until then." When the situation called for it, Anastasia was quite capable of speaking plainly and briefly, without any jests or chuckles. The girl disconnected, and I sat down on the ground, holding my head in my hands. As much as I had wanted to wait for the others, I failed to keep stumm about the quest and, essentially, made the decision for the rest of the clan on my own. Never mind. The rest of the team should be here in 3 hours, and I'll explain to them that I had little choice.
"Hello, everyone. I'm a bit early today."
About 10 minutes later, Barcina appeared in the glade.
"Wow, this is some nice place you've found to make camp. How did you manage to find this? And what's this quest update?"
I breathed a sigh of relief. The High Priestess's quest had updated for everyone in the group.
"Man, would you tell me what happened here while I was away? How come Leides dead?"
Barcina asked after noticing that his frame was gray. "Well, there's been a bit of a shootout," I replied for us all. Eric and Klutzer were lost to the world with wood chopping as they leveled up in the lumberjacking profession, so I had to do all the talking. After I told Barcina of our misadventures, she asked a reasonable question.
"You won't mind if I do a bit of gathering of my own? Our agreement doesn't seem to prohibit it, but I wasn't involved in the business of bringing this about."
"Be my guest." I flexed my shoulders, got my pick out, and headed for the veins. "Just don't be too surprised by what you see."
"See?"
asked the girl, but I didn't reply, having already thrown myself at an iron vein. With my level 52 in mining, I just had 8 more levels to go until I could mine gold, but the main profession limitation wouldn't permit me to gain more than +2. That's a pity. Should I perhaps focus on leveling up my jewel craft instead?
"It renews itself."
Barcina's astonished voice came from somewhere to the right, as she saw for herself how a new flower sprung up in place of the one she had just picked. She did have a surprise after all, I chuckled, as I continued to strike at the vein, despite me warning her and everything. After increasing my mining to its current possible maximum, which was limited by my maximum level in jewelcraft, I sat down under the oak and began to make rings. Eric and Klutzer followed my example and started to level up in their main professions, since they had plenty of crafting materials to hand. When Leides appeared 2 hours later, the Guardian handed him a wooden sword, same as the others, and I sent him off to gather herbs, chop wood, and mine veins. Leides' main profession was alchemy, so he was only able to get it up to 10 with herbs. After that, you needed special ingredients like rat tails, spider legs, and field mole whiskers. I had no idea where to get all of these in the dark forest, so Leides' leveling up wouldn't get very far. Never mind. The main thing was to lay the foundations. It would be easier after that. Anastasia was right. The speed of leveling up in the professions doubled, and at times even tripled.
In just 3 hours, until the rest of the group showed up, I got my jewel craft as far as 50. If I could only get to the trainer now. He had so many recipes for this level that subsequent leveling up would have been sheer pleasure. Listen up, everyone. After I crafted the last ring for the day, I addressed all the industrious herbivores. The players were flying at the herbs as if they'd never seen or gathered them before in their lives. That side of the glade was periodically filled with surprised exclamations and happy shouts whenever someone gained yet another level in herbalism. Guys, stop grazing like a herd of hungry cows. I need you here for 10 minutes. It's a serious matter. It's true when they say that as soon as a player gets a freebie, he completely loses his head. So many herbs! We need to gather them all! It never even occurred to anyone that their bags would never be able to fit this much hay. They would stuff their sacks full of daisies, increase their herbalism to the point where they could gather yarrow, then chuck it all out and start gathering yarrow. Why they couldn't throw things away as they gathered them remained a mystery to me. Probably it broke some religious statute of their greedy inner zoo. So, that's how it is. I finished my retelling of the quest and the potential agreements with the leading clans. What do you say? It makes sense to me, said Barcina thoughtfully, after Sushio, Duki, and Alinium expressed their approval. But would this affect our agreement? We signed it for 4 weeks, and at the moment there's a risk of it not being fulfilled. 10 levels and plus 40 stats points in essence comes to almost plus 18 levels, which is very nice, but... Barca, I totally see where you're coming from, so I can offer only this. I'm sending you the Sea Thistle's clan agreement. Have a look at it, and if you find nothing else amiss, we could add the restrictions on open flirting. When you complete quests with us, this one and any others, you will receive as much as any other member of the clan. The degree of the reward will be proportional to the part you take in the quest. It's all there. Have a look. I have nothing against simply paying you something for making extra use of your help, but right now I have no idea how much we will earn in the end. It could be 1 million, or a couple of coppers. To avoid these problems, simply join Sea Thistles, at least temporarily. I think this will give us a fair way to distribute future rewards. What do you say? Barcina stayed silent for a moment, probably reading through the text of our agreement and weighing something up, and then looked at me and at the other fighters awaiting her decision and said, "Send me the invite. You have a great agreement. You can see straight away that whoever drafted it knew what he was doing. Was it you?" "No, but we have a guy in the clan who, one might say, is a specialist in this area." I invited Barcina into the clan as a fighter and pointed out a pleased-looking Leite. That's him over there, beaming like he's just won a prize. If no one else has any other proposals, let's talk about what we'll be asking from our dearly desired top players. When the discussion was coming to an end, Barcina proposed something else that could gain us additional profit. Why waste resources by throwing them away when you can invite high-level gatherers and allow them to graze on the glade for a certain percentage of the profit? Both they and the clan will benefit. So, looks like fresh blood was good for the clan. Well done, Barca. She thinks like a true mercenary. How to spot a cash cow and milk it for all it's worth. We could use pragmatic thinkers like that in the clan. "Speaking." Anastaria's cool voice came from the amulet. How had she managed to get upset with me? Doesn't seem like her. "Hi, this is Mayan. We're not ready yet. We need more time. Call back in 3 hours. This is about something else. Do you have a couple of high-level gatherers of herbs, ore, and wood to hand? The glade will soon disappear, and it seems stupid and wrong to lose a chance for profit because of excessive greed." "Then why didn't you invite people in the first place?" Anastasia briefly raised her voice, but immediately calmed down.
The Guardian's resources appear only for a day, and we've already wasted so much time. My people are ready and await your signal. The mages will make a portal. You just have to give the coordinates. You can look them up if you...
I know how to look up coordinates. I'm sending you an agreement stating that aside from the gatherers, not a single Phoenix member will show up in this territory without my permission in the next 5 hours. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be trampled over by your fighters until we settle things properly. Finally, I want half of everything you gather.
10% maximum, the girl immediately replied. I realize that you're on a roll now, but even 10% is too much for a beginner clan if you consider that you will be profiting without lifting a finger.
40%, but that's only out of respect for you, I parried. Stacy, there's little sense for me in sharing my location for just 10%. Nothing would be better than such a pittance. 40, I'm giving you too much as it is.
All right, 20. Think about it. Consider the labor of my fighters and the fact that for you, herbs will be little more than something to hang from the ceiling, something that you wouldn't have any idea what to do with. 1/5 of what's been gathered is a reasonable price for access to the plot. Just think of the expense we'll incur by opening a portal to you. We have to recoup it somehow.
30, and that's final. The portal will cost you nothing in total. You just said yourself that your players will be opening it. So what if your mages will be without mana for a day or two? It will do them good. They'll level up their intellect.
Agreed, came the reply from the amulet after a little while. 30% of what's gathered will go to sea thistles. Send your agreement.
The dark forest, she said in a thoughtful voice after the agreement had been signed and I gave her our coordinates.
I wouldn't have thought.
And also, I managed to remember an important point for the clan before the girl turned off the amulet.
What now? I agreed to your conditions. Everything's been signed.
It's not a condition, but a request. While here in the zone I leveled up my jewel craft to 50, but I have no recipes with which to continue leveling up. Can you ask someone from the clan to send me some of the recipes sold by the profession trainer specifically for this level?
All right, they'll send it to you with the bill, and you can just pay them back later.
Then, since my foot is off the brake, I might as well try my luck further. Can you do the same for smithing, wood carving, and alchemy? In the case of alchemy, I need non-herb ingredients, and the recipes need to be from level 1 to 100 inclusive for all 4 professions. I'll repay the money, with commission on top if needed, and I'll owe you a cookie for your help.
You're one brazen shaman, I can tell you that. Bork here heard you. He'll get everything done before the end of the day and send all the required recipes and ingredients in a letter. And don't forget about the cookie. I'm only helping you because you promised me one. Right, we'll be with you in a couple of minutes.
We? Whatever, we'll figure it out. I need to make another call now.
What?
You couldn't mistake Plinto's rough voice for anyone else. Greetings to the self-styled Robin Hood, I said, the rescuer of the poor and needy. It's Mayan bothering you if you didn't catch on yet.
Where'd you get my amulet? Ah, I was the one that handed it to you. Man, put the amulet on a stone and smash it hard with a hammer. If I catch you, I'll send you to a respawn point and keep you there until the heralds intervene.
While you're trying to think of more original ways to kill me, take a look in your mailbox. I've sent you the description of one little quest, which I reckon will pique your interest.
Did you bang your head real bad today? Get your ass to Anhurst in an hour, and I'll show you just...
Plinto suddenly fell silent. He had probably read my letter. Yes, exactly. When the silence from the amulet became worrying, what if Plinto was so overjoyed that he had had a heart attack? I decided to give the rogue a nudge back towards the conversation.
Who else will be there?
I don't know. I offered it to Anastasia and suggested that she gather all the top players. Let's talk again in a few hours and discuss terms.
I can't afford it,
he said, and I noted that when the need arose, Plinto could speak without playing the demon on a rampage just fine.
I don't have that much cash since I got thrown out, nor do I have any gear that would suit you.
What has money got to do with it? You helped me, and I'll help you. And then we can go back to hating each other and killing each other at every meeting. Or rather, you'll do the killing, and I'll do the running away.
So what do I have to do to get to you?
We're quite far away at the moment, so please contact Anastasia and tell her that I have personally requested that you take part.
You do, of course, realize that I'll owe you for these 10 levels.
Exactly. Having the third highest level player in my debt is a very nice and useful thing.
Well, I'll get in touch with the bitch,
Plinto assured me and put down the amulet. So who's going to tell me what the heck that was about? Why did we have one Plinto before he read up on the quest and a completely different one after? Is everything he does purely for the benefit of an audience? It's like he's created an image and is following it to the letter. So why was he kicked out of the Dark Legion? Perhaps... What if he simply didn't want to move to Cardus? I'll have to try to talk to him later. I put aside Plinto's amulet and waited for the Phoenix team to show up, but I was feeling uneasy. There was something I hadn't done, something I hadn't thought of. If that crowd turns up here now as it is, no matter how big or small, we won't complete the quest. Hello, ants in the pantsa. This is Man. We showed off our totems to each other in the library. I urgently need your help as a shaman. I'm attaching the description of a quest. I have no idea what link it might have with shamans, but my gut tells me that if you're not with us, we will fail. I can't explain it. If you're interested, please contact Anastasia, the head of Phoenix, right now and say that it is my personal request to add you to the team. As soon as I sent the letter, I breathed a sigh of relief. I couldn't explain why, but without a high shaman, one who was doing everything possible to become a harbinger, there was no completing this quest. And Ants in the Pantsa is the only shaman of the right rank that I knew. I'll be there. You owe me a training session between Draco and Bussy. Hello, everyone. 5 minutes later, a portal opened next to the oak, out of which stepped Anastasia. Guardian? The girl bowed respectfully to the tree, and to my great surprise, the branches began to move, touching Stacy's head, and a green sphere immediately began to shine around her. The oak put some kind of a buff on Anastasia. So why didn't it do anything like that to us, its creators? Heartless piece of timber. That's what you get if you've leveled up in reputation with everything and anything. 2 on the ore, 2 on the trees, and Rick and myself will take the herbs. Off we go. Well, well. Aside from being a favorite of various guardians, she also happens to be a high-level gatherer. I was really itching to access her properties and have a good dig through everything in there. Man, Anastasia paused from picking some kind of a shiny herb. I've handed over the amulet to Eckler. He's now the one gathering people at our castle. Plinto and someone named Ants in the Pantsa will also be there. By the way, why them? I owe Plinto, so it's time I paid him back, and we won't get anywhere without Ants in the Pantsa. My answer should have made Anastasia very thoughtful. Let her rack her brains about how on earth I picked up such a debt, and what this lady shaman could have that Anastasia herself does not, and without which the quest is doomed to failure. Are you sure about Ants in the Pantsa? Stacy's voice sounded clearly interested now.
The quest description that you sent me made no reference to shamans, or did you just neglect to send me the full description?
No, that was the full version. Since you're here already, there's little point concealing it. I sent Anastasia the full link to the Guardian's quest. And why aren't you working? Want to leave my clan without its due income? Anastasia gave a hearty laugh and returned to resource gathering. I spent some time watching various herbs being picked by a girl who was exceptionally splendid in every respect. It never occurred to me before why gathering herbs took such a long time. I'd thought that all you had to do was walk over, pick one, and move on to the next. But things were not quite so simple. In order to gather herbs fit for use, and not end up with trash that even traders wouldn't accept, you had to diligently measure the height and width of the stalk, then figure out their ratio and times that by the herb type, measure the resulting distance from the ground, and thus find the only point at which the herb could be cut. This wasn't resource gathering, but an exercise in mathematics. It was so much easier being a lumberjack or a miner. You just stand there and swing an axe or a pick without a second thought. Although I recalled how my pick ricocheted during my initial training at Pryke. In the end, every trade came with its own difficulties. I got infected by the Phoenix fighter-gatherer's industriousness and brought my jewel craft up to 55. Going any further would have just been a waste of resources, and then moved on to conquer the iron and then gold ore veins. I wasn't about to miss out on earning my own share of the loot.
Killer says that everyone's gathered now,
said Anastasia 4 hours later.
He's ready for your call.
I took a few deep breaths, preparing for strenuous negotiations between a small fry and a bunch of hungry sharks, and made the call. Previously, the guys and I had decided that we could begin negotiations at 1 million per participant, gradually lowering it to 600,000. At the same time, I set the maximum number of players to 30. I had little desire to make this into a free-for-all, and 18 million gold would give the Sea Thistle's clan a good start, even with player salaries taken into account.
"Hello, Mayan. This is Eckler."
Our conversation began in an official tone, putting everyone in a businesslike mood.
"As you requested, I've gathered 32 players of level 300 or above. This includes players who expressed an interest and were currently in the game, and also the 2 players who say that you personally requested their participation in this venture. Please confirm this. Everyone has seen the quest description that you gave us. Now, over to you."
Good day, everyone. You had to admit that taking part in negotiations at this level over a communicator was somewhat easier than face-to-face. You didn't have to worry about watching the finer points of your own body language, although I did have Anastasia sitting right next to me, having by now completely abandoned herb gathering. She had, like the rest of my team, begun to carefully listen to the conversation. No point beating about the bush, so I'll get right to business. I confirm that Plinto and Anson the Pantsum must take part in this quest. Their terms have already been agreed. As for the others, according to my modest estimates, for a plus 300 level player gaining an extra 10 levels are priceless, so I valued them at $1.5 million per player. It's not like I'm forcing anyone to take part, I added when I heard outraged exclamations from the other end of the line.
"We'll call you back in 5 minutes. We have to discuss your conditions," said Eckler, turning off the amulet.
Not forcing anyone? Why is it that every time we speak, Anastasia looks more pleased than the cat that got the cream? What's so funny that each time she speaks with me, she chuckles so much? After all, I already know the location and have seen the quest description,
so I could just step out and return with around 400,000 players. Then we'd see how you are not forcing anyone." "You have leveled up your reputation with me to the required level, so you won't be doing anything of the sort," I replied in a similar tone, not wishing to show her that I wasn't in the mood for jokes at the moment. "And you also hinted that you will be joining my clan once you're thrown out of Phoenix, so it's not like you would want to upset your future employers. So be it. I'll take you without putting you through any trials. You've convinced me." "Thank you, O benefactor. What would I do without you?" "Exactly. Who are you in Phoenix? You're just Anastaria, the head of this clan, and just coincidentally, officially, the most beautiful girl for the past few years," I ventured, not wishing for Anastaria to have the last word. "Absolutely. There's no way I could miss the opportunity to become the most important and powerful first deputy leader of the great Sea Thistles clan, which has managed to scale the great heights of level 1. That really is food for thought." "Just think faster." Man, she sure has a sharp tongue. She can twist those words so well that you'd spend half an eternity trying to catch up. "Or Eckler will call now and start demanding that discount." "You don't know everything yet, my beauty. Prince, what are you planning to do at night if you spend all day asleep?" I shouted into the tent.
"I'm not asleep." Slate's head emerged from the tent. "It's just that this wonderful dwelling can, among other things, keep out all unwanted noise. I've had quite enough of the sound of mining picks back in Beatwick, so I decided to hide for a bit. Bah, they're still at it."
Slate made a face as if suddenly beset with toothache.
"Right, I'm going back in."
Slate dove back into the tent, and I turned again to Stacy. "You see, there's still much you don't know." We had discussed this point with the entire group, so I wasn't winging it. Whichever way you look at it, going up against the vampires would be very difficult. The sergeant squad was proof of that. If we come across a lieutenant, we're dead meat. We needed additional muscle, so why not Stacy? "The future Prince of Malabar, right? The fiancé of the new princess?"
"Yep."
"And he's in your tent, miles away from Anhur's?"
"Yep."
"Where he's hiding from the noise, because he's had enough of the sound of striking picks?"
"Yup."
"Quit it with the yups. I'm trying to figure out how you got him to come with you and why the princess would let him go. And you're just throwing yups at me. Spill the beans already."
"I know some more words, as it happens. In your dreams."
"You have another quest." Anastaria lit up, and her changeless smile spread across her face. "It's not like you were naive enough to hand over another quest to the top players. And here's poor me, all ready to lament the fact that the promise of money had suddenly made a normal player out of you. That you've suddenly acquired a brain. You gave me quite a fright there, man. You owe me a cookie for the recipes, but please answer me just this one question. Do you have another quest connected to the prince or to the dark forest? I'm not even asking what it is. Just tell me whether you have one or not."
"No, I do not have one more quest." I gave the girl a completely honest answer. And why not? It's not like I lied in the slightest. I don't have one more quest. As the glint of excitement started to die away in her eyes, and she was already beginning to turn into a snow queen again, I added, "I have 2. Chapter 6. The First Battle of the Dark Forest.
"Man, it's Eckler."
The vibrating amulet saved me from Anastasia, who had already taken a deep breath and was ready to tell me what a bastard I was. Putting my finger on my lips, I indicated that exploding in indignation right this minute could seriously jeopardize her Snow Queen reputation, and breathed a sigh of relief. I managed to avoid the most dangerous first flash of anger. In a moment, Stacy would regain self-control and be thinking of how to use the situation for her own profit. I just had to make sure some of that profit went my way as well. You have my undivided attention. You must realize that $1.5 million per player is too much. We've gathered around 50 potential participants. Some of them couldn't make it to the meeting at such short notice, but indicated that they want in. To be more exact, we've got 53 players, excluding Plinto and Ants in the Panza. Then it should be 52. We've already come to a separate arrangement with Anastasia. I looked at the girl who had raised her eyebrow in surprise. To be fair, aside from her, my entire team were sporting rather surprised expressions. This was not something we had previously discussed. Lighty, who was still drafting the agreement, looked up at me, emphatically shaking his head, and said, "I'll include that too. I'll be including every little thing," before re-immersing himself in correcting the text. Some people really don't need all that much to keep them happy.
"Man, are you sure you know what you're doing?"
whispered Klutzer, who happened to be standing closest to me.
"I don't seem to recall us discussing this."
I put my finger to my lips once again, showing that now was not the time to distract me, and returned to my conversation with Eckler. How could I explain to the guys that Anastasia would work much better for free than for money? For her, the concept of being indebted was not just some random collection of sounds, but the worst possible curse, one that, once placed, would have to be lifted as soon as possible. If I took money off her for the Guardian's quest, Sea Thistles wouldn't be getting a mercenary, but the leader of the Phoenix clan. Despite this being one and the same player, in fact there were 2 different people in there. Knowing this, how could I share the High Priestess's quest with her? It's just not gonna happen. So, she either joins us for free, or we'll have to do without her. "Then it's 52, continued the shadow leader of the Phoenix clan without any change in tone, as if he'd counted on this from the outset. "We are offering you 20 million gold for everyone." "That boils down to less than 400,000 per head," I said after some quick number crunching. "That's a laughable amount. The scenario has no time limit. Therefore, I can wait a couple of years, gain some levels, and complete it myself just with my clan. That'd be more profitable." "So tell us your conditions. Just stop going on about $1.5 million. You give the impression of someone with more sense than that." All right, I realized that getting that much money wouldn't be realistic. I was dragging out the conversation until I saw with some relief that Lighty looked up at me and signaled that he was done with the agreement. Finally. We had discussed almost all possible options earlier, so now it only remained to turn our decisions into a well-worded text, the task that Lighty had taken upon himself. And there was me, potentially getting it all muddled up with the bit about Anastasia joining us for free. "Man, are you still here?" Eckler gave a polite cough, returning me to the negotiations. "Sorry." I quickly scanned through the text, taking note of all the main points. "Let's talk everything over in a proper, business-like fashion. 500,000 gold per head is too little for what essentially amounts to 18 levels. I believe that the most reasonable price would be 1,000,000 gold each. There's little sense in going any lower. Any gold looted during this assignment will be split equally amongst everyone in the group. In this quest, my clan will be carried, and there's just 8 of us, so you won't even notice our presence. We'll divide all the loot through an imitator. It will do better than any of us, but I will retain the right to claim any 8 items that drop, irrespective of the norms of sharing loot, including rolls of the die and class suitability. Any quests acquired by any member of the group while completing this scenario will be shared with all other members of the group. Each player will have to make a decision concerning the amount of time they are present in the game during this scenario. However, I take no responsibility if you happen to be logged out during a key event or during the completion of the scenario. In this case, I ask that no claims are made against the Sea Thistles clan. This point will definitely be included in the agreement. There is another point of considerable importance to me. There should be no members of the Dark Legion clan in on this quest. I have nothing against them except for the fact that they're obliged to send me for respawn on site. I think that's it for now.
No, it's not, came Hellfire's voice. Who's going to run the raid? Who will be the leader and who will be calling the shots?
I will be the one making the decisions after first consulting Anastaria. She will be the one leading the raid. No one else would do it better. I glanced at the girl, who immediately composed herself. Whatever happened to that playful fire that was dancing in her eyes a few minutes ago? I was now looking at the real Anastaria, focused, capable of making split-second decisions, even with limited information, clever, and incredibly beautiful. Right, that last point has nothing to do with anything.
"Anastaria, can you hear us?" Eckler asked the girl.
"I'm here, and agree on all the points except the one on making decisions. Undigit, are you planning to bring Do Not Punic with you?"
"Yes."
The voice of the Azure Dragon's leader, which I recognized from the time of the Beatwick battle, came from the amulet. "In that case, I propose that, aside from me, you should also add him as an advisor. Is my recommendation sufficient for this?" Anastaria asked me. "Sure. Leide, add him to the agreement." I passed this on to my bureaucrat. "I'm prepared to share out the quest under the terms we've discussed. I'll hand the agreement over to Anastaria, and she'll send it to Eckler and everyone else for examination. Now, we just have to settle the price and write in the full list of the participants." I sent the amended agreement to Anastaria. It now contained just a few blank sections: the price, names of those taking part, and the destination coordinates.
"I see," Eckler responded thoughtfully. "We'll need a couple more minutes to talk over your words and come to a decision. I'll call you back."
The amulet fell silent, and, exhausted, I slumped to the ground. If sweating were possible in Barleona, I would have been sweating buckets from all the tension. I'd never had to conduct negotiations at such a level before, so completing my very first attempt with this enormous profit would be quite a feat. And I think I managed to pull it off, so I could only hope that 1,000,000 gold was a reasonable price for the respective clan heads and the like.
"Mayen, are you sure about 1,000,000?
Klutzer crouched next to me, staring into the distance.
"I remember us agreeing that 600,000 was a good price, especially if we'll have that many people on board. And what if they don't go for it? What then? Agreeing to a discount a second time is lame. They'll start taking us for fools. And what's the deal with Anastaria doing this for free?
Klutzer, go chop some trees.
I'd barely had time to reply to this very reasonable remark from my fighter when Anastasia appeared next to us.
I need to talk to Mayan. Please,
added the girl when Klutzer didn't flinch.
You might have failed to notice, but I'm also talking to him right now.
You'll have time enough to chat later.
The same goes for you. If someone butts in on your conversation with Hellfire, just how far will you send him flying?
Anastasia stood there for a couple of moments, trying to stare Klutzer down, and then turned to her fighters and shouted,
Rick, what's with all this idling about? Did you forget what we've come here for? Let's get back to the herbs so that the sea thistles can get their chit-chat over and done with.
I think you're letting this lady have her way a little too much.
Klutzer turned back to me as soon as Anastasia left us.
The times of going it alone are gone. Now you're the leader of a clan for which you are responsible. You're also starting to let the wrong part of your body do the thinking. Forget about the gold we might be losing on account of Anastasia. If all goes well, we'll make it back from the higher price you've demanded. But I am asking you not to act so rashly next time.
But we do need her. All of us did decide, after all, that we'd take her along for the High Priestess's quest, I pointed out in my defense. We won't be able to get past the vampires without her, and if she ends up paying to take part, we won't just get her, but the entire Phoenix clan. Is that what we really want?
That's why I kept quiet when you came out with all that nonsense to Akela. The sooner you understand that you're not on your own, and that the clan is there to back you up, the better. Right, I shall get going, or she'll incinerate me with her eyes. Just remember, you're a clan leader, and not some lone 67-level player. If you roll over now, you'll be rolling over for the rest of the game.
I can see you've got some fierce fighters there. Quite hair-raising.
Anastasia sat next to me as soon as Klutzer was gone, and, unlike him, used a scroll of impenetrability, concealing us from the rest of the world. No one could hear or even see us. Our senses were in no way impeded as we continued to watch the others at work. A convenient thing for those who want to hide, the only drawback being that it couldn't be moved once activated.
Mayhen, are you under a dome?
A message from Elenium immediately appeared in the clan channel. Yep, Anastasia put it up, I replied to the guys to stop them worrying. She's being terribly mysterious.
Remember our chat, came a message from Klutzer. And why didn't we talk like this before? It's very convenient when others are far away.
Leaving Elenium to explain to the others why clan chat is accessible to clan members only, I returned to Anastasia.
They're worried, eh?
Asked the girl with a smile.
Afraid that I'll eat their leader?
No, rather they asked me not to do anything bad to you, I parried. After all, this is none other than Anastasia we're talking about here. I could end up doing something stupid and then spend all of 5 minutes regretting it.
Was it so obvious that I was using the chat?
Yep. Damn, I caught that stupid word off you.
Were those your first negotiations of this caliber?
There's also this other word, your.
Good for you. You handled yourself well. I remember when I was taken to a similar meeting for the first time. Killer was negotiating the purchase of a key to another world, same as that eye of yours. That was so long ago, almost 10 years now. I was just a foolish little girl who had just joined Phoenix. I was watching wide-eyed how serious grown men were haggling over the purchase of an artifact worth $3 million. I just didn't get it. How can you hand over so much money for a bunch of numbers in a database? At the time, I had just started university and had a generous monthly allowance of 1,000 gold, if you converted it to Barleona currency, which allowed me to survive in relative comfort. And you can stop sniggering. That money gave us an entire month of truly magnificent dinners of ramen and corned beef. Someone who's never been a student wouldn't understand. For example, are you familiar with the special skill of persuading a tea bag to produce something resembling tea at third brewing? I am. The funniest thing was that everyone brought their kids to the dorms in limos or expensive convertibles. Yet the taste of a piece of bread toasted under a gas grill, washed down with a freshly opened carton of milk, will stay with me forever. It was then that I understood that it's not the money or the status of your parents that makes you who you are. You're the only one responsible for how people really see you. "Why are you telling me all this?" I asked the suddenly nostalgic girl. "Because you also managed to level up your reputation with me, and that's just it. So you know. All right, enough memories for today. Tell me instead whether you managed to solve the riddle." "Riddle? What riddle?" "Ah, the one with the 3 formulas? It was pretty easy." I lacked Anastaria's skill of switching conversation topic at the drop of a hat, so felt a little lost at first. Perhaps I should get her to give me a master class in this. She sure could teach me a thing or two. "You don't say. My troopers spent ages wrestling with it. We had to do a good deal of digging before we came up with a possible answer. It's beautifully put together, wouldn't you say? How did you stumble upon the solution? I'll never believe that you simply solved everything in 5 minutes." "I had the swearing filters on. Then a certain player swore in front of me, and the system corrected him in a helpful way. Before that, I also spent a long time grappling with it. You might even say it began to haunt me in my dreams. But eventually something clicked, and I realized what had to be done. I need your help now, though. I'm sending you a line of text." I sent Anastaria the cipher I got from the dwarves. There's no key or any information on what type of cipher is used, so I'll never solve it by myself. Could you run it past your deciphering team? Of course, I'll send it to my guys. They'll pick this line apart into all its constituent elements. So you trust me so much now that you're not even demanding an agreement? I have to trust someone in this game, so why not you? And yet the Carmandant chess pieces are still a no-go zone? The girl's question caught me completely flat-footed, so I had to close my eyes and silently count to 10 as I tried to keep my emotions in check. All I wanted to do right now was grab Anastaria by the shoulders and shake all the baloney out of her. How long can she badger me with these chess figurines? I opened my eyes, looked at the grinning girl, and counted to 10 once again, but slower and more thoughtfully this time. No, things can't carry on like this. The matter of the chess pieces has to be settled once and for all, or I'll spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder to see if Anastaria was there, waiting to make her move. You're a strange one, Stacy. Sometimes I get the feeling that you're not even human, just some soulless machine bent on pursuing its aim, oblivious to anyone or anything else. The girl was silent, so I couldn't think of anything better to do than to take out all the orc warriors and put them in her lap. If these things can make you risk your character by misusing the siren's poison, and you can't help constantly bringing them up and teasing me about them, then clearly your life isn't complete without them. They're yours.
Your peace of mind is worth more to me than a collection of algorithms. Take them, and do what you like with them." That's it. The die had been cast. As one of the ancients said, there's nowhere left to retreat. The bridges are burnt. As soon as I spoke the phrase, "They're yours," the owner of the figurines changed, and I no longer had any claim over them, except authorship. Now, even if I came to my senses and decided to take the orcs back, my fingers would go right through them. To be honest, I was playing it far from straight with her by giving her only the orc warriors, staying stubbornly silent about the dwarves. She could think that's because I did it in the heat of the moment. I made my move. Now it was Anastaria's turn. All our future relations depended on what would happen next. "One of the Arc warriors from the Commandant chess set," said Anastaria thoughtfully, turning the figurine around in her hands. "You have no idea what I would have been prepared to do to get my hands on them, and here you just gave them to me without any conditions at all. Not so long ago, I wouldn't have given a second thought to immediately throwing them in my bag. But now, I had to know for sure that the chess pieces did in fact exist, that it wasn't some error in the game code which spread this announcement throughout Malabar. Here." Anastaria handed the figurines over to me. "They're yours. No one in this game, apart from you, has any claim over them. There's a reason I was remembering my student days. As corny as it may sound, you've made me respect you, and not just the results of your crafting. Whatever you may think of me, for me a relationship of trust is more important than gold or the Commandant chess pieces. You can buy everything except that. Thank you." The girl leant over to me and did something completely unexpected. She kissed me. Intensely, passionately, unforgettably. There were no words. "All that I ask of you is that no one else finds out about this kiss." When Stacy drew back, my head was still floating in the clouds amid beautiful dreams. I have no idea how, but an ordinary kiss gave me so much pleasure that, compared to it, any visits to the dating house seemed to pale into insignificance. "Judging by your expression, you're not exactly immune to the magic of delight after all." Anastaria's laughter sounded inside the dome. "I'm sorry. I just had to check. Now I just need to find out why my poison had no effect on you. How do you know about it, by the way?" Like a giant cold shower, these words shook me out of the pink clouds and sent me crashing back down to earth. She really is such a woman. Whoa, the bugs, take her! I think we've had enough revelations for today. I tried to regain composure, which, despite Anastaria's last phrase, was an uphill struggle. The pink clouds were refusing to let me go, and my face still sported a stupidly happy smile that I just couldn't shake off. "Will you tell me what the other 2 quests you have are?" "Will you tell me what you're prepared to give me for them?" "Without even looking at their descriptions first? The correct answer would be nothing." "All right, let's take a different approach. Do you know who the patriarch of the vampires is?" The girl's silence, as well as her wide-eyed surprise, were a clear enough answer to my question. She knew who that was, all right. "Man, this is Eckler." The call of the amulet interrupted my intimate meeting with Stacy, allowing her to regain composure and start trying to figure out whether I was bluffing or not. "We've discussed and accepted the agreement that you've sent. We'll pay the price of 1 million per participant, and we'll be sending you the list of players in a moment. Please confirm that the location coordinates will appear in the agreement as soon as it is signed and the money arrives in your account." "Confirmed. But it shouldn't be my account, rather the account of the Sea Thistles clan. Thank you for reaching a decision so quickly." I thanked Eckler. "I have another question. Do you want to start the quest today or tomorrow morning?" "We will settle the formalities today and start the assignment tomorrow," the Phoenix representative assured me. "Anyone who wishes can join you today, but we'll set out tomorrow morning." "You know, the more time I spend with you, the more I think that you're a spy for the corporation," said the girl, now quite recovered, the moment Eckler disconnected. "There are just too many coincidences for a simple prisoner, don't you think?" "No, I can call the Emperor as a witness, although I have no idea how he would be able to check. I have nothing to do with the corporation. I did work for it once, before the mines, but only odd jobs here and there." "You do know that the Patriarch is as legendary a figure as the dragons, or that no one has seen him in the entire 15 years of the game? But it looks like you're already acquainted with him and all." "I'm afraid not. I have a quest that involves finding him and having a chat about what's going on in the Dark Forest. Can you see the connection with the scenario that I've shared with the top players? The other quest is focused on the prince and has nothing to do with this place. So, have you decided if you're with me?" "In search for the Patriarch? Like you need to ask." "Then let's make things clear straight away. You'll be joining us as a mercenary alongside my clan, and not as the head of Phoenix. I don't need any extra hangers-on on this quest."
"Man, what's taking so long? How many times have you scored already?"
"One more joke like that and I'll dock you 5% of the loot. The agreement is being signed. The 53 million will soon arrive in our account." "It's a deal," said Stacy, staring with some puzzlement at my clan, who had started to run around the glade in sheer joy. Even Barcina, who was usually still somewhat reserved, was unable to restrain herself and was embracing Klutzer. I just hope that wouldn't be interpreted as violation of her non-flirtation rule. "You told them that the agreement's been signed? Look at them, happy as kids at Christmas. What's your loot allocation amongst the clan?" "The same as the one I'll be offering you. 70% of all the money gained goes into the clan treasury, 30% on salaries, depending on the level of participation. Loot is allocated by an imitator. If you're happy with these conditions, with the fact that you'd be a mercenary and not the head of Phoenix, and with not sharing the quest with anyone else, I would be happy to discuss your joining us." "Reasonable clan demands. I'm ready to sign an agreement. Who else do you plan to invite, other than your clan?" "Ants in the Pantsa. We'll fail without her." "You don't like her very much, do you? Why tell one girl that another is indispensable? I'll eat her alive and not bat an eyelid. As if I'd let her hang around my shaman when there's not enough of him for me as it is. All right, I'll deal with her later. Where's the agreement?" "When did I become your shaman?" "Quit nitpicking. Send the agreement." "What's the point? It's not like there are any heralds around to validate it." "Why do you need the heralds? They uphold the law only in Malabar. In Cartus, that's done by magisters, and in the Freelands by guardians." "What, didn't you know?" "To be honest, I'm not exactly an expert on these things. But that isn't important. The chess pieces have shown that you wish to lay claim to the title of Madam Who Can Be Trusted. Catch the agreement. Its main feature is the loot allocation. It has no other restrictions. That madam will earn you a slap in the face. While we're on the subject, it's miss to you, while standing to attention. And say it like you mean it, please. Let's dispense with agreements altogether. See who's who in all of this. Here it is, then. I shared the High Priestess's quest with Anastaria. I think people will start arriving in about 20 minutes, so let's wrap things up. They'll get here, and what will they see? A huge opaque dome concealing a man and a woman? That leaves too much to the imagination. Instead of an answer, Anastaria was silent for a few seconds while looking directly into my eyes and then whispering, "I'm being such a fool." She planted her lips on mine once again, and for the record, she got no protest out of me. Whatever this delight was doing, it was working 100%. It felt like gaining 5 or 6 levels in your main profession in one go, with endurance turned off. I'll have to get to the bottom of what this magic was, and what one was meant to do with it. Clan achievement gained. Clan of the Oligarchs. Conditions for procurement: conduct transactions worth over 40 million gold with the clan treasury within 2 game hours. 5% discount with NPC merchants for all clan members. Now all your trade negotiations with NPCs will end in the words, "Of course, with a clan like that." Ooh, adamantium. Just a minute after Anastaria took down the dome, players began to arrive at the glade. Everyone had the same sequence of reactions: surprise, greedy stares, the growing realization that, unlike the bunch of noobs standing nearby, they had the relevant professions sufficiently leveled up for gathering the high-level resources, and, finally, a befuddled expression after walking up to a vein or tree or herb and discovering that the pick hit the ground, the axe went straight through the tree, and that working out the mathematical equation for finding the right point to cut was the only thing they were able to do with the herb. You could only gather something in the Guardian's Glade if you had the relevant permission, which I had no intention of handing out for free. Of the 10 early arrivals, only 4 agreed to hand over 30% of the resources they gathered to my clan. The rest refused. "Judging by your pleased expression," Dookie came up to me once players had stopped appearing, "Anastaria had good reason to put up that dome. It's too bad that it doesn't really grow dark in this forest, or we could have used you as a giant torch. You're positively glowing. I do, of course, understand that 2 million each is a good addition to our retirement fund, but even this can't make a guy look that pleased. Are you gonna spill the beans?" "What the hell?" As I was trying to think of a sharp comeback for my second rogue, a surprised shout echoed through the glade. I didn't immediately realize where the sound had come from, but when I did, we were a player down. One of those who refused to benefit the Sea Thistle's clan with his labor had decided to go sightseeing and had stepped out into the mists of the surrounding forest. Judging by the map of this area, the Dark Forest was a location for 100-level players, so supposedly high-level players had nothing to fear around here. Yeah, right. It was hard to imagine what forces were lurking in the surrounding twilight if someone with level 288 went down in close to 10 seconds.
"You have chosen to oppose me."
The forest once again shook with reverberations, but this time an hour-long fear debuff was slapped on us, which reduced all stats by 5%. Looks like that lieutenant had finally dropped in for a chat. I don't remember the sergeant having such abilities. It was a completely different voice, too.
"I will destroy you."
"Mayan,
Anastasia took a break from the herbs and stared at me, just as all the other players that had arrived in the glade were doing. "Is there something you want to tell us?" Realizing that keeping things to myself was no longer an option, I recounted everything about the cursed woad, its warning about the vampires, and its assurance that in this zone neither I nor any of my group had anything to fear. Speaking of the group, I immediately sent an invite to each new arrival, even the gatherers, mentally thanking the fallen for not flooding the glade with arrows just yet. The local NPC minions probably didn't think that I could be so imprudent. I think that's the word. If only I had thought about the group straight away, Anastasia would have been able to get the player out on pure reflex, simply by seeing his frame. She would have thrown a bubble over him, or would have cast something on him. Altogether too many wouldas here. In the end, we have what we have, so all the shoulda, woulda, couldas are a bit pointless. "So it looks like the area is being patrolled by a squad of vampires of indeterminate level, headed by some sort of lieutenant, who are quite capable of taking down an unprepared 288-level mage in 13 seconds, Anastasia mumbled thoughtfully. "I might have been able to get him out, of course, but the speed at which he was killed was something else. Now we must wait for the rest of the group, especially the tanks and a couple of healers. We can't enter the dark forest without them. Let's see what they'll do with hell around. Guys," I addressed my free fighters as soon as all the other high-level players returned to resource gathering, "I have a question. Can you take a holiday for about 3 weeks from tomorrow morning? From the financial point of view, you've already got your salary covered for the next 3 years, if not more, so you can afford to take some time off. It would be a pity if the top players complete the quest, but you don't."
"Well, aside from the fact that we haven't been paid our salary yet, since the imitator will only transfer it in a couple of weeks," said Elenium, "the idea of a holiday is a good one. I'll let you know tomorrow. Right. I'm turning on follow. Time for me to get some rest."
"When are we planning to set out?"
asked Barcina, as soon as all the other free players in my clan left the game.
"Time is not an issue for me, so I can simply stay from now on. You said something about a tent before. Got space in there?"
"I have 5 with me, so if purely male company isn't a problem for you, you're very welcome to join us."
"Good. That can be a test of whether you guys can be trusted," said the girl.
Before disappearing into the tent, she turned and blew me away with a question.
"So what's with you and Anastasia, then?"
The next morning began with a commotion that even the tent couldn't keep out, the noise of the rest of the arriving players.
"Man, up you get! It's time to form the groups."
You'd never tell from Anastasia's cheerful and alert voice that she spent the entire night communing with high-grade herbs. Who would have thought that the second-highest player on the continent, totally unfettered by concerns for her dignity, would be crawling around on her knees and measuring the length of a stalk with a ruler? Everyone who turned up last night watched this spectacle, and, judging by a few camera icons, some of them even filmed it. "Did you ever actually leave the game?" I mumbled as I crawled out into the fresh air. The resources were still there, but no one took any notice of them anymore. Everyone was focused on one thing only, the upcoming battle. The player who was sent for respawn was already back with us, indicating that the usual 12-hour absence is a limitation that only affected newbies. If you leveled up your reputation with the Empire to Exalted, and added to that around 1,000,000 gold on top, the time you had to spend outside the game after dying was reduced to 6 hours. In Barleona, everything becomes a question of money, and in almost all cases, it's 1,000,000 gold. Do you want a flying pet? 1,000,000 gold, please. You want to have the respawn time? Just pay 1,000,000. Do you want to take part in a scenario? Please be so kind as to hand over a lump sum to keep those sea thistles happy. Hell, take your team and very carefully try stepping outside the glade. As soon as I had invited the rest of the thronging crowd into the group and shared the quest, Anastasia started to put things in order. You know the situation, so put the defense up right away. There's some very unpleasant rabble loitering out there. Don, what would be the best place to try to lure them out, in your opinion?
Let's say 3 o'clock. The sun is on the right, and vampires can't look at it directly, which means they'll get a 10% mischance, said Do Not Punic, who turned out to be a level 303 Death Knight, clad all in black. His two-handed sword was surrounded by a cold blue aura, probably part of the visual design of this class. From what I could see, he was just another fighter, like Hellfire, but if Anastasia had no qualms about asking his advice, and why hadn't I heard anything about him before? It's best to set out in 10 strong recon units, 2 tanks, 3 healers, and 5 fighters, range 6, and put it up right away. The black arrows, if I remember correctly, do AoE damage in melee. The first 10 are yours. I'll be on the right and Tamsalat on the left. 20 should be the backup with scrolls, the standard alpha support.
I disagree, Anastasia interrupted him. Alpha is good in open ground. We have trees here, which won't allow the mages to deploy their skills fully, and things will be more difficult for healers too. Let's modify Delta. Look. This was followed by an untranslatable volley of words between Anastasia and Do Not Punic. The interesting part was that they appeared to be using normal language, just in a completely incomprehensible way. It was all alphas or modified deltas. The high-level players immersed themselves in their favorite activity, preparing for a raid with tough mobs. Maybe we could just get other people here and flood the whole forest? Barcina couldn't help adding her 2 cents, which provoked smiles from the raiders, while Anastasia turned to her and explained, as if to an inexperienced schoolgirl, My dear, if you start running as a healer, how long will the steel skin buff stay on you? That's nonsense, said Barcina, perplexed. How can you even cast steel if you're in healer form, let alone run around? Do you even know how to play druids? You see, you've just answered your own question. Anastasia once again smiled at the reddening girl before returning to the laughing raiders to continue discussing the plan. Right. Something tells me that it's time for me to intervene, or my clan will be pushed so far to the edge that getting back into the heart of things would take me the rest of my prison term. What have you decided? I came up to the group of raid leaders who were just finishing their meeting. Listen, small fry. Itamzalat looked at me condescendingly. Go and chop some wood or something, eh? You yourself said that your clan is going to be carried on this quest. The stuff is completely out of your league. Let's pretend I didn't hear any of that, and I'll ask you once again, what have you decided? Although I was fuming on the inside, I tried to retain the appearance of calm. Small fry. On the one hand, fair enough. But on the other, the grown-ups had just tried to show me my proper place. In their dreams, either I'm the head of the clan and of this expedition, Or I might as well give up on leadership right now and throw myself into crafting. These sharks would swallow me in one gulp. And by the way, Itamzalat, I don't remember your name among my advisors. Anastaria and Do Not Punic do happen to be included in the agreement, which was signed by all, yourself included. The agreement very clearly lays out everyone's roles in this scenario. So maybe you should be the one who should be doing the wood chopping while I'm making decisions? The fact that you found this scenario doesn't make you— Enough, Anastaria intervened. Now here was someone who was an indisputable authority among other players. Itamzalat immediately fell silent. Itamzalat is right, Mayan. I'm sorry, but you don't have experience of leading raids. Now is not the time to quibble over who has higher stats and thicker armor. We have to get on with things now, and you're getting in the way. That won't work. With all due respect, the events in Beatwick showed very well the extent of your experience. You have 10, 20, perhaps even 30 clan raiders, each of them tried and tested in more than one dungeon. And that's all. As soon as raiders from other clans turn up, you'll be a stumbling mess. People, either we start working together properly from the outset, or I'm returning your money, canceling the agreement, and you can hang out in the Dark Forest on your own, dancing around the Guardian in the hope that he'll give you the quest. We've decided to leave the glade on the west side in 3 10-strong groups, said Anastaria, after giving it some thought. Who or what awaits us out there remains unknown. The 3 rogues sent out on stealth reconnaissance were discovered and attacked. We barely managed to get them back in one piece. We'll have to scout with a fighting party, so we modified one very well-known formation where the tanks take the 1st and 5th place, shielding 5 players each. The distance between the players? Under Itamzalat's reproachful stare, Stacy began to explain the tactics of the planned battle. Suddenly, a certain feeling, which hadn't popped up for quite a while, started to flash within me like a red light. Well, hello there, you incomprehensible beastie. Stacy, we can't go west. I closed my eyes for a moment and tried to interrupt the girl's logical exposition. We'll get shafted. We have to go east and head towards the center of the forest from there. Explain. Do Not Punic spoke in place of the still silent girl. Do you remember the bubble on Hellfire in Beatwick? I continued to look at Stacy, ignoring the Azure Dragon's raid leader. It's the same situation. Mayan, you do understand that based on all logical accounts, Do Not Punic is right? The girl finally uttered. An announcement popped up before my eyes, informing me that I'd got a letter from Ekeler. Strange. I completely understand, I replied. Give me a couple of seconds, please. Realizing how it must look, I opened the mailbox and read the letter. Why couldn't Ekeler just say something, especially when he's standing only a couple of paces away and is listening to the whole conversation? Man, stay quiet about this. Anastaria asked me to send you a letter to say that if you're sure that standard logic shouldn't be followed in the Dark Forest, you'll have to prove it to the rest of the players. Respawn hasn't really hindered anyone in the past, and the loss of 30% of experience is a fair price for a mistake. Accept what they've decided. Anastaria will try to stay alive. Well, well. I have a long way to go to reach the stature of these veteran players. After taking a split-second decision to wipe out 30, or at least 29 players, including 9 members of her own clan, Stacy had secretly written a note on the interclan chat asking Eckler to pass on this message to me. This girl sure knows how to play hardball. I have no idea how she'd had time to do all this. All right, guys, let's do it your way. But I will say it once again. We cannot get anywhere except by the eastern route. But I guess you can't argue against logic, eh? I decided to follow Anastaria's advice. Go for it. Let's see how far you get. After that, I turned around and went back to my clan. Judging by my fighters' expressions, they realized full well what had just happened. I'd been pushed to the side, utterly and completely. What kind of a leader am I if I give up so easily under pressure from high-level players? My only remaining hope was that my intuition wouldn't let me down. I think I'm beginning to place too much trust in it. What if I've missed the mark this time? The first group is ready. The entire glade turned into an anthill. Here and there, flashes of buffs being cast, lit up, and immediately faded. Players were diligently drinking elixirs and eating stat-boosting food. Normal raid preparation was in progress. Even Ants in the Panza was dragged into the support group. Only the Sea Thistles clan was standing idle, watching what was happening from the sidelines, not knowing how to make themselves useful. Reluctant to show any emotions, I opened my mailbox and began to learn all the jewelcraft recipes that I'd been sent at Anastaria's behest. Iron ring of strength, silver neck chain of balance, gold ring of intellect, 9 recipes that were a perfect match for my level and resources. After learning all the scrolls and sending all the alchemy materials to Liaidi and the profession scrolls to my other fighters, I sat myself down on the grass. I didn't feel like doing anything with jewelcraft, so whether I liked it or not, I would have to witness this high-level player fiasco. I don't know about the rest, but personally I had 0 doubts about the outcome of the coming battle. 0-1 to the Dark Ones.
"Are you sure that east is clear?"
Plinto came up to me. Like us, he wasn't included in the 10-strong fighting groups. It's not clear, but there we have a chance to break through. I had no idea why I answered the way I did.
"Break through? From where?"
Plinto's surprise was a clear indication that I just said something stupid. And really, why would we need to break out of here? We could just make a portal and we'd be golden. Or we could get on our flying mounts and fly to any point of the dark forest. Not a bad idea, that, by the way. Ready to roll, 1-minute countdown. At this point, I discovered that there was an inter-raid chat on top of the inter-clan chat, too. This I had no idea about, since during the raids in which I took part as a hunter, we communicated by normal speech.
"Center, move forward,"
Hellfire announced, using his normal voice, and the Phoenix raid group stepped out into the dark forest mists.
"The wings are off."
The tanks of the heirs of the Titans and Azure Dragons announced their departure.
"The support is ready."
Eckler and 20 more players came up to the edge of the glade, scrolls at the ready.
"I think I'll go and have a look at what's happening on the east side,"
said Plinto, who stealthed and hurried in the opposite direction to the main group of players. The battle for cleansing the dark forest from the taint had begun.
"The center is clear."
A whole minute had gone by from the moment the raiders moved out into the dark forest, but the mobs were in no hurry to bestow extra experience on the players. No one was attacking or running around or even moving. It was as if this wasn't the same forest from which just 10 minutes ago the scouting rogues had to be rescued.
"Center, keep moving."
Hellfire gave the command to Phoenix to follow in his steps, as he had departed from the glade by more than 100 meters. "Wings, spread out. There are no mobs here." A couple more minutes of tense waiting yielded nothing. The forest was dead. All 30 players had walked 100 meters away from the center, trying to provoke the mobs into attacking. "Something tells me," said Eckler, rolling up a scroll and putting it back into his bag, "that Mayan was wrong, and we have nothing to be afraid of. Anastaria," he shouted into the forest, "any idea what's going on?" "No," came the girl's shout. "Try to come out in 2s or 3s. Keep those scrolls at the ready. Maybe they'll attack smaller groups. Rick, drop the herb gathering and come out as well. We have to maximize the search area." The 3 10-strong raid groups went out even further. The wings began to circle, searching for the vampires, and the remaining players, splitting into groups of 2 or 3, started to leave the Guardian's glade. "Man," Ants in the Pantsa came up to me. Aside from myself, she was now the only one who hadn't stepped out of the glade. Even the guys from my clan had gone out in search of the mobs, supposing that low-level players, as easy prey, would lure them out. We mustn't go there." "I know, but I failed to convince the others." "It will happen right now." The girl suddenly went pale. I began to get that sinking feeling, too, and it became clear that in the next few seconds there would be a big boom. "Stacy! Bubble!" I screamed at the top of my voice into the twilight of the surrounding wood. "Everyone, back! Back to the glade! Move it!" Almost simultaneously, an internal raid announcement came from Plinto, whose frame had rapidly begun to melt away. Someone was giving him a kicking, and a pretty hard one at that. "Ash, 4 seconds! Glade plus 400! For me, Plinto's message was total gibberish, but I saw the reaction of Eckler, who was standing about 20 meters away from the Guardian zone. At first, he'd looked surprised when I shouted about the bubble, but his eyebrows flew up when he read Plinto's message. Then he bolted for the glade like mad, then, finally, disappeared. In fact, everything disappeared. Trees, branches, twilight, players. Aside from mist and about 50 see-through figures that were once high-level players, the enormous circle with a 400-meter radius contained nothing at all. There ended up being 2 neat-looking glades. One was a perfect circle, the glade, and the second was a slightly cut-back circle which touched the Guardian zone but was unable to subdue it. The scene was completed with 2 stunned shamans whose gut instincts prevented them from stepping out into the mist. Although, wait, Anastaria! Surrounded by a bubble, though now strangely darkened, the girl was frozen about 20 meters away from us.
"You are too weak to withstand me."
Another resonating voice spread throughout the glade, and I realized that every voice we'd heard before was just a weak parody of something truly terrifying. Our entire bodies began to shake. You got the feeling that your teeth were about to jump out and head off into the forest just to stop experiencing the full charm of this voice.
"I am disappointed. Is Malabar truly that weak? My fighters will deal with you now."
Perhaps there were other words, but at that moment the surrounding world began to swim, and I slipped out of consciousness. "Wake up already!" Through the comforting and very quiet haze, I could hear the demanding voice of Ants in the Panza, so I tried to concentrate and open my eyes. I only managed on the third attempt, but the darkness didn't go anywhere. Pictograms of buffs and debuffs appeared in front of me instead of the Guardian's glade. A message flashed past me that my endurance increased to 138 and quickly vanished, reluctant to lift my spirits with any extra light. One of the debuffs, blindness, wouldn't be gone for another 10 minutes, so the system diligently ensured that I remained incapacitated until then. I dispelled what I could from you, but most of it is beyond me. You'll have to manage on your own. Try to summon the spirit of restoration. The girl's hoarse voice came from afar. By the looks of it, the stun debuff was also enjoying the opportunity of spending some quality time with this player. "How long has it been?" I croaked, surprised at my own voice. My senses were telling me that I'd spent 2 days walking under a burning sun, got completely desiccated, and then finished off my vocal cords by singing a few songs. My throat felt as rough as sandpaper. That must have been the dumbness debuff. All these debuffs were really a bit much. They'd camped out in a neat row of 23 nice icons before my eyes, varying in duration from 10 minutes to 2 days. And that was after Ants in the Panza managed to take some off me. "About 10 minutes. I'll tell you again. Summon the restoration spirit. You may even try one of a different rank to you, as long as you summon it." "But I didn't learn." "So what? Do you really think a shaman needs to be taught in order to communicate with spirits? Are you not the master of a dragon? Now!" The girl's outburst was so sudden that I even managed to sit up. Why is she so sure that a shaman can communicate with any spirits, even without proper training? This goes against game logic, where you have to learn first, and only then use a skill you've learned. I was about to let the lady shaman know what I thought of her words, but then recalled a certain episode from my life in Beatwick. My teacher's order, "Run, you fool!" At the time, I did manage to summon a communication spirit without even suspecting that it existed. So perhaps the same could be done for restoration. At least, in theory. "Are you going to sit around all day?" Ants in the Panza hurried me along. "My scrolls will soon run out. My mana's at 0, and Anastasia is still outside the glade. Hurry up!" Anastasia is alive? Ah, I'm being slow now. She was shielded under a bubble. But then why isn't she back in the glade? I just don't get it. I quickly have to get back to normal, but how do I do that when my head is throbbing like a locomotive and the driver keeps pulling the whistle? Practically every second. What did the Guardian say? No one can cause you harm in this glade? When I'm back on my feet, I'll go over to that block of wood and politely ask it why the heck I ended up with a ton of debuffs. I'd like to see it get out of that one, the unfeeling log. "Man!" Ants in the Panza's voice once again broke through my staggered thinking. "Do something already!" Do something? What is she on about? I was heading to the Guardian. Anastasia! She's dying, and I'm sitting here dawdling, getting all ready to chop down the Guardian. With some effort of will, I forced myself to concentrate, enter the spirit summoning mode, free up an active slot, and start a summons. I needed the spirit of full restoration, the one that would restore not only myself, but other players too. So, where can you be hiding? What's taking so long? A few minutes of summoning finally allowed me to find the right spirit, which led to the immediate removal of all my debuffs. Looks like a pretty useful thing, this full restoration. It doesn't affect hit points, since healing deals with that, but it does return a player to his initial state. It removes curses, debuffs, and poison. The spirit can be summoned if you're stunned, but, if I understood the description correctly, under such conditions, the next summons would only be possible in 24 hours. This means that Ants in the Pantsa had first restored herself, dispelled those debuffs from me, which could be dispelled with normal cleansing, shook me awake, and forced me to learn restoration. I'll have to have a thorough chat with this girl. How come she was so sure that shamans are able to work with spirits this way, without any teachers? All this is rather unorthodox, and in general, chatting with her would be very helpful in order to find out more about my class. Yeah, I got a little held up. What's up with Anastaria? The girl's frame indicated that her hit points were on a steady journey towards 0. Ants in the Pantsa took turns in using her healing scrolls and spirit summoning, trying not to waste mana, but she was unable to remove all the debuffs from Anastaria. And Stacy had. I selected the girl and whistled. There were 32 debuffs on the cursed Anastaria. Wow! They managed to land a curse on her, too. It wouldn't be for long, of course, just until the first respawn, but the very fact that you could curse such a high-level player, if my memory didn't fail me, it could only be done by someone with double her number of levels. Anastaria was currently at level 331, therefore she was cursed by someone who was at least level 662. If you took into account that even emperors were only level 500, I was liking what was happening less and less. Take all the debuffs off her. Once again, Ants in the Pantsa brought me back to reality. Perhaps I have a concussion, and that's why I keep freezing. That's the last thing I need. My mana and scrolls are running out. Get a move on already. Stacy! I couldn't help shouting as I took all the debuffs off Anastaria, and instead of running for the glade, she fell to the ground like a broken doll. It was only now that I noticed that summoning the restoration spirit takes 40% hit points off me. That was almost a half of what I had, and without so much as a warning. I immediately summoned a healing on myself, solemnly promising to finally put together an altar and make a sacrifice to the spirits, and, without thinking of the danger, ran to the place where Anastaria had just been standing. The phantom players were no longer around. By the looks of it, they had not been permitted to depart until the local lord, or whatever we were supposed to call him, had said everything he had to say. But as soon as he did, they were free. Some place you found to have a nap. I jumped to Anastaria and tried to lift her, but she sagged in my arms like a dead weight. So I have... The girl tried to smile, but instead her face put on a strange expression of bared teeth. Don't keep me here. Let me respawn. Yeah, right. Like I'd lose the pleasure of being in your company for 6 hours with practically no one else around. I'd be the laughingstock of Barleona's entire male population. Man, what happened? Why hasn't she come to herself yet? I have only enough mana for 2 more summonings, and I'm out of scrolls, came a shout from Ants in the Pantsa. Man, I give you my word that we'll definitely meet later, one-on-one. But now, please, let me go. Anastaria tried to get up by leaning on the ground, but the arm of her gaming avatar broke with a quiet crack as if it was made of glass. Uh-oh. The avatar could only break in one case, if a quest or a scenario demands it. I sat right down in the mist and carefully put Anastaria's head in my lap. Lifting and dragging her to the glade wouldn't work. She'd break completely, but leaving her here on her own, I just couldn't do it. You can't leave a girl in distress like that. So all I could do was sit and wrinkle my brow at the unpleasant feeling I got from this new version of Anastaria. For some reason, her skin had darkened, had become slimy to the touch, and constantly bubbled. I shuddered to think what would happen if I ended up with skin like that. It was a good thing that she was just an ordinary player. This looked painful. "Stacy, what happened? Do you think we won't make it? So help us, we'll get you back on your feet in no time. So what if you've turned to crystal? I'm sure you've been through worse in your time." "Turn to crystal? It hurts!" The girl screamed so loud the entire forest seemed to hear. "My senses have been turned on by 30%. Can't you see what's happening to me? Let me die. I can't even leave the game right now. If I do, I'll return to the same cursed body. I must go through respawn." Ants in the Pantsa froze in the middle of summoning another healing spirit. I was so shocked by this news that I didn't even notice that the hit points of the Lady Paladin had run out and her gaming avatar flickered, then disappeared. I hoped that at least now she could leave the capsule and scream all the pain out of herself, or get drunk to forget the feelings of the curse. To go through what she just went through without so much as a groan, I wouldn't have been able to do that. Whether I could trust Anastaria or not no longer mattered. By her actions, Anastaria deserved to be respected. Yes, that's the word. I really started to respect her as a person and not just some girl with a cute face. Now I just needed to be careful not to let this respect grow into something more. Our weight classes were just too far apart, after all. "Man, let's go." Ants in the Pantsa once again brought me back to myself. I'll have to remember to do something nice for her after all this. "Anastaria will respawn as good as new. We have to get back to the glade." "Ants in the Pantsa, can I ask you something?" I said as soon as we were back under the protection of the Guardian. "Just call me Natalie. My gaming name is a bit of a mouthful, so those who know me use the other name. So, shoot." "Can you tell me how you found out that the shaman's initiation could be completed in a non-standard way? I'm asking because before I thought that the inexplicable feelings that arise within me on various occasions were something only I experience, but it turns out that you felt something too. I wish I could get to the bottom of all this. Otherwise, I'm feeling a bit lost." "Hold on. You, the owner of a unique totem, who has an acute perception of the surrounding world, have no idea what it means to be a shaman?" Before your rather emotional exclamation just now, I thought I knew what it meant to be a shaman. Now I'm not so sure. Will you tell me about it? "Do you know Calatia?" The girl was on a roll. "No? You should. And you're not a member of the Order of the Dragon, are you?" She continued to bombard me with questions. "Not a member of what? Listen, I think I told you that I only became a shaman half a year ago, having spent half of that time in a mine where I didn't really use any of my shaman skills. I have no idea who or what you're talking about now. I asked you because you really helped me out when I was going through the initiation. Now, this incomprehensible matter with this stupid intuition or premonition remains. I thought you might know what this is. And now you're trying to scare me with some galanteria and orders of the dragons.
Calatia.
What's the difference? Who the heck is she anyway? Or he, even?
It's a she. A lady shaman, level 360. She's not in Malabar, but in Astrum, the empire that lies on one of the neighboring continents. The Order of the Dragon is an association of shamans headed by her.
An association of shamans? I thought this wasn't a particularly popular class.
That's right. On our continent, that is. But in Astrum, players choose it quite often. It is part of their cultural heritage, after all, and it's held in high esteem there.
I think I've lost you there. Can you start again, but in more detail?
I can start again, smiled Ants in the Pantsa. No one would believe this if I told them. A 3-month-old shaman who managed to get a dragon and can make active use of his abilities has no idea about the Order of the Dragon. So, the shaman class appeared in Barleona just over 10 years ago, precisely because players from both the Americas started to petition the corporation to introduce it. For the first 2 years, shamans could only be created in Astrum. Calatia was the first player who managed to complete the initiation in the path of the shaman. Essentially, this class was especially created with her in mind. Calatia was actively involved in the design of the abilities and development of the class quests. She was offered a job in the corporation but refused, preferring to remain an ordinary player. But even now, the developers often ask her for advice on various aspects of shaman gameplay. By the way, she's the only player harbinger in Barleona.
Hold on. I read the manual. There are no harbingers.
Not in Malabar. The manuals are focused only on the continent from which the information request was made. So, we have Calatia. That gal founded the Order of the Dragon, the association of shamans, joining which is every shaman's dream. I was only accepted there on my 3rd attempt to join. Twice I've failed my initiation, and each time I had to delete my character and start all over. Only after I was given the chance to choose my totem did Calatia agree to take me in. By the way, she's the one who receives new members personally, not one of her officers.
You've deleted your shaman twice in order to complete the trial correctly?
Yup. When I created the 3rd one, I didn't think I'd make it through, so I gave her this name. When I did complete it, my first impulse was to delete again and recreate with a normal name this time, but Bussy turned out to be such a sweetie, I didn't have the heart to delete her, so I had to stay as Ants in the Pantsa. Oh, by the way, let's level up our totems while no one's around. They will grow faster wrestling with each other than hunting down smaller mobs.
I think that's a great idea, I agreed, and summoned Draco. I told him what was up and sent him to fight the Black Panther. I just hoped he wouldn't leave too many burn marks on her with his acceleration. So what happened next? Calatia founded the association and became a harbinger. What has intuition got to do with it?
A lot. As I said, in both Americas there is already an established image of a shaman, this trickster with a tambourine who is tuned in to the surrounding world. I can't tell you all that much, since it is forbidden, but I can give you a rough idea. Did you notice how the premonition only works when you interact with the surrounding world and not with other players? Today, for example, when we were choosing the direction in which to go, aside from the east side, which contained those who summoned the ash, all the others were blocked, and blocked at the level of scenario at that. So our class was lucky with its founder. Calatia managed to convince the developers that the shamans should also be given a slight, almost imperceptible feeling of disquiet when they are doing something incorrectly. After all, this is possibly the only hybrid class. The developers scratched their heads and, together with premonition, added the spirit summoning mode, not to make things too easy for us. At the same time, they have calibrated the perception of the system warnings in such a way that if you don't use them or ignore them, they become weaker and weaker until one day they disappear altogether. Every 6 months, the Order of the Dragon carries out a re-examination of its members to find out whether they follow their intuition or not. This was the corporation's gift to Calatia for her contribution to the development of the game. Aside from shamans, only paladins have anything of the sort, but I don't know much about it. You should ask your girl. She would know.
My girl? It was a good thing I was already sitting down, or I would have dropped where I stood. Whom do you mean?
Anastasia, of course.
Anson the Panther gave me a strange look.
Am I wrong?
No, it's not like that. I would have been lost for words to express how I felt. Bloody hell! Someone actually thinks that Anastasia is my girl. A year ago, I would have given half of all I owned to hear that. We are just good acquaintances who have mutually beneficial dealings with one another. But a couple? Let's get back to shamans.
Well, that's all I have, pretty much. I'll tell Calatia about you today. I'm sorry, but I must do that. That's in our rules. So you should expect an invitation to a meeting in the next couple of weeks.
Natalie fell silent and began to watch our totems dueling. Despite being 3 times smaller than Bussy, Draco won every 4th battle. By the looks of it, as soon as his intensification cooldown expired, he activated his ability and flooded the poor cat in fire. It was interesting to watch a dragon letting the panther ride on his back while trying to bite one of her legs, but I was preoccupied by a different matter. In particular, what the girl said about intuition, that these feelings that popped up on various occasions were triggered via the system. And there was me thinking that I was something else, that I was on the path to becoming a super player. But it turned out that there were more of these players in Barleona than you could shake a stick at, that there were even harbingers out there. Natalie, can you tell me if your intuition has ever let you down? Have you ever had instances when you trusted it, but the result was not what you expected?
Of course. This was the main requirement of the corporation in order not to end up with unstoppable monsters instead of shamans. Usually, about 80% of the premonitions don't have any meaning behind them. Moreover, aside from being beset with this white noise, we also have incorrect instincts generated for us. These begin from level 100, so you shouldn't worry about it yet. Otherwise, yes, about half of what we intuit is wrong. With situations like today, you can see straight away that it's the real deal, so that's straightforward. But the rest, you constantly have to level up in spirituality in order to keep things on the right level. I hope that's one of the stats that you chose, yes?
Yep.
Good. It'll come in very useful. Listen, I have a question for you now. Why do you need me on this quest? I wouldn't argue that it suits me very well, which is why I dropped everything in Anhurst and headed out here, but I don't get what shamans have to do with it. It was clear that today a spell was used against us, not spirits, so it's not like we can really make a difference here.
How can I explain this? If I let myself be guided by your words, the system whispered in my ear that this is categorically impossible without shamans. I would even summon Calatia here, if I could, to have a fuller team. When you write to her, say, Mayan is inviting you to join him on a quest. I can't explain it, but it cannot be completed without shamans. You do know about Garanika, the new Lord of Shadow. He's a shaman. So what? What do Garanika and the Lord of the Dark Forest Cursed Ones have to do with one another? Who knows? But I can guarantee that they are connected in some way. Guardian, I addressed the silent tree, I have 2 questions. Would you mind answering them? I took the silence to be a sign of agreement and continued. Why was I struck down with debuffs if you said that nothing can harm me on this ground? And do you know Garanika?
10 years ago, a few days before my death, replied the Guardian after a few moments, using its favorite vibrations. A sentient by that name came to the dark forest. He asked me to teach him about Ishni, but I refused him. The shaman left, but 2 days later a caravan entered the forest that brought the curse with it. I've heard nothing more about Garanika.
What is an Ishni? I asked straight away, ignoring the fact that the Guardian failed to answer my first question.
Ishni is not a what. Ishni is the heart of my forest. She is my unicorn.
Chapter 7. The Black and White. Natalie, can you tell me if this is the right way to level up my totem? I asked the lady shaman, as soon as Draco's allotted time in this world had run out. In a couple of hours of fighting with Bussy, the dragon's level had increased by an entire point, reaching 38. At this pace, I'll be leveling him up until Chinese Easter, whatever that's supposed to mean. I'm doing something wrong, and a fellow shaman might have an idea what that is. What do you mean by the right way? Do you mean fighting? Of course, replied Ants in the Pantsa with surprise, and then continued, sounding less sure. Although I might be mistaken. Why? Do you have some ideas about this? I don't think I can remember any specific articles on the subject from Calatia. Hold on, I'll be a moment. The girl's eyes glassed over, indicating that the player had logged out. I returned to my program of ingot-making when I realized just how alone I was once Natalie left me with no one but the prince around. I had used the 2 hours during which the totems were vying to see who was stronger on crafting. When I bought the ore, I didn't really think of the fact that leveling up in jewelcraft would require ingots, and that I would still have to make them. My level of smithing allowed me to smelt tin, and I didn't have far to go until bronze, but that distance still had to be covered. Keeping in mind that I could only level up in jewelcraft by making things out of silver, gold, and iron, and that silver ingots only became available from level 60 in the profession, something told me that I was looking at a toilsome and vigorous grind ahead of me to level up. I could only place my hopes in the boost the Guardian's Glade would give me. In the 2 hours I had left before it was due to expire, that is. Once again cursing myself that I omitted to switch on my brain in Prike and level up smithing virtually for free there, I continued to wear out the smelting pot. After explaining who Ishni was, the Guardian had clammed up and was now completely refusing to talk. As soon as his petrification debuff wore off, the prince, who was dutifully sitting inside the tent when it had all happened, came out and asked me to remove all the other debuffs from him. I summoned a restoration spirit and felt like going over and banging my head against the oak for completely forgetting about Slate until now. Earlier, when the high-level players began to arrive and I was reforming the group, the prince completely slipped my mind. I sent him the invite and tried to talk him into temporarily returning to Anhurst. I was really reluctant to risk a life that was so dear to the princess. Even if Slate wasn't a standard NPC, you might even say he was a key scenario mob, something irreversible still might happen to him, such as his imitator unexpectedly hitting early retirement. For that, Tisha would lynch me, then reanimate me and lynch me again. The future Prince of Malabar carefully listened to my arguments, even agreeing with some, and then gave me such an earful that if he were Tisha's real husband, I would have been immediately kicked out of Malabar. So I had to take the risk and keep him with us, making a note to ask Anastasia to secretly look after him, just in case.
"Man,"
Natalie returned after about 30 minutes, giving me enough time to raise my smithing to 36. And that was with the current speed of professional leveling up. Still too slow, really. The system looked favorably on my diligent ingot smelting and rewarded me with 6 pieces of lapis. That meant 3,000 gold for each, if I remembered the prices right. Not bad at all. But I was rather downcast upon consulting the manual. The next set of chess figurines needed alexandrite, obtained by smelting silver, which, as it now became clear, was still a long way off. I had to find a way of speeding up.
"The Order of the Dragon has no guides on leveling up totems, and Calatia simply chuckled when I called her and asked about the correct way of working with them. This can mean only one thing. I've been using the wrong method to get Bussy to level 120. Damn, cursed Ants in the Pantsa. Why didn't I think of this before? Right, it will take around 9 more hours for everyone to respawn, so I'll log out for a bit. Need to have a chat with other shamans. I'll find out how they do it. I've mentioned you to Calatia, by the way, and she asked you to contact her. Here's her visor number. You can contact her there. She's expecting your call."
I can't give her a call," I said, noting down the number just in case in my notebook. "It just so happens that I have no access to visors for the next 8.5 years.
"Then use the phone. What's the difference?" asked Natalie, surprised.
"You don't understand. I don't have access to phones either. You see, I'm currently in a prisoner capsule. My rights are restricted, and I won't be free for quite some time yet." As soon as I uttered the key word prisoner, Ants in the Pantsa's face froze. Seems our society has instilled certain attitudes really well in us. It's good to be good, and it's bad to be bad. And to hell with tautology. You can't hide the truth. People aren't too tolerant of prisoners in our world. The dregs of society, social outcasts, the disgrace of the human race. I've had enough chance to hear all kinds of labels in my time.
"I'm sorry,"
uttered Natalie after she finally finished wrestling with her prejudices.
I didn't mean to offend you."
"Listen, just hold off slapping me on the ignore list. Let me tell you who I am and what I'm doing time for, and then you can decide what to do. So it all began when I painted a colorful picture of how I ended up in Barleona in this capacity, and tried to emphasize the fact that I had an agreement with Marina, that I thought I was working with a test imitator, and that I handed myself in as soon as I found out the consequences of my actions. It was a really good thing, after all, that my fighters and I had our red headbands removed. Judging by Ants in the Pants' reaction, the majority of the players see convicts purely as convicts, lawbreakers, and not as people who had been successfully rehabilitated at the mines. It was even surprising that Elenium, Sushio, and Duki took the information that I and the other clan members were ex-prisoners from Prike so well. To be honest, I expected worse. "I'm sorry," muttered Ants in the Pantsa, this time looking embarrassed. Was I wrong, or did she go red in the face? "It was just so unexpected. The terror of the collectors. I will be sure to read up on you today and tell Calatia that you are somewhat out of reach. Natalie, before you run off, can you tell me if your senses have also been turned on? You looked embarrassed, your face reddened, and this can't happen with the filters on." "Of course they're off." Ants in the Pantsa looked perplexed. "Who would agree to spend over 3 or 4 hours a day in this world without feeling all it has to offer? Taste, smell? I'm not Anastasia, of course, and wouldn't set pain at 30%, but I've raised even that to 10% to keep my reactions sharp. I was even permitted to increase my neutral and positive sensations to the full 100. Are you saying that before prison you played with all the senses turned off?" "Yup," I said, trying to keep my jaw from hitting the floor. "I read about the senses, and several times almost went to the center to unlock them, but each time I was stopped by a reluctance to feel pain. Nowhere did I read that you could split the activated senses between pain and pleasure. I used to follow the topic quite closely. This wasn't the case 6 months ago." "You're right about the division of senses. This is a new feature introduced by the corporation. Just 3 months ago, all the capsules were replaced, practically for free. Until that time, the senses were combined. Feeling pleasure and pain came as part of the same package. But now it's all been separated. Why are you blushing?" asked Ants in the Pantsa, when my gaming avatar went rather red in the face. "Anastasia. That time she tried to use the siren's poison on me, and I explored her all over with my hands, thinking that she couldn't feel a thing. So it looks like the revulsion expressed on her face at the time wasn't from what she was seeing, but from what she was feeling. Damn, I've made such a fool of myself." Until the Guardian's Glade stopped providing the professions bonus, I managed to get my smithing up to 42. I couldn't get any further on tin alone. To make bronze ingots, I needed copper, all of which I had handed over to Eric. No Eric, no copper. The copper vein, which was doing its best to attract me and get me to swing my pick at it, failed to generate much enthusiasm. I had no desire left to work whatsoever. After I repaired all the items I could, leveling up repair to 5, I lay down under the Guardian and started to read Theodore's book. One shouldn't leave a source of free stats like this untapped.
"Hello, man. Listen, we need to talk."
A little later, Elenium appeared in the Guardian's Glade. The players that were sent for respawn were going to start turning up any minute now, so it was good that my solitude should be broken first by someone from my own clan. "Of course. Did you manage to take that long holiday?"
"Yes, I will be in the game for the next 2 weeks. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. You see, I did something stupid. Really stupid."
"What do you mean?"
"Do you remember the High Priestess taking me aside?"
"Of course I do. I just haven't had time to corner you and get you to tell me what that was about. You were given some kind of a class-based quest, right? Since you've brought it up already, do tell. Although, stop. Are you saying that you've already managed to break some condition of that quest?
No, the conditions are just fine. It's just... Damn, I'll have to tell you this one way or another. I shared it with Phoenix, and they offered me good money and a place in their clan for the quest, blurted out Elenium, and then sighed in relief. I'm sorry, but I have to think about my family, so potential big money in the future is worth less to me than good money right now.
Come again? I'm not getting you at all. I shook my head in incomprehension. Sergei had said something using apparently everyday language, but the meaning was completely eluding me.
I offered the quest to Phoenix, got an offer to join their clan, said Elenium slowly, trying not to look me in the eye. And I accepted.
When? As it finally sunk in that what I'd just heard wasn't the fruit of my fevered imagination, my brain went numb. What does it mean that he gave away the quest and went over to Phoenix? Does this mean he's ditching me? It just doesn't make sense. Of all things, you wouldn't expect a stitch-up like that from Elenium.
Last night, when Anastasia got here, and you hid under the dome with her, I came over to Rick and showed him the quest description. I told you, I messed up. I should have talked with you first, but it's Phoenix after all. Rick passed it on to Raster, their head of player recruitment, who contacted me today and asked me some questions. To be honest, I never thought that something like that could happen, but you know what being in Phoenix would mean to me. So I answered honestly about the circumstances under which I got my quest chain, and then agreed to go through their tests. The test results were reviewed by Hellfighter himself, and he's offered me a place as a support group fighter. Not a recruit, a fighter, right away. But he did it under the condition that I should leave Sea Thistles today, and in no way give the description of my quest to you. He's right. It's only open to priests, and I can't share it with any other class, so... I'm sorry, but this invitation means far too much to me. Sergei, didn't we want a clan of our own? I had to force the words out. How can all this crazy talk be true? Dan, I completely understand what you're trying to say, but you have to understand me too. There's my wife and kid and a stable salary for 4 compulsory hours online with Phoenix on the one hand, and you, a bunch of convicts, and some unintelligible salary from my contribution to the clan on the other. There's no way that I can sit in Barleona 24/7, so my contribution to the clan would be minimal. This means that I wouldn't earn enough even to pay the subscription, let alone enough to keep a family. I'm not prepared to leave reality for Barleona completely, so Phoenix's offer to me was, I need hardly say, Sergei, are you sure? Look how the top players are dancing around Sea Thistles, handing over piles of money. We have enough additional quests to earn us a whole load more. It'll all work out. I know all that very well. Stop trying to persuade me like I'm a little kid. It's not the clan those top players are dancing around. It's you. Once you're gone, everything else is gone too. The risks are just too great. What'll happen to the clan if you end up back in the mines? Do you know how hard it was for me to make this decision?
But that's the decision I've taken, and I'll stick with it, come what may. My entire life as a player, I've been dreaming of being accepted into Phoenix, and now when I've finally been given the opportunity, I can't let it slip away. Do you realize that what you're doing is called a common stitch-up? I was counting on you, and you quit the moment a lucrative opportunity beckoned. Sergei, I never expected something like that from you. Perhaps Dookie or Sushio, but you... Well, since you brought them up, I asked Raster if there's a chance they would be accepted into Phoenix too. If I'm right, they're going through testing as we speak.
What?
That's right, said a deep, chesty voice that for some reason women find so attractive. Although for me it became the embodiment of everything that was bad about Barleona. Hellfire in the flesh. But Elenium's got it wrong. They have already done the tests. Their results weren't as good as those of the priest, so I'm not prepared to offer them the role of fighters. But Raster said that they'll do fine as recruits, and will go through a second round of testing after proper training. Elenium, have you made your decision?
Yes, I agree to your terms.
Then no point putting things off. I need you to call on the Emperor as a witness that you haven't given Mayan the description of the quest. After that, I'm prepared to accept you into Phoenix. Those are the rules.
Let the Emperor be my witness,
Elenium called on the ultimate arbiter of Malabar,
that I haven't given the description of the class-based quest chain I received from the High Priestess to anyone other than members of the Phoenix clan.
A cloud of light immediately formed around Sergei and quickly dissipated without causing him any harm. The priest hadn't lied. The imitator confirmed that. They say that the developers have learned to use capsules as lie detectors, so that if you blabbed a secret outside the game, in reality, the system would still figure it out. But in all likelihood, these were probably just rumors. Otherwise, players would have kicked up a fuss a long time ago, protesting against such an intrusion in their private life.
"Welcome to the Phoenix clan, fighter,"
uttered Hellfire, when, just a moment after the official confirmation, the symbol of the Flaming Chicken clan appeared above Elenium's head.
"Our head priest will contact you today and set out a leveling up schedule for you. Now, let me talk to Mayan."
"So what is it you're trying to achieve here?" I asked the hateful dwarf as soon as Sergei walked away. "Just don't bullshit me with a story about how you suddenly had a revelation that these three were prime examples of priestly, rogue, and necromancer genius."
"Why? Elenium really is a talented priest. It's a surprise that he hasn't tried to take our tests before. Mayan, you're wasting your time looking for some malicious ulterior motive where there is none. My task is to make the Phoenix clan stronger and poach the very best players from all the other clans, preferably doing as much as possible to destroy these clans in the process, leaving them no chance of catching up with us. Sea thistles have been getting too much limelight all of a sudden. Every other person seems to be saying that a clan has emerged with none other than Johnson himself as a member. But I'm sure that you aren't him. This would be just too petty for him. You're nothing more than an ordinary player who's managed to get hooked into one scenario. And, as you've been riding that wave, the developers have managed to use you and all those near you for the subsequent scenarios so that they can have a sure shot at launching the update.
That's all very informative, but it still doesn't explain what possessed you to start poaching my people.
It seems that you didn't hear me. Mayan, please understand, this is not personal. For the Phoenix clan, you represent the potential threat of losing out on good profit. Therefore, I've taken certain steps to counteract that.
You do realize that now I'll stop involving Phoenix in any new quests.
What quests? Mayan, get it through your head already. If you are removed from these scenarios, you will stop getting any more of them. Your decision to invite all of us to the cleansing of the Dark Forest was downright stupid. I can see that you've made a very good gain financially, but with subsequent developments, the times of Beatwick are over. Now, other continent-wide scenarios will be coming into play, one of which was given to Elenium and, consequently, to Phoenix. Of course, I could have given you a blank face and simply told you to take a hike, but I decided to explain everything to avoid any misunderstandings. That's something we can do without. People can take offense and start doing stupid things. You just can't be allowed to return to the mines right now. The Guardian's quest is tied to you, so for the time being, you're useful. But I'll tell you straight away, I will do everything I can to make sure Phoenix takes this quest off your hands. Perhaps you should quit being obstinate and accept my offer. The place of the Master of Phoenix is still waiting for you.
No. I couldn't think of anything sufficiently offensive to unsettle Hellfire, so my answer was monosyllabic. My apologies, Anastasia, but from now on Phoenix is going on my ignore list. The whole clan.
As you wish. Ah, there's Dookie and Sushio. Are you ready to accept my offer? You can see that Elenium has already made his decision,
Hellfire said to the other players that had just arrived, and then turned to me and moved in for the kill.
Not much point in me going after the 3 convicts. Those guys follow the code of honor amongst thieves and won't leave sea thistles. I respect that, but you should know that I intend to talk with Barcina and take her with us as well. Man, I won't let your clan get off its knees.
As the Sea Thistles clan lost 2 more players, I finally understood that my previous life as a hunter had ended for good. Hellfire stood next to me for a little while, probably expecting me to explode in anger, but I remained deathly still. Snorting, the top dwarf of Malabar left me alone as I lowered myself to the ground. Can you describe pain? Can you describe complete disappointment? Can you describe the realization that no matter what you did, it would all be fruitless, because someone like Hellfire would turn up and simply buy all your fighters? If everything is so bad, what's the point in continuing to struggle and trying to make it to the top? My eyes closed, cutting off the colors of this world. I wished I had some way to block sound as well, but I had no scroll for doing that, like Anastasia. What if there's a spirit that can separate you from the surrounding world? I should dig around for one ASAP. Right now, I didn't give a damn that Hellfire was savoring his victory over me, and, consequently, my complete defeat at the hands of his legendary and unparalleled might. Right now, I needed to find a way of being alone. Spirit, where the heck are you? Are you sure that you want to leave this world and be transported to the astral plane? Astral plane? Well, what's the difference? If it's got to be the astral plane it is. I really didn't care anymore, even if I got sent back to the mines. What's the use of making plans for developing your clan if you have no way of ever getting them off the ground? I was counting on the free players so much that I was completely unprepared for such a move on their part. It was hard to wake up to the fact that the guys with whom you've played for well over 2 years are first and foremost people who could simply be bought, and then, most likely, sold on and thrown away like useless junk after all their potential is used up. Stop. How about I stop feeling sorry for myself? Maybe it's time for me to start showing my teeth and fighting for what's mine. Am I a shaman or a shy mouse when push comes to shove? Why am I behaving like a complete pushover? Oh, noes! Someone took a shit on me. Enough! I need to pull myself together and take this on the chin, or fight back with everything I've got. So Hellfire wants to destroy my clan, eh? He can dream on. That flame-grilled chicken douchebag is due for one hell of a comeuppance. Having made up my mind, I opened my eyes. There's no returning the ones who left, but Barcina will stay with me. You have to fight for your clan members. I don't get it. What happened to the Guardian's Glade? The surrounding world had transformed. The trees, the mist, the other players, and the Guardian had disappeared. Everything had vanished, even the ground. I ended up at the center of a sphere divided into two. One part consisted of unbearably bright light, and the other of frighteningly pitch-black darkness. Those designers sure know how to do visuals. Looking at just one of these half-spheres was enough to give you goosebumps. The only thing that didn't cause any discomfort was the gray line dividing the light from the dark, and that's where my gaze came to rest. The main thing was not to stand there wide-eyed, but figure out where the heck I'd ended up.
"You dared to enter our world, Elemental One," thundered the darkness, enveloping me in a terrible coldness.
"You aren't ready yet, almost Great One," whispered the light, caressing me with its warmth.
"Where am I?" I whispered, stupefied, and blinked a few times in the hope that all of this would stop and I would find myself back in the dark forest.
"You have entered the abode of the supreme spirits of the higher and lower worlds, Elemental One," thundered the darkness again, sweeping another wave of cold over me.
"You have entered a place of answers, almost Great One."
The gentle sounds of light pushed back the darkness and rekindled my desire to keep playing. What if them voices come with a nifty buff or two? "Man, where did you go? And, more importantly, how?" An internal raid message from Eckler popped up in front of me, but I waved it away like some annoying insect. I had more important things to do than chat to those who would shortly be going on my ignore list. I finally had an opportunity to get some answers, but the unpleasant part was that I had no idea which questions I should be asking.
"You don't belong here yet, future Great One," whispered the light a couple of seconds later. "We were watching our best student in Malabar, and we're not expecting to meet another shaman entering the astral plane, unprepared and uninitiated. You should not have ended up here, and we will be more careful in the future, but we must atone for our mistake. You will receive an answer to any question. Ask."
"And," I began, but regained control of myself just in time and fell silent. If I asked any now, the answer I'd get would be, "Yes, but now you've used up your question." Now I could see who Almus and Cornick took after in the how to be a pain in the neck department. None other than these supreme spirit dudes. But back to the matter in hand. If I have a chance to ask a question, there's no way I can let it slip away. I just have to decide what interests me the most. Should I ask about the Commandant chess set? Like, can you give me the exact coordinates of the cave, for example? But what if it's not a cave? Or if you need a key to enter, that key being the chess set itself? Not much sense in asking this, then. I'll find that out from from Barcina or any other player. To hell with Phoenix. Should I find out how to complete the trial to become a great shaman? I can ask Ants in the Panza that. Where hordes of gold might be hidden in Barleona? I'll be sent off to such a distant middle of nowhere that no amount of gold would make up for having to trudge there. And in any case, I have those 2 dragon treasures waiting for me, so I'm sorted on the loot front. What then? What does it mean to be a shaman? What happened during the fight between Pronto and Shyam? Is Cornick alive? So many questions to which I'd love to get answers, but I can ask only one. What is the source of Guernica's strength? I finally managed to articulate the question that was continuing to bother me. Ants in the Panza said that there was no answer, and Calatia is unlikely to spill the beans, since she probably enjoys watching players explore various features she'd helped design for the shaman class. So this was a highly relevant matter. Keeping in mind that Guernica promised to do all kinds of pleasant things to me, any information on his capabilities would come in very handy. I could even trade it with Natalie on mutually beneficial terms. "Oh, Supreme Ones? Are you still here?" When over a minute later no answer was forthcoming, I politely reminded them of my existence. Either the spirits have no idea, or...
"We cannot tell you this, because we do not know it ourselves," growled the darkness.
Looks like getting to the bottom of Guernica's strength is connected to some scenario quest, so the imitators can't leak this information before it's time. The developers wouldn't permit this. Very interesting. A negative result is still a result.
"The last time Guernica summoned a spirit was 20 years ago. From then on, he has been using something else. We didn't answer your question, and you cannot ask us another, to our regret. In the whole of Barleona, only the Patriarch is able to help you, but he is out of reach. We cannot touch the dead ones. Neither can they enter our world. It is time for you to go. We will transport you back without imposing penalties for your lengthy stay in the astral plane. A shaman is able to speak with us for no more than 3 minutes. After that, spirits stop responding to him for a long time. Remember this until our next meeting. When you decide to become a harbinger, you will find yourself in our presence once more. Until we meet again, Elemental One," concluded the darkness. The sphere surrounding me began to spin, slowly at first, and then faster and faster, until finally, reaching a crazy speed, it blurred into continuous gray. There was a quiet clap, as if someone had shot a gun with a silencer attached, like in one of those antique films, and the sphere dissipated like a cloud of smoke, returning me to the Guardian's glade. The first thing I saw when I appeared were the surprised eyes of Ants in the Panza. So, she's already back. "The gusts of wind have brought us mist, our shaman hiding in its midst,"
Natalie greeted me with a rhyme and a chuckle. "Judging by the visual effect, you've just had a meeting with the spirits of the higher and lower worlds. Only high shamans are able to do that, and only a couple of those exist in the entire continent. Are you sure you're just elemental?"
"Can all shamans appear out of the mist?"
Some other players decided to join our conversation.
"Stunning."
"You haven't seen the arrival of a harbinger yet. When I saw her for the first time, I had to scrape my jaw off the floor. If you want a definition of stunningly beautiful, that is it."
Guys, let's not mope around. It's time we knuckled down, but now you've started with all this shaman talk. I put a stop to all the chit-chat, showing a total lack of desire to continue the conversation and trying to get people into a working mood. "Anastasia and Do Not Punic, we convene to discuss plans in 5 minutes. Everyone else, get ready to step out into the forest. We have another fight ahead of us. Plinto. Where's Plinto? Not here yet? When he appears, send him to me straight away. We have to find out what it was he saw and what this ash is. Let's get to work." I didn't care how ridiculous an under-level 100 player ordering about level plus 280 players might look. That's just how it was. We had to complete the clearing of the forest and find the patriarch as soon as possible, so I could forget this bad dream. I couldn't exclude the deserters from doing the quest, but removing them from the group and leaving them to complete the quest by themselves? No, if we started together, we'd finish together. Let Iluna be their judge, but I had no intention of turning into Bat from Prike. Had all my additional stat slots not been taken, right now the system would have offered me the meanness stat for sure. Like I needed it. By the looks of it, Elenium only got the current quest because he was in one group with me. If I kick him, I have no idea how he would complete it or hand it in. There's a risk that he wouldn't be accepted, and I wouldn't want to stitch him up, potentially. Although, if it's a scenario, what difference does it make to the High Priestess who completes it? The main thing was the result. In this, Hellfire was right. While I'm at the center of attention, quests will keep falling into my lap. But as soon as I get sidelined, this flow of bonuses will stop.
"Mayan, would you permit me to have a chat with you?" said Eckler graciously, in an almost fatherly tone. "Anastasia, do join us. Put up a dome, please," he asked the girl as soon as she walked over. "Well, as disagreeable as it is to admit it, a very delicate situation has arisen between our clans, which the both of us have to try to resolve." "You call poaching players in the middle of a quest a tricky situation?" I chuckled. "In that case, what would be a negative or an unpleasant situation? Killer, this was a stitch-up, pure and simple. This sort of stuff warrants a black eye, or two." "You are letting your emotions do the talking." Eckler refused to be provoked and continued, firmly sticking to his agenda. "You must realize that if you found yourself in a similar situation, you would have acted in exactly the same manner. I'm quite sure of it. But let's not talk of what could have been. Let's return to the players that crossed over. I have to admit that they will have to remain in Phoenix. I doubt you'd take them back if I excluded them from the clan, and I don't want it to become known throughout Barleona that I am not a man who keeps his word."
"Will you tell me what it is you want from me now, exactly? You already got your hands on pretty much everything you wanted. The Guardian's quest, Elenium's chain quest, whatever that is, and also, I can already see that I've made a mistake in sharing the Patriarch quest with Anastasia, especially in doing it for free and without limitations on sharing it with other players. I fell for this word called trust. These things happen. Hellfire has shown me exactly where I can take and shove this particular word. I get it already, and I'm done. What's with the current circus performance?
Emotions, man. You're allowing yourself to be ruled by emotions. What Hellfire and Raster did was in line with Phoenix policy, so their actions are understandable. But they didn't have all the information. For instance, they didn't know about the Patriarch and the Eye. And our dearest Anastaria only supplied this information today, just as Hellfire was already making the transfer offer. Such offers are common practice for any clan, not just our one. As a side note, I only found out about all of this today, which is why this usually active young lady is staying very quiet now, and that I emphatically forbade her to pass on the quest to anyone else, until we settle this matter with you.
How nice. Killer, I'm really not with you on what exactly it is that you actually want. It's not like I can demand Phoenix not to accept anyone else from the Sea Thistles clan. No one would ever join us if it meant that their way into Phoenix was permanently barred after that.